So, picture this. A bunch of high schoolers are just vibing, probably complaining about homework, when a convoy of military trucks rolls past, packed with other kids who look way too cool for school. Naturally, all the girls are immediately crushing on the chiseled bad boys riding by. Meanwhile, the local guys are salty, muttering about how they're not even that hot bro. Turns out, these are the elite kids from the so-called warrior school, and times boom asterisk. Cue the flashback, because to understand this Academy Manhwa setup, we gotta rewind to when life wasn't a constant boss battle. Back when everyone was just living their boring 9 to 5, the world decided to cosplay as a top-tier manhwa. Portals literally ripped open the sky, and an entire fleet of dragons decided to drop in uninvited. Yeah, the kind of epic fantasy chaos you binge-watch on a Saturday night was suddenly happening live, right downtown. And spoiler alert, everyone collectively freaked out. So, scientists eventually put their thinking caps on and discovered a B-list, knockoff version of Earth. Turns out, neither planet was flat. Shocking, I know. Anyway, this budget Earth went kaboom. That massive explosion was basically its way of saying hello, before it decided to eat a ton of magical space junk directly at us. Giant glowing meteors start slamming into the planet, turning suburbia into a nightmarescape. And here's the kicker. Wherever this cosmic glitter landed, it started terraforming our world into some kind of fantasy hell. Next thing you know, more portals start popping up like bad ads, spitting out an endless stream of nightmare fuel. A solid 17% of the planet basically got a game over sign slapped on it. Humanity completely lost the lead, getting squashed like bugs. Your average Joe with a baseball bat? Yeah, he didn't stand a freaking chance. You zoom in on one poor soldier, hiding and watching in horror as a single, ugly, horned beast just casually deletes his entire squad. And just when he thinks it can't get worse, the monster flashes a smile that only a demonic dentist could love. His buddies unloaded everything they had, but this thing's hide was tougher than a $2 steak. Bullets were basically just spicy mosquitoes to it. And sadly for our guy, his body was not. One punch to the gut turns his insides into a smoothie, sending him flying through a concrete wall like a ragdoll. The wall shattered, and so did most of his bones. Let's be real, humanity was getting stomped. If this was a game, our boy was a D-rank nobody. And the monster? An easy B-rank raid boss, minimum. But our soldier, bless his heart, stands his ground, basically staring death in its ugly, ugly face as it looms over him for the final blow. But just as it swings for the kill shot, something clicks. A new power surges through him, a total protagonist-level awakening, straight out of a reincarnation manhwa playbook. He can literally feel his human limits shattering, all thanks to that magic space dust from the exploded planet. The chains are off, and he's about to return the favor. He snatches the beast's arm and, with a single, clean move, turns its bones into powder. Talk about a comeback. And that, folks, was the first ever recorded awakening, the moment humanity finally got a power-up and a fighting chance. This new potential started popping up in people all over the globe, but the skill tree was different for everyone. Some hit the gym to grind their new stats, while others went searching for a main quest worthy of their newfound power. So, right in the middle of this global glow-up, another portal rips open the sky. And surprise, it's another wave of those horned, angry-looking demons. They're all geared up for another easy invasion, but this time, their big boss sees something that makes him pause. A freaking army of powered-up humans waiting for them. Weapons out, eyes glowing with pure get-off-my-lawn energy. These are the ones who chose to fight, the ones using their powers to take back the land that had become a live-action dungeon. They basically became humanity's special forces, a new class of heroes called adventurers. And right there, in front of that shimmering portal, all hell broke loose. It was horned demons versus superpowered humans, led by the OG soldier who started it all. This throwdown kicked off the age of dungeons and put adventurers on the map. It was the start of a massive interspecies war, and after a truly brutal slugfest, with only a handful of human heroes left standing, the world basically canonized them. Everyone was hyped by their insane bravery and sacrifice, especially that first soldier who went from zero to hero and told the monsters where to stick it. Before you know it, training academies for new adventurers started popping up everywhere. But the one that really made a name for itself was in the Republic of Korea, a high school for superpowered teens that has been churning out the world's most badass adventurers for the last 25 years. This legendary place, they call it the Warrior School. And we're back in the present, right where we started with our two buddies gossiping. One of them is saying how at the Warrior School. They even give students the uncensored scoop on what really goes down in the dungeons. The dark-haired dude's like, so, what if you bite the dust? And his pal just cracks up, saying they're cocky for a reason, you have to survive a trial by fire just to get in. But before he can drop more deets, his train of thought gets derailed by a high-pitched fangirl stampede nearby. These girls are absolutely losing their minds, gushing over some guy they're calling so hot it's illegal, and whose beauty is apparently off the charts. And the object of their obsession? A blondie with some serious elf ears, just chilling and basking in the glow of their non-stop compliments like he's the Sunday. Our guys look over, totally confused, and one of them explains, dude, that's DF Choy. He's basically a celebrity. Legendary adventurer dad, elf mom, total genetic lottery winner. The word on the street is he's a prodigy, practically born to be the top-ranked adventurer. And right on cue, DF Choi hits the girls with a smile so bright it could power a small city, which of course sends them into a complete meltdown. Then we learn he's already cleared dungeons 14 times, a little tidbit that makes our dark-haired protagonist look like he just smelled something awful. He's clearly not buying the hype around DF Choi, and his friend immediately calls him out, chirping, "Someone sounds a little jealous." The two start clowning on each other until a third friend rolls up and tries to rally the troops for a hangout. But Jerryong, our resident brooder, just shakes his head. He's like, "Nah, I gotta pass this time. You guys have fun though." His buddy isn't having it, telling him to chill out after exams and just come with. But before he can lay on the guilt trip, their other friend lands a solid jab to his gut, telling Jerryong it's all good if he needs to bail. Meanwhile, Jerryong's eyes are practically super glued to his phone screen. He looks up for a hot second to thank them and says his goodbyes. The friend with the dyed tips then schools the other guy, telling him to read the room next time. Like, did he have any clue what Jerryong's got going on? Asterisk, flashback, engage, asterisk. We see Jerryong at a hospital bedside with an elderly person. And just like that, we're back to the present. Jerryong's trekking through the city when his phone buzzes with a friendly reminder that this month's hospital bills are overdue. Oh, and look, another ping, it's from his boss. A new gig just dropped, and they need him on site, like yesterday. Cut back to Mr. Popular, DF Choi, who's still working the crowd when suddenly something catches his eye. His head snaps in Jerryong's direction, a weird gut feeling twisting inside him. One of DF Choi's Academy Manhwa buddies, also a student at the Warrior School, is like, "Yo, that dude, do something to you." But DF Choi just shakes his head, saying it's nothing. He just watches Jerryong's silhouette fade into the crowd. DF Choi is left wondering if his prodigy senses are on the fritz, ultimately deciding to just shrug it off. Now, back to our actual main character, Jerryong, who is currently trudging through the streets, completely stressed and muttering about how much this side hustle sucks. His destination? A creepy, abandoned subway station, where he ducks right under the caution tape. He plunges down the stairs into the pitch-black abyss, ready for whatever fresh hell awaits. Down there is Jerryong's boss, a dude with killer white hair named Jawon, who introduces the guy next to him, a bald dude in a sharp suit, as the new client. Our guy Jerryong, ever the professional, politely goes, "Pleasure to meet you, sir." But instead of a handshake, he gets a full-on stink-eye. The bald client's face curdles as he snaps at Jawon, saying he was promised the A-team, not some random high school kid. Cool as a cucumber, Jawon insists Jerryong times their best. The client just scoffs and starts laying into Jawon, accusing him of pulling a fast one with a total amateur. But even with the tension cranked to 11, Jawon and Jerryong don't even flinch. They calmly point out that the client's being a major jerk. Mr. Suit, however, doubles down. He demands they get someone with actual skills on the phone, warning Jawon that if he doesn't bring out a real pro, he's going to make them both wish they'd never been born. And right at that moment, Jerryong pivots to the mountain of muscle standing behind the client, obviously the bodyguard, and asks if he's an adventurer. Then he flashes this wicked grin. Jerryong corrects himself. "Actually, you must be a times-retired times-adventurer, now stuck playing babysitter for some old dude." The client is completely floored by this kid's audacity. But before he can even sputter a comeback, the bodyguard steps up, cracking his knuckles. The enforcer growls that talk is cheap. He's about to break an arm or a leg on both of them just to make a point. And the bald client, he's just smirking, loving every second of this, and orders his goon to grab the kid, threatening that if they don't start begging for their lives, they're going to be permanent residents of that room. So, Jerryong, feigning absolute terror, puts on an Oscar-worthy performance. He's sarcastically screaming for help, wondering whatever will he do. But then, the act drops. A chilling blue aura erupts around him as he deadpans. "Sorry, I don't know how to beg." And here's the plot twist. It's revealed Jerryong has been secretly grinding in this dungeon 371 times, completely off the books. So, quick lore drop for you guys on how dungeon smuggling works. Every day, adventurers dive deep into these places to hunt monsters, basically keeping humanity from becoming monster chow. Once a dungeon is cleared, they hit the jackpot. Incredible treasures, some so powerful they're literally game-breaking. But before these adventurers can bounce, every single piece of loot has to be handed over for a government shakedown. This is super important because if unchecked, these artifacts could end up in the wrong hands and, cause total chaos. The Adventurers Association has to register and check every item, then slap on some seriously hefty fees based on how epic the treasure is. But greed is a powerful thing, and some adventurers try to cheat the system, sneaking treasures out to sell on the black market just to dodge those insane taxes. Far from the prying eyes of the inspectors, they hoard these powerful relics for their own gain. If these criminals get away with it, everybody's at risk. Creates a ton of problems for society. The government propaganda film ends by telling all good citizens to snitch if they see any smuggling, so these outlaws get what's coming to them. And we're back to the action. The showdown between the washed-up adventurer and our boy Jerryong is about to pop off. Jawon, meanwhile, is completely unfazed. He calmly lights a cigarette while the bald client glares, totally baffled by how he can be so chill. Watching the two square up, Baldy asks Jawon if he's really just going to let this happen. Jawon just raises an eyebrow, basically asking if the bald dude is getting cold feet now after starting this whole mess. Totally offended, Baldy fires back that they should be the ones trembling. He reveals that his musclehead, Pilji, didn't retire from injuries he got canned for attacking his own teammates. And apparently, he's not planning on showing any mercy this time either. Hearing this, Jerryong repeats the charge with fake horror, sarcastically going, "Ooh, how terrifying." He calls Pilji exactly what he is, a criminal. Pilji just grins, bragging that the guy he took out was a pathetic weakling, so he was just taking out the trash. Jerryong just laughs at this. "Oh, I totally get it," he says, before hitting him with, "You should probably be a little more self-aware, though, since you're just as worthless." He even points out that Pilji lost everything because of his own dumb decisions. But before Jerryong can land another verbal blow, Pilji charges. He throws a punch aimed squarely at Jerryong's face, but as Pilji's fist makes contact, he freezes, his eyes widening as he realizes something is very, very wrong. He sees that Jerryong dodged the punch just by turning his head to the side. Our boy then remarks, "Attacking like that is pretty rude, you know." And this just makes Pilji see red. A nasty green aura starts flaring up around him as he charges again to finish Jerryong off. But our boy, wanting to troll his opponent, says that since he's being attacked, he'll just have to counter with a quick kick. And with a massive crack, Jerryong leaps up, slamming his foot right into his opponent's jaw. After taking the full force of that hit, the big guy is just dazed, trying to process what the hell just happened. Jerryong's boss is still calm, but the bald dude is completely floored by our protagonist's speed. He's moving like a character from a top-tier manhwa. Jawan just smirks, reminding them he brought the most skilled person he knew, while Pilji is still in shock from the kick he just ate. After the impact, Jerryong starts taunting the guy, saying, "Well, that's a surprise. Judging by your looks, I kinda expected you to be a little tougher." Jawan notes that Pilji is totally lost, getting styled on by a kid who's treating him like a chump. But those reflexes and the sheer power behind that kick were 100% professional grade. Our boy adds that it seems the ex-adventurer is finally getting it. This is a fight he can't win. It's a classic reincarnation Manhwa beatdown. But the bald man isn't giving up, yelling that the kid was good, but it was just a lucky kick. Before he can continue his rant, Jawan cuts him off, saying he can only feel pity for the big guy. Blinded by rage, Pilji rips off his shirt, letting his aura surge even more intensely. And Jawan, seeing this, coolly observes that Pilji is definitely a tank class. The bald man next to him is completely shocked that Jawan could read his subordinate's abilities, and Jawan just looks at him like, "You really shouldn't be so surprised." The big guy scoffs that no matter what cheap parlor trick our hero used, he was still just a bottom feeder, and for that, he was about to get a front row seat to something special. Right on cue, veins start popping all over his body as Lee begins to charge up with some nasty green energy. Jerryong narrates that after the adhesion, people started unlocking powers that basically broke the human sound barrier. However, everyone's got a different flavor of talent, so naturally, they awaken totally different latent abilities. The pros, the adventurers, of course, pick specialized training to match their powers and basically assign themselves classes, straight out of an Academy Manhwa textbook. Giving his rival a look of grudging respect, Jerryong notes that one of those roles was the tank. Pilg went from beefy to an absolute unit, using a bunch of techniques to buff his stats into the stratosphere. The tank is the guy who basically acts as a human shield, protecting the squad from all the dungeon's nastiest surprises. In this role, the adventurer has to face tank every monster on the front line, no backing down, no showing fear. With bodies trained to their absolute peak, tanks can literally shrug off bullets like they're mosquito bites. But wait, there's more. The top-tier tanks, they can withstand insane firepower, even eat missiles for breakfast, basically becoming a walking fortress. Watching his opponent's roid rage transformation, Jerryong admits the guy's got juice, confirming that he is, in fact, a legit adventurer. Pilji, now fully buffed and ready to brawl, lunges forward, hands ready to clap the boy in front of him. Jerryong, scrambling, manages to dodge, but the ground, not so lucky. The entire subway floor just shatters into a million pieces. With chunks of concrete flying past his face, our protagonist tries to stick the landing, feeling the sheer force of that shockwave. The bald dude, feeling that power as a completely normal human, nearly gets yeeted into the next dimension by the wind pressure alone. But then, a hand steadies him. The one saving him was Jawan, who looked like he was just chilling at a bus stop, and then calmly asked the bald guy if he's good. The man gripes that, either way, that adventurer was a real piece of work, about to demolish someone else's business just to settle a score. Lee charges again at a battle-ready Jerryong, and our boy just watches him come, cool as a cucumber. In a flash, the man throws another haymaker, and Jerryong dodges it by a hair's breadth. With a ridiculously smug look on his face, Pilg taunts our hero. What's the matter? He then asks why Jerryong isn't pulling any of his earlier tricks. Our guy is just lost in thought, calculating. Jerryong snaps back that he's not an idiot, and he's not about to walk into the obvious trap the tank was laying for him. Watching all this power radiating from Lee, Jerryong's boss casually remarks that the ex-adventurer isn't half bad. Pilg's strength was packing the heat of a semi-truck, and if a normal person took that hit, every single bone in their body would be turned to dust. But seeing the potential for more property damage in his joint, Jawan orders Jerryong to wrap it up already, because if he didn't, the kid would be footing the bill for every last crack in the wall. And just like that, Our hero realizes he's fresh out of options. Pilji, still wearing that punchable smirk, says it seems the kid's boss doesn't get the situation. He doubles down, saying Jerong's cheap shots stand zero chance against a professional's technique. But our hero seems to be ignoring him, suddenly glancing to the side. That looks about right, he says. Jerong spots a thick metal beam just sitting there, and he quickly slaps a hand on it. Lee has no idea what's happening. He's totally baffled, wondering what the hell the kid plans to do with a piece of scrap metal. Jerong, meanwhile, starts sizing up the iron bar. He realizes it's definitely usable, muttering that it should be more than enough. While he's distracted, Pilji decides he's had enough waiting and charges in again. The man is so ticked off, he's grinding his teeth, his aura just flaring everywhere. Jerong starts to explain that, thanks to their insane durability, most people think tanks are unbeatable. But that's a total myth. See, they have one very clear weakness: a natural predator. And at that exact moment, Jawan informs the bald guy that this show ain't over yet. Pil keeps barreling towards his enemy, completely enraged and dead set on ending this. However, Jerong doesn't back down an inch. He charges forward too, iron bar in hand. Because the weakness of a tank, as any good reincarnation Manhwa protagonist would know, is anything that can focus an insane amount of destructive power onto a single, tiny point. And just like that, with his makeshift weapon in hand, our boy winds up to deliver a how do you do and prove he's not just some background character. See, a DPS that's damage per second for you noobs is a tank's worst nightmare. And with that little lesson, he smashes the iron bar right into the guy's jaw, sending a shockwave blasting backward. The hit lands, and the ex-adventurer starts gargling his own dental work, nearly blacking out. GN, meanwhile, is completely unfazed, which is more than you can say for the bald dude, whose brain just blue-screened. The tank drops like a sack of bricks, out for a hot second before blinking back to reality. With a mouthful of regret and blood, Pilu coughs out. Where'd you learn a move like that? Our hero, however, just hits him with a confused puppy dog look. He's all, dude, what are you even talking about? He tells Lee he's way off base, but inside his head, the gears are turning. He's thinking, okay, maybe Lee isn't times completely times wrong. He might have actually seen times that guy times before, recognizing Jerong's signature style. And that guy? Yeah, that was his old man. You know, the one who was a global celebrity and basically a walking nuke. And cue the cinematic flashback. We zoom in on our protagonist as a little kid, wandering the halls of his family home. He's reminiscing about when his dad wasn't just his dad, he was the #1 adventurer on the planet, and man, was this kid proud. His favorite show wasn't on TV, it was watching his dad train in the backyard. And this wasn't just some family bias talking. The dude was legit powerful. His name was Yusung. Think peak human physique with an aura that screamed, "Don't mess with me." Yep, this is the same legend we saw earlier. The OG, awakened human, the very first to put one of these monsters in the ground. The story rewinds to explain that Sung was a hero from the first generation, basically the founding fathers of adventuring. Now, for us, the story of the first generation sounds like some epic legend, the kind of world building you'd find in a top-tier manhwa. But for the people who actually lived it, it was a straight-up nightmare. We're talking watching friends get wiped out and fighting for your life every single day. And the worst part? The biggest problem was they had zero intel. No walkthroughs, no wikis. They had no clue what dungeons were, what monsters were inside, or how not to get immediately unalived, which, you know, makes exploring a tad complicated. Cut to the flashback. Sung and his buddy are squaring up against a giant monster that looks like it crawled out of Dune. Even creatures that are basically tutorial-level mobs today were boss-level threats back then. The Gakamolth, the beast that our hero's dad is facing, it starts hawking up a stream of nasty green goo, and it scores a direct hit on Sung's friend. Sung barely dodges it himself, but when he glances over, he sees his buddy literally melting from the worm's acid spit. Back then, every single creature was an unknown, world-ending disaster waiting to happen. Yusung sees his friend get turned into a puddle and, yeah, he goes berserk, charging the beast and ramming it with his spear. Remember, this was an era with no strategy guides for these monsters, and after landing the hit, Sung realizes something he really didn't want to see. His top-of-the-line titanium alloy spear was dissolving from the monster's acid spit. All the epic gear that's common now didn't exist. So, these guys had to make do with whatever they could find. The first generation was literally built on trial and error, mostly error, risking it all just to get a scrap of intel on the dungeons. Back in the flashback, Sung is going all in on the worm. Just then, in the depths of the dungeon, backup finally arrives. The 3 rookie adventurers show up, see the absolute carnage, and just freeze, completely breathless, just staring at the scene, amidst the melted remains of everyone else. The only one still standing is Sung, having taken down that monstrosity with nothing but grit and whatever wasn't currently dissolving. The survivors, the OGs, passed down everything they learned to the next generation to help them out. And for putting humanity on their backs, they were straight-up legends, true heroes. Sung lived this life for years and years, slaying monsters and things that go bump in the night. He leveled up hard, both as a hero and a person, eventually earning the title Dragon Hunter after decades in the game. And that's not just a cool name, it's what they called the first times human to ever take down a dragon. The scene cuts to Sung standing like an absolute boss on the corpse of one of those giant lizards. When that news dropped, it basically broke the internet. People were floored. And just like that, Sung was crowned the undisputed strongest adventurer in all of Asia. So, Sion wasn't just some guy. He was our protagonist's dad, and to young Jerryong, the man was an absolute legend. We get this flashback of him watching his father train, a blur of motion with his spear, unleashing an aura so powerful it kicked up a literal windstorm. To Jerryong, his dad was basically Superman. Yeah, he thought his father was invincible right up until the day that whole fantasy came crashing down. One minute, his dad's in peak physical form. The next, he's violently coughing up blood. Talk about a core memory you don't want. A terrified little Jerryong immediately runs toward his dad, but the man just holds up a hand, telling his son to stop and stay back. Oof, gut punch. The doctor's diagnosis comes back, and it's bad news bears. Poison, a slow, creeping death sentence. All Jerryong could do was cry as he watched his hero wither away. The story goes that on one of his adventures, his dad ran into some kind of super deadly poison that got into his system. And like the absolute unit he was, his father tried to just power through it, to face it head on. But after decades of pushing his body past its limits, the tank was finally on empty. Not even the world's first dragon hunter could fight this off. And that's when you find out who your real friends are. Spoiler alert, he didn't have any. His so-called colleagues, guys he trusted with his life, showed up with paperwork. These absolute snakes took advantage of his weakness and swiped his entire fortune and life's work. So on top of the whole dying from an incurable poison thing, he got a massive dose of betrayal and depression, believing his entire life was a failure. Years flash by, and Jerong's now a teenager. But the scene is just as grim. His dad, a shell of his former self, just sitting in a hospital bed. Jerong explains that the world moves on fast. The legendary dragon hunter Sion, he became a forgotten myth, his hero status completely erased. After losing his health, wealth, and reputation to a poison no science could cure, his grand reward was to be a forgotten adventurer. This ain't some reincarnation manhwa where you get a slick do-over. This was just a brutal, tragic end. And boom, we snap back to the present, right after Jerong absolutely wiped the floor with Pilju. He just stares down at the dude he wrecked, his eyes completely cold. He turns and walks away as the guy tries to mumble something. But with all those bitter memories flooding back, our protagonist is just radiating pure, unfiltered rage. He hurls the piece of iron he was holding and storms for the exit. The bald client is still rebooting, his brain unable to compute how his strongest man just got folded like a cheap suit. But Juin, smooth as ever, just says, "See, problem solved." The client is still sputtering, in total disbelief that his top guy Pilju lost to a kid. But Jerong's boss just casually suggests that maybe the big lug wasn't that great of an adventurer to begin with. That's when Jerong cuts in. He scoffs, saying the guy was bragging about beating up his own teammates, which is basically the universal sign for I'm actually incredibly weak. He says this while walking right past the stunned client. Then he drops some wisdom. A good adventurer only retires for two reasons. Either their body is too broken to go on, or they die in a dungeon and never come back. He coolly slips his jacket back on, saying he doesn't know what kind of salary Pilju was pulling, but if it was more than minimum wage, you got ripped off. Fire him. Seeing a golden opportunity, Jo-won slides up to his client. He lays on a fake apology, then immediately pivots, saying that due to the inconvenience, their fee for the job has now doubled. The absolute audacity. The suit is about to argue, but Jo-won hits him with a look that could kill, reminding him that time's his times guy threw the first punch. He finishes with a cold, "We don't work for free." Backed into a corner, the bald man just agrees. After successfully shaking down his own client, Jo-won calls Jerong over. "Hey, you ever heard of the Imperial Wasp?" Jerong, who was in the middle of drinking some water, does a literal spit take. Wiping his mouth, Jerong is like, "You cannot be serious. We have to fight times that asterisk. Even for me, that's a bit much." Ju-won confirms their worst fears. The Imperial Wasp isn't just a high-level threat, it's considered one of the most dangerous monsters on the entire planet. The once beautiful city of Yoido? Yeah, that's its nest now. It's basically become a demonic endgame kingdom right in Korea. This isn't some chill academy manhwa setting, it's a death trap. The boss explains that even for the highest-ranking adventurers, taking one of these things down is a nightmare because they've infested the entire area. Yeah, tangling with one of these things is basically a suicide mission for most folks. But for a white-rank adventurer, please, that's just a Tuesday. So, J1 starts spilling the tea he got from Chrome Dome. Turns out, there was a massive raid the day before that was kept completely off the books. The boss continues, explaining that the government's army and seven white-rank adventurers formed an elite squad to storm the Wasp's nest. Jerryong is floored that they actually got 7 white ranks together. Juin points out that these guys are basically A-list celebs. Get even 2 of them in a room and the media goes into a frenzy. Apparently, they failed the main objective of total pest control, but they times managed to gank the Queen Wasp. And here's a plot twist worthy of a hit manhwa. One of the 7 heroes pulled a fast one, swiped the Imperial Wasp's royal jelly, and had some lackey smuggle it out. Jerong looks like his brain just blue-screened. Seeing his confusion, Joan breaks it down. Royal jelly is the 5-star, Michelin, grade superfood that wasps feed to a brand new queen. Still trying to connect the dots? You're wondering why a top-tier adventurer would risk life and limb to smuggle a nutritional supplement. The math just ain't mathing. The boss drops a bombshell straight out of a reincarnation manhwa. This stuff has made it to our world before, and the word on the street is, if a human takes it, they can literally come back from the dead. And hearing that, our protagonist is officially shook. Cut to, deep in the underground subway system, a voice declares that all paths to the dungeons are now under strict lockdown. We see a figure striding through these abandoned corridors, heading for a specific spot, repeating that phrase like a broken record. In surprise, it's our protagonist's boss. He scoffs at a gate covered in glowing red sigils and says, "Yeah, not really." The guy's thinking this just proves there's always a backdoor to get past government firewalls. A blue aura starts crackling around his hand. He presses his palm to the gate, weaving his magic into the markings. The gate's energy reacts, and boom, a massive flash of blue light floods the entire area. The auras merge with the sigils, there's a flicker, and then the red markings just dissolve into nothing. Our protagonist, Gary, was right behind him the whole time. Wiping his hands, Johann gives him the usual spiel. "I know I say this every time, kid, but be careful." He finishes with, "This job is going to be especially annoying, a real pain in the neck." And through all this, Gary is dead silent, just listening, completely zoned out. Trying to get his attention, Johann takes a drag from his cigarette and blows a puff of smoke right in the kid's face. Gary starts waving the smoke away, coughing. "Dude, what was that for all of a sudden?" Johann just smirks, "Because your head was in the clouds, not on the mission." He then asks, "You're still hung up on that magic potion that can supposedly bring people back to life, aren't you?" Gary starts walking toward the gate, shaking his head. "It's nonsense. Things like that are never the real deal." He leans against the massive gate, thinking that even if it was some unparalleled miracle cure, it wouldn't be able to fix his father's condition. With that thought, he begins to push open the mysterious gate as a brilliant light pours out. He also thinks, and if something like that really existed, my father would have never given up that last shred of hope. Shoving the thought away, he steps through the portal. He finds himself in a stunning mountainous region with a gorgeous landscape under a crystal clear blue sky. Gary shields his eyes, trying to take in the insane scenery in front of him. So, quick history lesson. After the adhesion, dungeons started popping up all over Earth, but out of all of them, there are two in Korea considered the absolute largest, and they're both pretty wild. The first is Judo, a dungeon fused with a volcanic mountain range, complete with active volcanoes and burning rocks. The other is fused with the airy jungle, which is exactly where our guy is now, gearing up for an exploration that's definitely not your typical Academy Manhwa field trip. The Agree dungeon is located right where Uido used to be, in the middle of Seoul, where you can now see a ruined city being completely reclaimed by the forest. Our guy knows the score. With Udo as its epicenter, this dungeon controls Mapo, Yangcheon, and a bunch of other nearby cities, and most of it is still totally unexplored. So, get this, most of the region is a D-rank cakewalk, but Uido, where the wasps hang out, that's S-rank, endgame level territory. And some genius tried to play courier with the royal jelly, hauling it to the safe zone in Baroma. Jo-won breaks it down, the transporter gets there, and then poof, radio silence. I mean, sure, maybe the guy just bailed, but that's a long shot. The boss is betting the dude had to fight his way through some seriously nasty stuff to even get a signal out. So yeah, our hero's mission is a simple fetch quest. Go in, grab the jelly, get out. But before Jerryong can even take off, Jo-won hits him with the classic one more thing, telling him to stay focused and not get distracted. Jerryong, pulling on a mask with a smirk, just has to ask, "You think I'm the type to run away or something?" Jo-won, completely deadpan, replies that the kid isn't stupid enough to try. He also warns him to be careful that royal jelly is a hot commodity, and humans aren't the only players willing to go to war for it. After getting the full boss-level briefing, our guy wastes no time, rappelling down a cliff face and dropping right into the middle of the forest. And down in the thick of it, he's thinking the whole forest must be reeking of that super distinct jelly smell. He glances down, and what he sees makes him instantly annoyed. Stamped into the dirt is a massive footprint, like King Kong-sized. And our boy just sighs, knowing that a scent this strong is basically a dinner bell for every monster in this entire manhwa. Meanwhile, deep inside this sprawling forest, a flock of birds scatters. We cut to a girl with pointed ears, sprinting for her life and looking absolutely gassed. She ducks behind a tree, desperately trying to catch her breath. Her name's Jin Samram, a first-year warrior who is currently having the worst day of her entire life, a classic trial by fire straight out of an Academy manhwa. This was supposed to be a breezy dungeon crawl for her midterm exam, but one look at her face tells you she is absolutely, positively terrified. Peeking around the tree, she's still bug-eyed with fear. The narrator helpfully explains that instead of the easy mode test she signed up for, she stumbled upon a raid boss that had no business being there. And then we see it. The thing chasing her is a literal giant. Jin's trying to go full stealth mode, hoping the beast just stomps on by. But no such luck. The hulking monster starts lumbering right toward her hiding spot, and a horrifying realization starts to sink in. The exam was supposed to be simple stuff. Get in, grab as many coins as you can before the timer runs out, and get out. And yeah, it was supposed to simulate a real fight, but the whole area was ranked at the lowest possible difficulty. It was a tutorial zone, a place any newbie adventurer could sleepwalk through. Back to the action, the monster closes in on Jin without a sound, and by the time she senses it, the beast is grinning right over her shoulder. She completely panics, because the monsters here were supposed to be weak with the IQ of a rock. But this one is different. The four-armed giant throws a punch that could level a skyscraper, but she somehow manages to dodge out of the way. Jin's brain screams run, but looking at the sheer scale of this thing, she knows that's a non-starter, so she's got to make a different call. At this point, she realizes her only play is to hope for a straight-up miracle. She whips out her bow, knocks 3 arrows at once, and prepares to make a stand. Against all odds, she decides to fight back. Just as she does, the 3-star primal titan starts charging up some kind of gnarly breath weapon. In a desperate bid to not become a smear on the forest floor, Jin lets her 3 arrows fly. Too bad for her. The monster just casually bats them out of the air with one hand. It clicks in her head that this titan's skin is tougher than a tank's, and her chances of winning this fight are hovering right around 0. Primate then slams one of its forearms into the ground, kicking up a massive shockwave of wind and shattered rock. But showing off some incredible skill, the girl manages to leap out of the way again, and even while airborne, Jin is already prepping another arrow. Jin knows it's a Hail Mary, that her arrows can't possibly pierce its hide. But with no other options, she fires 3 more, this time infusing them with wind magic. And while they actually manage to stick this time, it's barely a scratch. The titan doesn't even flinch, just keeps giving her that same terrifying death stare, looking at the beast. So, Jin's big brain plan isn't about landing a kill shot. Nah, she's not even trying to get the thing to dodge. She's just playing mind games, baiting it to get a little closer, hoping the monster gets cocky for just 1 second. And to sweeten the deal, she knocks a new arrow that's literally on fire. And you know what? She's absolutely certain this is going to work. As she hits the ground, she funnels even more magic into that arrowhead, because that's her whole deal, a warrior class, that basically turns arrows into magic missiles. Fueled by a sudden burst of "I am not dying today," she gets ready to teach this beast a lesson it won't forget, courtesy of her bow. Jin activates her Flame Bombardier skill, launching an arrow that literally carves a trench in the ground. See, the thing about this magic, a staple in any good action manhwa, is that the possibilities are basically limitless. And for her last-ditch effort, what did she choose? Oh, just the biggest explosion she could possibly whip up, the second it makes contact. Kaboom! We get a massive fireball that lights up the entire forest. Jin just stares into the blaze, holding her breath. She's trying to see if she actually managed to turn that thing into a crater. I mean, for real, that attack should have been more than enough to one-shot any monster with a 3-star danger rating. But then, her heart just drops. As the smoke clears, the monster is just chilling between 2 trees, having dodged the blast at the last second. And this thing is absolutely livid. It's giving her a look that screams, "How dare you?" Completely enraged at the audacity of its prey. And even with all her firepower, an attack that doesn't hit is just a pretty light show. This isn't some academy manhwa training scenario. Jin's mind is blanking, and she's starting to think this is the end of the line. Before her survival instincts can even scream run, the monster slams back down to the ground, ready to end this. It charges straight for her, and in a moment of pure desperation, Jin just turns and bolts. The titan, meanwhile, is wearing this completely psychotic grin. It's just toying with its food now. But then, as if the manhwa gods themselves answered her prayer, our boy Jerryong drops in out of nowhere, looking like the protagonist of a reincarnation manhwa ready to steal the show, and smacks the titan right in the face. Jin just stares, completely starstruck by her literal hero. Still hanging in the air, Jerryong locks eyes with the girl he just rescued, while Jin is still trying to process the last 10 seconds. The giant, on the other hand, is still seeing stars from that haymaker to the chin, trying its best not to fall over. Our protagonist sticks a perfect landing in a tree, thinking that even a direct hit to the jaw wasn't enough. Yeah, that barely tickled it. He looks down and sees the beast is now glaring daggers right back at him. So, he casually pulls some weird gadget out of his pocket, looks like a standard issue tool for any serious adventurer. With bait in one hand and this gizmo in the other, he dives right back into the fight. Jin, who's got a front row seat to this insanity, is totally blown away. She cannot believe this random dude has the guts to charge the monster head-on, thinking he's basically sprinting towards a very messy end. The enraged ape thing lunges, swinging 2 of its massive arms, and right then, Jerryong shouts loud enough for Jin to hear, "Close your eyes." Even though she has 0 clue what he's talking about, he's already pointing his little tool right at the monster's face. It's a high-stakes standoff, and only one of them is walking away. But then, the tool in Jerryong's hand starts to pulse with a blindingly powerful light. Our guy instantly shuts his eyes as the device unleashes a flashbang that illuminates half the forest, directly in the monster's line of sight. The titan is temporarily blind. Jin, smartly taking the stranger's advice, squeezes her eyes shut and throws an arm over her face to block the light. The monster, caught completely off guard, is totally screwed over by the light that just got blasted straight into its eyeballs. It starts roaring in pure rage as our protagonist lands back on the ground, thinking that he just used up the entire charge on his very last one of those. What he was holding was a call to stun light, a handy little tool made from the scales of the oscillating fish, a creature from deep ocean dungeons. It's got this awesome ability called Incapacitate, which is super effective for its price, making it a fan favorite among adventurers. However, because it's so damn good. Of course, people abuse the heck out of it, and a bunch of adventurers started going blind. So now, making the stuff is super illegal. Even with her eyes clamped shut from the serum's insane kick, her body, not used to it, slowly starts to pry them open. As he zips past her, baton in hand, Jerryong is basically like, I did my part, you're on your own now, you've got, like, a few seconds to live. Good luck. Our boy's internal monologue is running wild, thinking, look, as long as I don't actively help this adventurer chick in the dungeon, I probably won't get narsed on. He flashes back to his boss saying smugglers are basically cockroaches to adventurers, but even so, bounties on those cockroaches are sky high. If he gets sloppy, he'll get played and handed right over to the feds. So, yeah, the plan was to just dip, but while he's booking it, totally stone-faced, he clocks something behind him that instantly kills his vibe. He realizes the girl from before is tailing him, and with no clue what her deal is, Jerry starts complaining, even while she's gasping for air behind him. But Jin is relentless, chasing her savior just to say thanks. You'd think with all his street smarts about not getting duped, this isn't some sappy academy manhwa romance. He makes a split-second decision and just vanishes, using that insane speed. Jin, who was right on his 6, is just floored he literally disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jin's thinking, I swear he was right there. But the second her guard drops, bam, a baton cracks her right across the neck. Knocking her back, our protagonist pins her to the ground, all like, are you that stupid? What the hell do you think you're doing? Jin, putting on her best innocent face, just says she wanted to thank him for the save. Cold as ice, Jerryong just scoffs. You kidding me? You think I'm gonna fall for that? But then, proving she's not just some damsel, Jin reveals she wasn't just following him to say thanks. She followed him because she knew he was a smuggler. But plot twist, she doesn't want to turn him in. She wants to offer him a job, and that shuts him right up. He spots the Warrior Academy emblem on her shirt, lets out a massive sigh, and finally backs off, pulling the baton away from her throat. Our boy tells her he was going to let it slide, but this is her absolute last chance to walk away. He turns his back and starts to leave. Jerry says he's got zero interest in whatever some student from the Warrior Academy is selling. Then his voice drops dead serious, warning Jin he will literally bury her if she messes with him again. The girl totally gets the message, freezing for a second, and yet she still doesn't back down. She calls out, a smuggler's bounty is 50 million, right? But for hunters, it must be like 400 million. Jerryong takes this as a straight-up diss and goes full rage mode, veins popping. But just as he's about to snap, his eyes lock onto her hand, and what he sees stops him dead in his tracks. Jin is holding a necklace called the Blood of Enkel, and she mentions you need to catch 5 smugglers just to afford it. We're talking over 200 million in one shot. With the prize in her hand, she's sweating but says that's just the down payment. If Jerry helps her with her exam, there's way more cash where that came from. Seeing how loaded she is, he's just thinking, this is insane. I thought she was a spoiled brat, but she's a filthy rich and completely crazy spoiled brat. Totally unfazed, the girl shoots back that it doesn't matter if she's crazy or not, dangling the necklace again. She tells him what really matters is that this is a life-changing opportunity, the kind of second chance you only read about in a reincarnation manhwa, and once again, he lets out an unexpected sigh. He mutters that he figured something like this would happen. Then he apologizes, says it's her own fault, and that he really has no reason to end her. Hearing this, the girl is totally spooked, asking what he means. Suddenly, a huge shadow falls over them, and looking up, our boy just says, I already warned you. Jerryong reminds her, I told you, you only had a few seconds. And way up in the sky, the giant ape beast, now recovered from the flash, is dive-bombing right for them. The monster, absolutely furious, smashes its fists into the ground, but our duo manages to dodge just in time. And then, suddenly, Jin sees something hurtling her way, and when she snags it out of the air, what do you know? It's the very same baton our main character was just swinging around. He yells that he didn't toss it over for her to admire the craftsmanship and asks if she remembers that little fire trick she pulled earlier. Cue the dramatic flashback to Jin lighting up that arrow. Yu's game plan is simple. Do it again. Light this baton up like a Christmas tree and toss it back. But, naturally, Jean starts to freak out. She's all like, I'm running on empty, no mana left. But before she can finish her excuse, our hero cuts her off, basically telling her to figure it out, because Mr. Ugly is winding up for another swing. And Yu lays it out plain and simple. He can't play keep away with this titan forever using just his bare fists. The clock is ticking, and Jin needs to get a move on. Jin tries to squeeze out whatever magic she has left into the baton, realizing she's got less than a quarter of her mana reserves after that last big flashy move. As the titan and our boy trade blows, she does the math and figures that with this little juice, her attack would be about as effective as throwing a spitball. So, her brain goes to option B. Run for the hills while this dude is acting as monster bait. Meanwhile, Yu is literally in the fight of his life, just trying not to get flattened. But our guy, being the perfect distraction, keeps weaving and dodging, pulling all the aggro. And then, out of nowhere, a flaming projectile comes screaming back at him with pinpoint accuracy. He snatches it out of the air like a pro. Having given it her all, Jin has a moment of clarity, thinking she must be absolutely insane to risk everything for one guy she barely knows. With his weapon back in hand, Yu launches into the air, spinning like a deadly top, and then has the absolute audacity to say he's disappointed. He's like, seriously, this is way less than a quarter of what you gave me before. Kinda pathetic. But then adds, still, I guess it'll have to do. Dripping with confidence, our hero grips his now flaming baton and dives straight at the monster. The fight hits its climax, and right here, right now. Jin has a sudden realization, something they probably drill into your head on day one at any good academy manhwa, when you're fighting a monster. The number one rule for an adventurer isn't just hitting hard, it's all about that perfect sense of timing. And our boy is putting on an absolute clinic, dodging and weaving, just waiting for that perfect opening. The name of the game is finding that split-second window to land a critical hit, and there it is, the Titan swings and misses, leaving itself wide open. It's not about throwing 1,000 punches, it's about making the one punch you throw count. Jin is just watching this, completely blown away by Yu's skill. Having danced around every single one of the Titan's attacks, Yu has found his perfect moment. He seizes the opening and slams the baton right into the monster's jaw. A massive explosion rocks the area, and when the smoke clears, the beast's chin is just gone. Talking total facial reconstruction, the hard way. The force shatters Yu's glasses, but as he realizes he just landed the winning blow, he lets a small, satisfied smirk creep onto his face, and cue the flashback. A gorgeous school bathed in the golden light of a setting Sunday. A younger Jin is wrapping up a playdate with her friends. When it's time to go, she says her goodbyes while her personal bodyguards wait with a black car to chauffeur her home. So Jin waves goodbye, and her friends make plans for tomorrow. All seems normal, right? Wrong. As she walks away, Jin overhears her friends whispering about how she's so lucky and gets everything handed to her on a silver platter. Jin thinks to herself that they have no idea. Yeah, she could basically buy anything she wanted thanks to her dad owning the Jin Song Group, only the fourth-ranked conglomerate in South Korea and a global powerhouse. No big deal. See, the heir to this corporate empire married an actual elf from another dimension. Talk about a wild reincarnation manhwa plot, and their union created something this world had never seen before. The result? Jin Serum, a half-elf with dark hair and a will of iron. And the one thing this girl with everything admired more than anything? Adventurers. Her, they were the ultimate heroes. Jin's one true dream was to become an adventurer, and she was ready to trade her cushy life for a chance to live it. Flash forward sometime later, and the scene is grim. A blonde elf is telling a completely wiped-out Jin that her dream is impossible. Jin is sprawled on the ground, defeated. The blonde elf just twists the knife, saying her elven blood is so diluted she's practically just a regular human. Ouch. The blonde elf pipes up, telling the guy next to him that pushing the girl like this is a seriously bad look and that maybe, just maybe, they should try convincing her instead. Then, Serum's dad, Sunu, claps back, claiming he's not forcing her to do squat, he's just being a supportive dad for her big adventure dreams. He even adds that it's not like you need a full-blown elven resume to be an adventurer, and Mr. Pointy Ears actually agrees. He admits that, compared to a regular human, the kid's got some decent talent, and it's a big but she's still just barely clearing the above-average bar, and all her hard work? Yeah, that's not going to pay off. The elf then decides to drop a truth bomb on Sunu, reminding him his daughter isn't just some random kid, she won't just quit. Apparently, she's as stubborn as her mom, who just so happens to be the elf's own sister. Still, he coldly lays it out. No matter how hard she tries, the girl will never hang with the monster-tier humans. But hey, if she keeps getting knocked down and getting back up, she might eventually become, you know, asterisk, decent asterisk. And boom, we flash forward to a teenage Jin. The elf wraps up his little speech by telling Sunu that her effort will be just enough to get a pat on the back as a normal times human. But see, here's the kicker. His daughter was born with a ton of cheat codes that make her lack of talent even worse, like wealth, a famous name, and a stacked bloodline. All that stuff basically makes her grinding sessions pointless. No matter how much she trains, some levels are just locked. People are going to laugh at her, fueled by pure envy, and she'll probably end up totally alone, written off as just another spoiled brat. And one thing's for sure, even if Jin gets ridiculously strong, she won't last long, because getting socially cancelled is a poison that takes down anyone. And since talent isn't something you can just wish for, we snap back to the present, right as Jerryong smokes his enemy. Jin, who's been watching this whole insane movie unfold, is just completely thunderstruck. Our hero finally touches down, and the monster's corpse he just wrecked comes crashing down with him, making the whole forest shake. The beast was absolutely obliterated, completely taken out of commission after eating that massive attack right to the face. The baton in hand, our guy is just strolling along when a little tickle in his ear makes him pause. He glances to the side and bam, there's Jin, looking like she's seen a ghost. Staring dead at his face, she mutters no way, her brain short-circuiting at the idea that her knight in shining armor is just some high school kid. After a quick face check, our boy finally gets it, and he is absolutely furious with himself for being so sloppy. Cue the flashback. We see Joan giving Jerryong the whole be careful speech, warning him not to break his glasses because they cost a pretty penny. Holding the specs, he scoffs, saying they look like they're worth maybe $5,001, tops. But his boss shuts that down. explaining those glasses block facial recognition, warp the user's voice, and are juiced up with over 4 magical enchantments. And now, back to our regularly scheduled disaster. Those super expensive glasses are now a pile of shattered plastic on the ground, thanks to Jerryong's last haymaker. Slapping a hand over his face, he grumbles that nothing is going right and it's beyond frustrating. Jin, still trying to process all this, asks if he's a veteran from the Warrior Academy. You know, like the main character in sometimes Academy Manhwa asterisk. But Jerryong, who is so over this day and just wanted a simple gig, snaps back with a hard no, his face practically bursting with rage. He then demands she cough up what she promised. And plot twist, she just hands over the necklace, no questions asked. He's totally thrown by how easy that was. It just makes him more annoyed at how loaded she is as he snatches the jewel from her hand before she can change her mind. With the necklace secured, Jerryong gives it a quick once-over and, after a brief inspection, confirms it's the real deal. But then, she gets his attention again. Jin asks if he needs more cash, saying she gets that even if he's not at the main Warrior Academy, the tuition for those other education centers is insane. Before she can even finish offering to pay his way, our guy cuts her off, making it crystal clear he isn't in any times adventurer school. The girl is even more baffled by this, and he just doubles down, telling her she's got it all wrong. Jerryong spells it out. He doesn't go to some fancy adventurer school and has never even been near one. On the contrary, he hits her with the fact that he went to a totally normal school. So she's like, okay, then who taught you how to fight? And he just deadpans, nobody. He casually strolls up, hands in his pockets, looking dead serious, and claims he's completely self-taught. That's the last straw for Jin, who just loses it and yells that he's completely full of it. The girl fires back, arguing that his moves and his timing are way too clean for some amateur, insisting that Jerryong has to be messing with her. But instead of a witty comeback, Jerryong, being the absolute opposite of a gentleman, just yeets something right at her head. Realizing he actually threw something at her, she snags it out of the air and demands to know what it is. But after a quick look, Sarum realizes it's a school ID card, and as she slides it out of the plastic sleeve, she starts doing a full-on analysis of her so-called savior. She clocks the school name Donging Secondary and sees our hero's name is Yu Jerryong, not exactly a name you'd find in a top-tier academy manhwa. Jerryong tells her not to bother memorizing it, since that school is basically just another random, forgettable institution in the country. After one too many crazy revelations, the girl is on the verge of a total system crash, declaring that none of this is possible. Not one to be upstaged, Yu whips his baton out, points it at her, and demands she fork over some ID of her own, whether it's a student card or anything else she's got. Once he gets it, he starts scanning the details, seeing her name is Jin Sarum, and even double checks to make sure the thing is legit. Our guy also confirms she's the same age as him, and yep, she's really from the Warrior Academy. Then, for some completely wild reason, he just slips her ID into his pocket. Jin is obviously like, what are you doing? Jerryong, acting like it's the most normal thing in the world, explains that she offered him a job, so he can't take any chances. His logic? She knows his identity now. If he's going to take on this sketchy mission for her, he needs an insurance policy to make sure she doesn't try to screw him over later. On top of that, Jerryong says he never takes a job without taking precautions, adding that there's still one last thing he needs to do. The dude pulls out his phone, slings an arm around Jin's shoulders, and yanks her into a super awkward side hug, leaving her completely bewildered. Yu then explains his master plan. They're taking a selfie. Why? Because if she ever rats him out, the photo will be his proof that she was a willing accomplice to a smuggler. As they pose for the most uncomfortable picture ever, the girl is just frozen in shock. And in that moment, Jerry knows she's realizing she made a massive mistake. With a seriously intimidating look, our protagonist leans in and tells her to smile for the camera. And that's when it hits her. She just got tangled up with someone way more dangerous than she ever could have imagined. Forcing a tiny, nervous laugh, the girl flashes the fakest smile in history for the camera. But it's way, way too late to back out now. The ball was already rolling, and so Jerryong snaps the picture, with him and Jean standing right next to the massive corpse of the Titan. After taking the selfie, the boy stares at his phone screen, making sure the framing and lighting are just perfect. Then he turns to Jin, all business, and says they should talk prices and asks what exactly she needs. Still trying to process this guy's intense personality, Sarum lays out her mission. She has to collect coins. Jin explains she's on a 6-hour time limit, and she has to find coins hidden in different spots all over the test area. Her main goal is to find a specific box with a coin in it to prove she's worthy of the Warrior Academy. The girl adds that she's already found one coin, so she just needs to grab one more to pass the school's insane entrance exam. Finally, Jin wraps it up by telling him the box with the last coin is actually super close by, and our protagonist just asks where it's at. The girl reveals the box is hidden in the ruins of the old Eugene shopping mall. Hearing this, the boy's eyes go wide, like he just connected all the dots. Jerryong just smirks and says he gets it now. But Jin is totally thrown off by his weirdly confident reaction. Seeing her confusion, Jerryong decides to spell it out for her. Their meeting wasn't some random coincidence, because the very thing he's hunting is also in that mall. After he gives her the Cliff Notes version of his own mission, the girl is in total disbelief, shouting that there's no way he's going after the Imperial Wasp. Realizing he let that slip, the boy quickly corrects himself, saying he's not after the Wasp itself, but more like it's honey or some kind of jelly it produces, admitting he's not totally clear on the specifics. So, Jerryong drops a little fun fact. This jelly is basically monster catnip, which probably explains why that giant ape crashed their party. Our boy's just like, whatever, past is past, but then he hits her with the real talk. Do we really times have to go to the mall? Isn't there, like, an ATM for these coins somewhere else? Looking like she's about to cry, Jin admits the mall is the last blockbuster in town for these coins, because every other squad has already looted the other spots. And times gets a long, hard stare from our MC. The mention of groups makes the light bulb go off, and he finally gets why she's rolling solo. But instead of bailing, Jerryong flips the script, claiming this is times super convenient for him. He lays out the plan. We pop in, grab the loot, and ghost. Easy peasy. He was just about to bring up his service fee, but Jin beats him to the punch, offering up a cool $950 million, adding that it's literally her entire life savings. Our protagonist's jaw just about hits the floor hearing that number. This girl is seriously loaded. Jin then starts to say that if it's not enough, she just needs a bit more time to scrounge up more, but our boy cuts her off like, whoa, that'll do just fine, thanks. Pivoting towards their destination, he throws in a little disclaimer. Price goes up if things get messy, but if it's a clean run, we're good. Then he checks, you got the cardio for this? She gives a quick, determined nod, and just like that, they're off, bolting into the woods like their lives depend on it. Meanwhile, Jin is already lagging behind, gasping for air and watching our hero glide through the trees like some overpowered Manhwa character, thinking, dude is ridiculously fast. Our MC, on the other hand, is having a moment of buyer's remorse, sighing to himself, man, I totally lowballed that. Should have asked for $1 billion, she's clearly got it. Gasping for breath, Jin yells out if she can ask him something. He gives her the most I'm so over this look but lets her, and she asks the $1,000,000 question. Are you seriously self-taught? And to her absolute shock, he's like, pretty much. Not everything, but yeah, most of it was just me grinding solo. So as they're booking it, Jiren starts his tragic backstory monologue. When I was a kid, but gets cut off mid-sentence by his spidey senses tingling. Classic. And bam, right in their path are two freaky-looking alien things mid-hunt. We get a quick Pokedex entry. They're called Garaptors from the former land of Baramadan. Our guy doesn't miss a beat, instantly telling Jin to get ready to throw down. She skids to a stop, whips out her bow, and aims, ready for action. But Jin can only watch in shock as Jiren, moving at lightning speed, doesn't even wait for backup and just full sends it straight at the monsters. See, here's the thing about Jiren. He's not the protagonist of some fancy academy manhwa. Nah, this dude's skills were forged in the crucible of trying not to die situations. Well, there is times little exception. As a kid, he spied on his dad's insane training sessions and managed to copycat 3 specific moves. So as he closes in on the monster, baton at the ready, Jiren decides to bust out one of those legendary dad moves against the Garaptor. First up is the needle. It's exactly what it sounds like. Channel all your speed and momentum into one perfect, pinpoint strike on a vital spot. And that's precisely what he does. It looks simple, but this move is pure, refined lethality, cooked up from raw experience, instinct, and a whole lot of talent. We're talking a technique even top-ranked pros can't pull off. But Jiren, he's got it on lock, one-shotting the first monster like it's a tutorial-level mob. As for the other one, it was just a 2-star scrub. So, it was basically target practice for Jin, who took it down easy, walking away with just a few minor scrapes. Jin holsters her bow and points out that something's weird. Garaptors are pack animals. They should be rolling at least 5 deep. Jerryong's like, exactly. Means that Jelly is a dinner bell for more than just us. Basically, the whole neighborhood is probably crawling with monsters. And right on cue, they arrive at the edge of the city, with the shopping mall looming in the distance. Our guy clocks that Jin is looking a little worse for wear and calls for a quick 5-minute breather before they dive into the chaos. Picking up where they left off, Jin circles back, asking again if he had any personal training as a kid. And again, his answer is a hard nope. He explains he just spied on someone training and copied what he saw. But since he was in full-on stealth mode trying not to get caught, he only managed to snag a handful of their best moves. Since nobody ever really asks him about his past, he's kind of thrown, wondering why this girl is so nosy. But instead of answering, Jin just gets super ticked off, declaring that after all this, she officially does not like him. Then, out of nowhere, she hurls something at Jerryong, who snags it out of the air with some sick reflexes, having zero clue what it is. He looks down and holy crap, it's a stamina vial, the kind of thing that costs a ridiculous amount of money. Seeing this, he's like, are you seriously just giving this to me for free? Jin just snaps at him to drink it, saying he's probably not at 100% because he's exhausted. Our boy points out the obvious, you literally just said you hate my guts, and now you're giving me presents? Your logic is kind of broken. But to Jin's absolute horror, he starts pocketing the vial, and she just about loses it, asking what the hell he's doing. Jerryong deadpans that he's not going to drink it because he could sell it later, sending Jin into a rage spiral. She starts going off on him, saying it's worth a fortune and he should just take it. But Jerryong's like, oh, I know exactly times what this is worth, and if I flip it on the black market? The girl is mentally unleashing a string of curses, thinking this dude is the strangest, most infuriating person she's ever met. But hey, he's the only partner she's got. Switching gears, Jerryong says fine. Since she's clearly good to go, he'll pop the vial and they can continue this little adventure. And so they press on. He notices she's still kinda lost in her own world and thinks to himself that rich kids are a whole other species just totally clueless about the value of money. A little later, they're creeping up on the mall, and Jerryong decides it's time for a mission briefing. All right, I know you know this, Jen, but let's run the plan back one more time just to be safe. He lays it out. Our goal is not to hunt a single monster. We grab the goods and we are out. I don't care how many beasties are in there. You follow my instructions to the letter and you keep your cool no matter what. Finally, Jerryong adds that he's sure she's learned a ton at that fancy academy of hers. But my specialty is survival. All you gotta do is trust me. For some reason though, Jin is acting super weird and she can't even figure out why she's feeling so off. See, last semester, Jin was basically a ghost at the Warrior Academy. In her own little Academy Manhwa story, she was the forgotten side character. But this was the first time she'd ever walked into danger with a partner who didn't immediately write her off. And as Jerryong stands up, he declares, time to move. The girl is still a bundle of nerves, knowing that a world of hurt is probably waiting for them. The two of them are now standing before a busted old shopping mall, a place so overgrown it looks like nature decided to reclaim it with a vengeance. Inside, it's a dark, crumbling mess, with the forest having literally moved indoors. But then, something happens that doesn't just scare Jin, it puts Jerryong on edge too, instantly kicking them both into high alert. This insane pressure starts crushing down on them, and Jin barely chokes out. What is that? But even Jerryong has no clue. He's never felt anything like it in his entire life. Looking forward, they both spot them, tons of mutilated monster corpses. Whoever did this was on a whole other power level. You know, humans are capable of being way braver than they think, and with the right motivation, they can handle almost any situation. The only problem is when something that was definitely not in the mission plan decides to show up. These monsters aren't from around here. They're the kind of threat that gives even professional explorers nightmares. Seeing this level of carnage, they can't even begin to guess what's waiting for them. The boy tells her, don't you dare lose focus now. There's something nasty in here, and it's not like you didn't know that already. She was just caught off guard because the scene is 1,000 times more gruesome than she imagined. But so far, the objective hasn't changed. The second he finished talking, she saw it in the shadows. A silhouette was on the move. Upon seeing it, the boy instantly drew his spear. The creature rose to its full height. It was a slasher lip, rocking a danger level between 2 and 3 stars. Not wasting a single second, he charged the creature. Its mouth began to split open, revealing its secret weapon. A massive tongue shot out, heading straight for our boy. He just barely manages to block the attack with his staff, but he could feel that this thing was different. The creature's tongue had latched onto his weapon. Taking full advantage of the connection, it snapped its limb back. With the sheer force of the pull, he was yanked right off his feet along with the staff. He had to let go just before he got too close, because if he hadn't, he would have been dragged right into its jaws. So, from his safe spot up high, our boy gets another look at the monster, then launches himself down to deliver a world-class flying kick. And boom, it connects perfectly. He absolutely stuck the landing. From a safe distance, his partner is watching this whole thing go down, just waiting for her cue, but then he just calmly picks his staff back up, which, you know, is completely freaking her out. I mean, she totally didn't expect that thing to still be kicking when they got there. This creature's will to live is off the charts, but our hero's like, oh, it's more than that. Turns out, he was playing 4D chess, keeping it alive on purpose as a living alarm system, since these things scream for backup whenever they think they're about to die. She's completely lost, asking who exactly he's trying to warn. His answer? Myself. Duh. My guy is not about to just sit around and wait for trouble to find him. And speak of the devil, another figure strolls onto the scene, complaining that he had a lot to clean up, and now he's feeling a little winded. The drama. The girl is on edge, trying to figure out if these guys know each other. The newcomer, however, says this whole situation is weird, and that these two look way too fresh-faced to be smugglers. Leaning in, he spots a crest on her clothes, something straight out of an asterisk, Academy, Manhwa, asterisk, and then, in a flash, he's gone. Next second, he's right in front of them, asking if they're from the warrior school. She gulps and says, yeah, they are. The guy scoffs, saying it's a real shame they're about to meet their end out here. Hearing that, the girl is, understandably, terrified. But her partner's like, why are you listening to this clown? He spells it out. This dude isn't a normal explorer. He's a villain here to kill him and steal the royal jelly. Then he gets all official, telling the guy he better not have messed with his commissioner and to keep his grubby hands off his property. But the villain just smirks, saying it's only a crime if you get caught, and he's been on a lucky streak. Besides, he heard they were smuggling something super valuable. The plan was supposed to be a simple ambush, but things clearly went sideways. He totally failed his mission to, permanently retire them. He admits he came in looking for him, but couldn't track him down, figuring he was hiding in some secret smuggler's den. And that's when it all clicks for our hero. The smuggling center went dark because of this Times guy, not because of some wasp venom. This whole mess was the new guy's handiwork. The fight hasn't even started, but Jerryong can already feel the tension, like a scene straight out of a high-stakes manhwa ***. This opponent is clearly on another level, even offering them a painless death if they cooperate. Yeah, definitely a major upgrade from the last weirdo they fought. So Jerryong tells the girl to grab the loot and run. He'll buy her some time. He figures with all the chaos this guy caused, the path should be mostly clear of monsters, so she needs to book it. But while he's still talking, the villain makes his move with insane speed, but his sword misses. Jerryong, moving like a classic *** reincarnation, manhwa *** protagonist, dodges and yells at her to get going and stop being stupid. For them to get paid, she needs to get out of there in one piece. Seeing her actually leave, the villain gets annoyed, lecturing them that splitting up was a dumb move. But our boy isn't listening. He's all focus and action, swinging his staff with brutal, practiced mastery. This actually spooks the bad guy, who realizes his moves were just read like an open book. Next thing he knows, the sole of Jerryong's boot is coming right for his face, and it connects with furious force. The villain's body goes flying from the impact. But Jerryong knows it's not over yet. He can hear the guy muttering that he's genuinely surprised. He admits he underestimated them because they were young, but now the kid gloves are coming off. He recognizes that even for a kid, Jerryong is better than your average pro. So the weirdo's about to get serious. Turns out, this is Yang Dogan, a gold-class adventurer. The ground literally starts to crack. The heat is officially on. And cut to some random dude saying, "Hey, that's not bad at all." Turns out, his instant noodles are delicious. He offers some to a bald guy who's not having it. He tells Baldy to just sit down, because it's going to be a while before their guy wakes up from his beauty sleep. The bald man is absolutely fuming. Apparently, he paid a lot of money to the guy who's now napping on the job. He's pacing around, bragging about how he used to be an adventurer, while the other guy just tells him to take it easy. Look, he didn't lose because he was trash. He lost because he had times two. What people conveniently forget is that adventurers don't spend all day fighting other humans. That guy was probably spec'd for hunting monsters and exploring dungeons, not for a one-on-one PvP match. Not being used to it, of course, he got folded by a smuggler. The bald dude, getting all heated, shot back that he'd heard different stories from the adventuring scene. And to be fair, some of them basically just fight each other for a living. The better they get, the bigger the rewards, and suddenly every job turns into a battle royale. Even teammates will stab each other in the back when greed comes knocking. Hearing that, the bald guy couldn't stomach the idea of them just offing each other. But deep in a dungeon, who's gonna stop them? It's not like there are any rules down there. You just say a monster got him. No alibi necessary. In fact, the higher their rank, the more they have to be ready to throw down with other people. It's a whole grimdark manhwa plot. But this situation, totally different. The sleeper's rank just wasn't high enough, which is exactly why he's now eating dirt for trying to jump a companion. How adorable. And if you get caught, it means the so-called peaceful fight happened outside the dungeon. It was definitely supposed to be a chat without any fancy equipment, but Baldy had no clue what equipment even was. It's the gear, my guy. The weapons and armor an adventurer hauls into a dungeon. Even if it's total junk, with it, even the sleeper could have put up a decent fight. It's strong enough to be a game changer. Seriously, equipment is like half of an adventurer's combat power. He knew the weirdo hadn't actually dodged his attack. That blow was precise and powerful, landing square on his chest. That jacket must have some insane defense stats. While he was thinking, the weirdo snapped at him not to get distracted. Facing the next blow, he blocked the strike with his staff. Zoning out mid-fight is pretty disrespectful, you know. Not just to your opponent, but to your own life, which could get deleted in a heartbeat. Seizing the moment, he planted a solid kick right in the boy's stomach. The impact was brutal. He was launched several meters back before crashing into something. He dug his feet into the ground to stop his momentum, but as soon as he stood firm, the weirdo was already on him again, unleashing a flurry of slashes with his blade. Unable to block every single one, a few small cuts found their way onto his body. A fresh little wound opened up on his cheek. The weirdo, now dripping with confidence, taunted him, telling him to fight like before if he had the guts. Yeah, that was impossible. That shadow jacket was an S-rank piece of armor, and the weirdo was wearing it. It literally uses the owner's blood to crank up defense against physical hits and boost their strength. So this psycho, right now, was in full-on berserker mode. Finding an opening was going to be tough, but hey, not impossible. However, if he tried some half-baked counterattack, he would die. No question. The battle raged on, and the weirdo was completely out of control. A quick slash zipped towards his abdomen. This made the boy panic, and the weirdo gloated that he'd fallen for the feint. Even so, he admitted the kid had lasted a long time. But that wasn't the reaction he was expecting. The boy just casually asked if it was some kind of special day, taking off the jacket he was wearing. He stood up and said, "I gotta say, I really like your jacket." Despite all the drama, this guy wasn't as strong as he'd imagined. He'd been freaked out by the dude's massive aura, for sure. But if that's all he could do against an unequipped student, he's just a mediocre fighter relying on his gear. If our boy had a jacket like that, in this kind of academy, manhwa setting, it'd be a whole different story. Oof, those words hit the weirdo's ego like a truck. He started screaming uncontrollably, vowing the boy would pay for his insolence. But Jerryong knew the one in a hurry wasn't him. His opponent had to win the fight, find the serum, and save times her asterisk. The advantage was all his if he just kept dragging this out. This would make the weirdo sloppy and impatient, and Jerryong was counting on it. His focus and concentration were locked entirely on that goal. The weirdo charged forward furiously, desperate to finish the battle. Across from him, the boy prepared to defend himself. The clash of their weapons was insane, unleashing an aura from both of them. When he was just a little kid, he learned this next move just by watching. This is some peak reincarnation Manhwa protagonist energy. This was his second technique. A vortex of blue aura erupted between them. His own strength wasn't enough for this, so he needed the enemy's power, using it against him to unleash an attack he could never pull off on his own. The name of this technique, which he hadn't even perfected yet, is Swell, and its effect is absolutely devastating. That single blow was unbelievably powerful, creating a massive explosion that rocked the entire area. Dude's leaning on his staff for dear life, feeling like his insides just went through a blender. Yeah, that last move came with a hefty price tag. He honestly never thought he'd have to whip that out in a real fight. And to think this so-called professional adventurer was just a meathead whose only strategy was to charge straight forward. So he tells the psycho to just give up. His 15 minutes of fame are over. But nope, the guy pulls a dagger, tells our boy to shut his trap, even though his hands are shaking like a leaf. Then, in a move no one saw coming, he stabs himself right in the chest. Our hero is floored, but the psycho just grins and promises that no matter what, he's making sure of one thing, and that's putting our boy in the ground. Meanwhile, cut to the 5th floor of the department store, where things are getting interesting. Serum has reached her objective, staring down a mysterious box. She places her hand on a glowing blue circle, and bam, the box scans her ID, confirms she's the real deal. Now that she's got the goods, all she has to do is get out. But suddenly, the air gets heavy. She glances over her shoulder, remembering what Jerryong told her. Just run, your survival is the priority. That was the only way they'd see any cash. But now, she's starting to think that bailing won't change a thing. It's taking everything she has to even consider leaving. All she can see is that psycho's face. He wouldn't be picking this fight unless he had an escape plan, right? So she's running through her options. Speaking of that freak, his backstory reads like a classic academy manhwa. Turns out, bullying was his favorite extracurricular activity back in school. He was the undisputed king of the campus, the top dog. But there was one trophy he never got his hands on, an acceptance letter from the prestigious warrior school. Total rejection. His coping mechanism? Blaming it on politics, convincing himself they picked rich kids with connections over raw, undeniable talent like his. It was the only explanation that made sense in his head, because if it was about pure skill, he would have been a shoo-in. He even ranked #1 in the Perseverance trials. Compared to the other kids, he wasn't just a genius, he was on a whole other level. And once again, he scored at the top of the charts. His classmates weren't even surprised anymore. But he totally ate up the attention, loving that he was the talk of the school. Now, they were all staring down the final test before graduation. After the ceremony, the headmaster himself came over to congratulate him, saying he was destined to be an excellent adventurer. Then came the fatherly advice, don't get arrogant and never stop pushing forward. Our guy just stood there thinking, who is this washed-up fossil to give me advice from his mediocre desk job? He swore right then and there he'd climbed so high that people like the headmaster could only dream of reaching his level. And now, he's a crumpled, terrified mess on a dungeon floor. The hero who saved him strolls in saying, I hurried, thought it was something dangerous. But I guess it was just this chump monster? The same chump monster that had effortlessly wiped out his entire team. Yeah, reality check, big time. The real adventurer gave him a look he knew all too well. It was the same condescending stare he used to give everyone else. And in that instant, he realized the headmaster's words weren't advice. It was pity, a pat on the head for the kid who was good, but not great. He wasn't the chosen one from some reincarnation manhwa. He was just slightly better than average. The nobodies looked up to him, but he was just the king of the molehill. Back in the present, that jacket he's wearing is made from a freaking living vampire, and he's letting it mainline his own blood straight to his heart, the ultimate price for a power-up. Our hero just smirks. You sure about that, dude? Seems like a recipe for a world-ending hangover. But the psycho just charges, no hesitation. The impact is absolutely explosive. For all that gnarly transformation, his speed hasn't really changed. He just looks 10 times more horrifying. His attacks, though, are heavy and totally unpredictable. Then, to our hero's complete shock, the freak's arm starts stretching like some kind of comic book character. Just another bizarre twist in a day full of them. Blood splatters on the stone floor. Psycho glares at his victim, who's panting hard. He's on defense, looking totally drained. But somehow, he managed to block the hit. Not bad, the psycho grunts, fast reflexes, plenty of talent. Then he asks, completely out of left field, so why'd a guy like you become a smuggler? Our boy is just baffled. Popping something into his mouth, he shoots back. What's with the sudden compliment? And for the record, what I do with my life is none of your damn business. So, this psycho actually thanks our hero. Why? Because now he gets the honor of squashing some real talent. Dude's living out his villain of the week fantasy. But our guy wasn't about to just roll over and let that happen. Even after taking a beating, he's moving like he's totally fine, which of course, only gets the freak more hyped up, eager to show off even more. But our protag knows this whole grotesque transformation has a time limit. I mean, if you're literally running on blood, it's pretty obvious the tank's gonna run dry. The plan? Goad him into burning through his fuel and hitting that needle again. Too bad the weirdo actually has a couple of brain cells and sees the play coming. And just like that, it looks like time's up for our hero. The psycho winds up for the final blow when bam, a fiery explosion rocks his shoulder out of nowhere. He glances over to see who the new player is, and what do you know? His backup has arrived. He cracks a smile. Honestly, did not see that coming. Man, she really never listens, does she? He's got to admit, though, it's kind of touching. And with the creep now in range, it's time for another round of beatdown. The aftermath, total chaos. Dust and rubble everywhere, a thin mist hanging in the air. And in the middle of it all, the weirdo's body hits the deck. But is he actually down for the count? Our boy's got his doubts that hit probably wasn't enough to finish the job, and he tells her not to get too comfortable just yet. He snaps a pick, a classic power move straight out of an Academy manhwa. The message is clear. Try anything, and your whole career is toast. Yeah, that ought to do it. He picks his staff up off the floor and asks her, "You forget already? I saved your life, so you owe me one." Actually, that makes 2 times now, once at the start and again when she decided to tag along. But hey, he's a generous dude, so he'll just round it down to 1. Annoyed, she fires back. Would it kill you to just say thanks? Meanwhile, back in the wrecked parking garage, the destruction is absolute. A mysterious golden light is pouring out of a hole in the ground, and obviously, they have to check it out. I mean, a glowing hole in the ground? That's got to be something good. They head down the stairs, drawn closer and closer to that otherworldly glow. As they get nearer, this incredibly sweet smell hits them. At the bottom of the stairs, they get a clear view. There's a body on the floor, and resting in its lap, a briefcase. Turns out, that's where the golden light show is coming from. He cautiously inches closer to the body. He takes a moment, closes his eyes as if paying respects, then gives her the classic "I told you so" look. He warned her it'd get heavy, but she came anyway. But hey, they're already here. Might as well see what's in the loot box, right? He puts his hands on the briefcase and pops it open. And whoa, the scent that hits them is unreal. It's so sweet and hypnotic, it could probably make you forget your own name. Leaving this thing open is basically a dinner bell for every monster in a 5-mile radius. He spots another object inside, wondering if that's royal jelly in the bag too. His gut is screaming, "Get out now before things get even weirder." So they book it, making a beeline for the first floor. But surprise, surprise, the psycho's body is gone. He must have bailed. Then a scream rips through the air, promising them they better be ready for what's coming. He's yelling that he's memorized their faces and he's going to spend every waking moment trying to ruin their lives. Oh yeah, he's going to make them regret this day. So the weirdo takes off, fueled by pure, unadulterated rage. But life, as they say, comes at you fast. Because right in front of him is a monster that doesn't wait for a monologue, it just lunges, mouth wide open. Definitely not the epic final battle he was picturing. And just like that, he's an afternoon snack. Guess that revenge plot will have to wait for another life. Maybe he'll get lucky with a classic reincarnation manhwa plot twist. Even our heroes are shocked at how fast that karma hit. Yeah, probably a good time to use the back door. Outside, the sun's starting to set. They walk for a bit, putting some distance between them and the absolute chaos. He figures they're probably in the clear. He glances at her, asks about her test, looks like she's still got time. So, he holds out his hand to say their goodbyes. He tells her it was cool meeting her, but their little team-up has run its course. She gives him a genuine smile, totally on the same page. They shake on it, both satisfied with a job well done. As they part ways, he gives her one last reminder. Keep this quiet, don't forget the payment, and try not to get into trouble, unless she wants times to see him again. But hold up, she still had something she needed to get off her chest, basically asking, "So, are we going to do this again sometime?" Discarded wrappers littered the ground as Caballino glanced over, intrigued. The kid was back, and judging by his shredded clothes, he'd had one hell of a time. Now for the main event. A peek inside the briefcase. Out came the iconic globe. Man, if that thing ever got out, the world would go nuts. We're talking by a couple of high-rises kind of value. He gave the kid props for a job well done and promised to wire the payment over as soon as possible. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he gave him another look. Jerryong seemed off. Caballino just had to ask if he was all right. He wondered if it was about the adventurer who bit the dust fighting him, but come on, the guy was a goner anyway. It's not like it was a situation that called for a therapy session. Caballino pushed, asking if anything else went down out there. The kid just dodged, saying it was nothing and to just drop it, his eyes darting towards the briefcase. He then asked if he could keep the leftovers, since it clearly wasn't the main prize, the royal jelly. And of course, per the smuggler's code, any loot not on the official checklist is fair game. That was the rule. Caballino couldn't help but wonder what lucky kid was getting this stuff. It was rumored to pull you back from death's door, but that wasn't even its main feature. This stuff was like a real-life stat boost, cranking an individual's potential talent to the max. The details were a bit murky, but it only worked on people who hadn't hit adulthood yet. So, you wouldn't waste it on some old-timer. This had to be for some up-and-comer at that warrior school, a classic setup for any good times Academy manhwa asterisk. Jerryong announced he was bouncing, and Caballino wished him luck. He threw in a tell her dad I said hi, and the kid just said he would if he got the chance. Apparently, the old man hadn't been doing so hot lately. Outside, Jerryong stared into the twilight sky, his thoughts drifting back to that warrior academy. He replayed what the girl had told him. His first thought was, is she into me? But she shut that down real quick, saying she was dead serious. There was an admissions test coming up in the winter. Only let a handful of people in, but she was convinced he had a solid chance. Looking him dead in the eye, she insisted he had to try it. No adventurer, she said, can clear a dungeon by themselves. It doesn't matter how OP you are. Trying to face the insane, reality-bending chaos of a dungeon solo is basically asking for a game over. That's why you need a team. It's all about different people with different skills, synergizing, covering each other's weaknesses, and getting stronger together. That's Dungeon Rating 101. This school apparently has its own political factions, and he asked if they just beat each other up. Oh, if only it were that simple. That would be way too easy to deal with. In their grade, there were 2 major cliques, each led by one of the top 3 students. Naturally, he asked if she was in one, only to find out she was flying solo. And the craziest part? The teachers just let it all happen, claiming it's the students' job to form their own parties. It's the ultimate sink or swim trope, straight out of a Times Manhwa asterisk. She could tell he was thinking she was a loner because she wasn't skilled enough, and yeah, she knew she wasn't going to be top of the class. Even so, she should have been able to find a team. Even the non-affiliated kids managed to squad up. The real problem was that one of the faction leaders straight up hated her. It wasn't overt, but you could feel the shade. The girl was basically icing her out behind her back, making her a social ghost. Jerry Allen immediately jumped to the obvious conclusion. Did you steal her boyfriend or something? And of course, that wasn't it at all. Anyway, she'd survived on her own so far, but she knew she couldn't keep it up for the next few years. That's why she wanted to hire Jerry Allen. With his skills, hell, with just him on her side, she might actually have a fighting chance to survive this place. As she thought about it, her eyes landed on the medicines on the counter. Indeed, she's a pretty interesting girl. Cut to our social outcast, who's had a seriously rough day. She finally reached her destination and announced her arrival. She's at the dungeon barrier, pinging him at the 12th location. As she waits, her mind flashes back to the guy she just met. As she was leaving, he told her he'd heard everything she said and wished her luck. In her mind, that was code for we're never speaking of this again. Just as she was lost in thought, a voice cut in, "You're not late." It was Kang, one of her instructors, the guy in charge of hand-to-hand combat. She was confused, asking if something was wrong since she still had time, and he confirmed it. There was a problem. Monsters that had no business being in certain areas had been spotted. The silver lining? There were no casualties. And he drops the news that there's been a, quote, problem. Apparently, some monsters who missed the memo on their designated zones have been spotted. The good news? 0 casualties. Get this. A bunch of students were already crying uncle, saying the test was impossible and calling for a rescue. And they were in the exact times, same spot where she just grabbed the coin. So he looks at her and asks if she ran into any, trouble. She's trying not to have a panic attack and squeaks out a nope. He just gives her this stone-cold stare, no follow-up, just a blunt, stay behind me. And right on cue, her danger sense starts going crazy. A monster. She glances at him and her fear level just cranks up to 11. It's another one of those things, the same kind that straight up deleted that weirdo from before, only this one's been hitting the gym. A Titan ape in this zone is a huge red flag. They don't even live around here. Something must have lured it in, and our girl's brain starts spinning, trying to connect the dots. Then it hits her that weird smell from earlier. The instructor, sensing she's about to do something dumb, barks at Serum again to get behind him. She mumbles an apology as the monster locks eyes with them, its expression screaming, "Dinner is served." Here's a fun fact about this Academy Manhwa setup. All the instructors are ex-adventurers. The official story is they retired from injuries. That's the fairy tale they tell the public. In reality, one punch from this retired instructor is absolutely devastating. The sheer force of the blow sends the Titan staggering back. Then, his whole arm just erupts in flames, which travel straight up towards the monster's head, and it's just obliterated. The thing's massive, body just collapses. See, in their heyday, these instructors were called rancors, and you can see why. Even after it's dead, the monster's head is still popping like a firecracker. His prosthetic arm is completely wrecked, and he tells the girl she's damn lucky he was around, because this could have ended very times badly. But then he puts a hand on her shoulder and says, "Good to know you're safe. Now let's get you back somewhere that isn't trying to kill you." People really sleep on the fact that the teachers here are basically walking weapons. Back at school, the first question is about the students who hit the panic button. Turns out those kids got to retake the test, which is ridiculously lucky. The instructor just scoffs that they were all a bunch of weaklings anyway. As they're talking, he points out that one of the so-called weaklings is walking up. He looks at Saram and tells her to get inside and wait. He'll do a head count while she checks the numbers and suits up. And you can just feel the tension drain out of her. Another girl pops up with a smug, "See? Told you you'd be fine. At least getting her, I told you so, out of the way quickly." This master of fakeness is Anisha, acting all deeply concerned. Saram just hits her with a dry, "I didn't realize you were the type to worry." Anisha, not missing a beat, lays the sarcasm on thick, Oh, it wasn't for times me asterisk. My dear sister, I was channeling your concern, and cue the dramatic flashback to 6 years ago, starring Zeke, Samaram's uncle. He's telling her to crank up her power output, to focus, but she's clearly over it, it's just too much effort. She calls it a day on the exercise. She's like, yeah, I'm good. And he admits she's improved a little, but just then, they hear cheering from across the field. Totally exhausted, she looks over to see what the big commotion is. And of course, it's her sister, Anisha, being a total prodigy, nailing the technique with zero effort. Not only does Anisha not look like a hybrid, but she slings magic better than most pure bloods. The uncle basically calls her cousin a genius, a textbook manhwa protagonist. Then he tells Saram straight up that if she sticks to this, she'll live in her sister's shadow, and being compared will be the least times of her problems. He even tells her to be careful. Back in the present, some girl is being needlessly cruel. Saram, still a cynic, is like, I don't get it. Why won't anyone team up with me? I'm not useless. The girl cuts her off. If you're so curious, team up with me then. Saram immediately shuts it down. Can't. We're both long-range magic dealers. That's just bad party composition. It makes zero sense to have two people doing the same job. That's a problem for literally anyone else to figure out. It's not a problem. The girl tries to be nice. Don't worry, I'm sure there'll be another test. And Saram's just like, don't care, I already passed. Anisha slides in, dripping with fake sincerity. Wow, I'm so impressed. You must have tried your very best, sister. Then she adds, but don't try times 2 times hard. You're the one who has to inherit the company, after all. That little jab leaves her absolutely seething. Anisha's real message is crystal clear, just give up already. The scene fades to night. Lights are on in the building. A door bursts open. Jiren looks like he's seen a ghost. The patient's guardian is here, and Jiren's first words are, what went wrong? Unfortunately, it's the worst-case scenario. His father relapsed. The doctors are completely baffled. This guy's condition is so rare, it's practically off the charts, making him pretty much a medical unicorn, possibly the only one on the planet. Yeah, you won't find survived dragon's blood poisoning in any medical journal. Jai knows the best they can offer is basically glorified comfort care, just to ease his dad's pain. But, oh, the plot thickens. That's not the only problem. The ingredients for the painkillers are a whole other nightmare. The only thing that works is milk from an insanely dangerous monster. The flying tiger. Talking of 5-star, you will absolutely be unalive level threat. He flashes his cash, but the doctor just deadpans that money isn't the issue here. See, there's this new performance-enhancing potion making the rounds with adventurers, and one of its main ingredients is, you guessed it, flying tiger milk. This stuff used to be basically useless junk nobody wanted. Now, thanks to the hype, every corporation and wannabe hero is buying it up by the truckload. Jiren is rightfully pissed. Like, you can't spare a little for a dying man? But the doctor insists that's not the real holdup. The amount his dad needs is enough to brew 10 of those super soldier smoothies. If there were more patients, maybe the government would step in. But for a single case in the entire world, nope. Guess this world's healthcare system isn't exactly a top-tier benefit, so the docs basically throw up their hands. No ingredient, no miracle. Cut to Jiren on a park bench, having a full-blown main character crisis. Just when he thinks life can't get any more complicated, he whips out his phone to make a Hail Mary call to the girl he met earlier. He hits her with the "is it too late?" text, but she's cool. He cuts right to it, admitting he's out of moves and has to take her offer. She asks for the terms and conditions, and after he lays out the whole grim story, she's like, let me check. I think we can make that work. He's totally skeptical. She can pull it off, but she confirms it. Turns out, it's her company that's cranking out the potion, so a small order for him is no big deal. Jiren is floored, but hey, a win's a win. They've got a verbal contract. She quickly reminds him he still needs to actually prep for the academy entrance exam. No time like the present. The very next day, he shows up at the company's massive headquarters, and she greets him with, look at you, bright and early. As they walk, she asks how he's feeling. He says he's fine, but Jiren is just trying to figure out what exactly they're about to do. She tells him they're there to measure his potential. In this new world, an ordinary person caps out at D rank. Hitting C rank basically made you a genius. Anything B rank or above is considered superhuman. To even be an explorer, you need at least a C in 5 different stats. But for the warrior school, you need to hit B rank in at least 3 of them. Jiren's thinking it's just going to be a simple physical, like the ones they give kids. She explains it gets a tad times more complex post-puberty. And as he's zipped into a skin-tight, high-tech suit, he finds out exactly what complex means. That, how are you feeling? Question should have been a dead giveaway, because standing before him is a full-on battle robot. But instead of freaking out, he's actually pumped. He's curious to see what he's made of. Jiren gets into a fighting stance, ready to go toe-to-toe with the machine. The dummy powers up, glowing an ominous blue and venting steam. The girl watches, impressed, while another woman with her remarks that he's brave. Apparently, most people get terrified of the golem. This new arrival is Jong, a golem specialist who's curious about the kids so determined to transfer. The first girl just smirks, knowing the real story. She sets down her coffee. It's showtime. The aptitude test is officially a go. The golem's parts lock into place, targeting Jiren, who remains completely unfazed. This test is normally for kids between their 6th and 7th year of training. The suit's purpose is to collect hyper-accurate data while pushing the body to its absolute breaking point in multiple categories. The only problem is separating raw talent from years of grinding, a classic dilemma in any academy manhwa. But she already knows Jiren is a natural. Pushing him to his limit is going to be tough. Even so, he should be showing signs of fatigue by now. That's when the other woman calls out, Serum. She's trying to confirm if this kid really bombed his entrance exam for a specialized school, because now she's morbidly curious. With that much talent, he must have failed something insanely hard, like a test designed to be failed. I mean, that training model is for pros. And with just a few dodges, this guy figured out its pattern and found a weak spot to exploit. Skills are just straight up broken. His instincts alone are better than your average professional. Serum is dying to know what his final score is. Yeah, that's where it gets complicated, because he's clearly not even breaking a sweat. They've got to crank up the difficulty on this test. But just bumping it up 1 or 2 levels is pointless. They need to push him to his absolute max, and she needs to know if Serum understands the risks involved. Pulling this kind of stunt with an unregistered pro is technically a crime, but if they don't, there's no way to find his true limit. She's scrambling to think of some kind of loophole. As she walks back in, a voice cuts through the room. You don't get paid enough for this. She whips around, startled, to see who just showed up. It's the director, Zeke, who's making it crystal clear the lab can't be used without a valid reason. Serum sees her uncle, and they both freeze. Neither expected him to drop by on a Sunday. He's like, I certainly hope you have a reason that's worth getting arrested for. Serum immediately steps up, saying it's all on her that she requested this. Zeke isn't buying it. Was it really you, or is that just a convenient excuse to cover for your employee? Don't get it twisted, Serum. This place belongs to your father, not you. There's nothing you can do to take responsibility for yourself. And yeah, the rumors about the director are 100% true. He's her maternal uncle and has always treated her like ice, even though she's never done a single thing to deserve it. It's the weekend, and other adventurers tied to the company use this place too. He was about to continue his lecture, but Zhang's voice crackles over the intercom. Is there a problem? Zeke wants to know who the heck that is and if he's on her team. The employee explains he's a friend of Serum's. She quickly adds that he failed his admission exams and lost his potential registration, which is why he was here. Since the official test costs a fortune, she was just helping out a friend who couldn't swing it. Zeke glances over at the golem, which looks like it just went 10 rounds with a champion. Thinking about what he just witnessed, he says, I'll handle this. The employee is like, handle what, exactly? He heard the golem wasn't a challenge and they couldn't take it out of safe mode, so he's going down there to face this friend himself. Meanwhile, our boy Zhang is still in the dark, wondering if everything is okay. It's not exactly unheard of for high rankers to get into it with each other to test someone's limits, but in this specific case, the opponent is several tiers above the guy taking the test. Zeke strolls in and says, let's skip the intros. I don't have a lot of time to waste. Zhang immediately knew this guy is absolutely not normal. He has no clue who he's about to fight, but his senses immediately went into overdrive. Zeke just tells him, do your worst. The last guy was a warm-up. This is a main event. No matter how he sizes him up, every instinct screams that this is not a winnable fight. When he hears the order to attack, he actually hesitates. Realizing he doesn't have to worry about Zeke's safety, Zhang starts formulating a plan. He begins channeling his aura, a scene straight out of an action manhwa. Finally, he charges. Zeke just stands there, motionless, just waiting for contact. Because, plot twist, Zeke is the 7th strongest ranker in all of Korea, a white-class adventurer. Zhang couldn't spot a single opening, but giving up isn't an option. He's going to create his own opportunity. His combat strategy is simple. As soon as his opponent dodges, he'll land a single attack from behind. To do that, he'll use the opening created by the dodge. His staff was blocked with a single hand. That was definitely not the outcome he was going for. Zeke is ridiculously strong. Zeke just remarks that this kid is even more reckless than he first thought. With Zhang right in front of him, Zeke hit him with a single kick. Zhang felt that impact, and it was brutal. His body was sent flying toward the wall. However, there's one thing he can't figure out. Did he attack like that because he knew it was a simulation, or did he actually think it would work? It really doesn't matter what the answer is. The choice was foolish in both scenarios. With a flick of his foot, Zeke kicked the staff back into his hands. Even though Zhang is still conscious, he had just lost the only weapon he had. This definitely made Zhang more alert, which was the whole point. Then Zeke returned the staff to him. So far, Zeke had been going easy on the boy's foolish choices. One more screw-up, and Zeke promised he'd make JR regret the day he ever thought adventurer was a cool career path. He then plants his feet, going full-on boss battle stance. JR is picking up some seriously personal hater vibes from this guy, but honestly, he's just not taking the bait. He lunges in again for another go. Zeke, seeing the same wind-up, just assumes it's a rerun of the last failed attempt. However, JR stomps his foot down hard, a move that instantly puts Zeke on high alert. Suddenly, he's facing 2 attacks at once. That ranged fake-out was a nice try, but it's going to take a lot more than that. JR smirks, thinking this dude's clearly not satisfied yet, which is perfect, because he was just warming up. His staff suddenly flares up with a bright blue glow, looking like a high-tier loot drop. He's prepping a big one, and Zeke has absolutely no clue what's about to hit him. And here we go again. A flurry of attacks comes screaming his way. Zeke lets out a little puff of aura, basically a not bad kid, then clenches his fists and proceeds to parry every single hit like it's nothing. Watching from the cheap seats, the proctor is thinking this looks less like a test and more like a pay-per-view main event between two pros. Seriously, with this level of skill, it's insane to think this kid hasn't been snatched up by some elite academy manhwa yet. Though, to be fair, he's not exactly perfect. Serum's like, what do you mean? Apparently, our boy has a critical weakness holding him back an area where, according to her, Serum is way, way better. Which has Serum totally confused, because it looks like JR is fighting Zeke on even ground. Now she's dying to know what his deal is. Down below, JR barely dodges a haymaker. That punch almost gave him a facelift the hard way. The staff is now watching with some serious concern. JR's lost his edge and is just getting wailed on, clearly in a world of hurt. He's too slow to block, but running on pure adrenaline, he manages a desperate swing of his staff that finally shoves his opponent back. Zeke actually gives him props, noting that he kept control of the staff at the very last second. A true fact, which he immediately follows up by driving his fist deep into JR's stomach. And once again, JR gets launched into the wall. This director is on another level, and the proctor knows he's still pulling his punches. Serum is just glued to the screen. Zeke tells JR not to sweat the loss, it was inevitable, but adds that watching him fail is just pathetic. The kid has zero basic training. The proctor upstairs shares the exact same opinion. His raw talent and reflexes are off the charts, but the fundamentals are completely MIA. It's like he's never stepped foot in a training hall in his life. She's actually kind of bummed, thinking about the absolute monster he could be with some proper coaching. Serum suddenly remembers JR telling her he was completely self-taught. Zeke just scoffs, saying he's seen a ton of guys like him, all natural talent, zero work ethic. Never bothered to actually sharpen the gifts they were born with. But Serum knows that's not JR's story. Zeke gives him a tiny bit of credit for trying though. But then he strongly advises JR to just quit. Someone this week will just get themselves deleted if they rely on talent alone. Getting to his feet, JR says Zeke has no idea what he's talking about. All this trash talk is getting old. It's like Zeke hates him just for assuming he's lazy. Zeke's actually surprised, since that last hit was supposed to be the grand finale. JR says he couldn't care less about the results, he wants one more round. Because now, he's about to show him what actual hard work looks like. The proctor is just like, what is going on with them? She finds it kind of hilarious they want to keep brawling when they already have more than enough data on him. Even Serum tries to cut in, saying he doesn't need to do this. He can stop now and just check his score. Zeke's totally over it. I don't know what you're planning, but the outcome's not going to change. He even sarcastically wonders if the kid is just looking for a pat on the back. Let's be real, that's not even close. JR is officially ticked off, and all he wants right now is to rearrange this arrogant elf's face. With no one to teach him, he had to learn everything from the ground up, his way, like some kind of self-made manhwa protagonist. And honestly, it worked out pretty well. The dude's a natural. That's how he patched all the holes that basic training should have filled. On top of that, he has so much street-level experience he can pretty much adapt and do whatever he wants. His progress has been nothing short of exceptional, but he never once thought he was better than anyone else. In fact, he was usually just disappointed by the fakers who turned out to be all talk. But this elf over here, yeah, he's built different. Zeke's new life mission is to smack this kid so hard he won't even know he's supposed to be mad. The guy's a certified monster, way out of Dron's league. But as Zeke's aura flares up, Dron gets it. Oh, so times the elf is finally taking him seriously. He'd finally found a real challenge. His blood starts pumping, the adrenaline kicking in without him even noticing. Watching from the sidelines, the employee just mutters, "This is absolutely insane." And she has no clue why the director is just letting this whole thing happen. Back in the ring, Zeke notices his opponent's foundation has completely changed. His posture, his balance, it's all way more aggressive. These are two completely different fighters now. Dron lets out a calm sigh, getting ready for round 2, and he launches his attack. This time, things are going to be different. He unleashes a lightning-fast strike, and even though Zeke dodges, it still nicks his cheek. Not even the staffer can believe her eyes. Dron is fighting on a whole other level. And yet, somehow, Zeke is still dodging everything like he's in the Matrix. I mean, yeah, the moves are still a little rough around the edges, but there are zero openings anymore. She's just standing there wondering who on earth trained this kid, because whatever they taught him, it's nothing short of phenomenal. All Dron wants right now is to wipe the floor with this elf. He flashes back to the man he watched as a child, the one whose every move he copied as perfectly as he could. Getting bored of playing defense, Zeke snags the staff with one hand and unleashes a counter, forcing Dron to block. When he was just a little dude, it was all a game of imitation. Now, he's facing the strongest guy he's ever met, and that same burning desire to win is taking over. The man from his memories had found the kid's drive amusing. Back in the present, Zeke finally lands a solid hit. He seems a little intrigued. Wait, spoke too soon. Zeke's next attack whiffs completely. Dron had dodged that one by a razor's edge. The memory of the little boy seems fascinated by the technique. And now, Dron whips his staff around for a devastating counterattack. He's got this wicked grin, just waiting to see the damage. Dron is feeling 100% confident. Back in the memory, the man just ruffles his hair, his eyes full of admiration. That attack would have been an absolute game-ender if it had connected. Zeke is forced to leap into the air, but he knows the second he lands, he's wide open, and he knows Drawn is waiting. He can't dodge what's coming next, but he's determined to give this kid the epic boss battle he's been craving. So, if you can't dodge it, you charge it. He goes straight for the kid. The spectators are just speechless. Smoke fills the arena. That was it, the final clash. If he hadn't used that insane staff technique, Zeke is sure the kid would have won. He asks him, was that just a pride thing, showing off? But Jorn just smiles and says, nah, man. He straight up admits that was the only move he knew. It was all he had memorized from watching that guy. So in the end, he just got an even bigger beatdown. Still, not a bad effort at all. Look, Zeke isn't exactly Mr. Popularity, the dude's annoying, but no one can ever call him out because his skills are just on another plane of existence. Holding his hand over Drawn's face, he gets ready to do something. A gentle aura starts to glow. His niece starts to panic, but he just tells her to chill out. The kid's gonna be fine. Turns out, he was just healing his wounds. Then he asks her if the boy's name is Yuji Rang. You know, a totally normal question from one of the top 10 rankers in the whole country. This was not on his bingo card for the day. Who would have thought he'd run into that guy's times son here of all places? Oh, by the way, Zeke is also the single greatest healer in Korea. The sun is finally setting. Suddenly, someone walks up to Zeke, complaining that if he was going to be late, the least he could have done was send a text. The guy gripes that he could have grabbed a coffee or something, but now they're late for the briefing again. And every time they're late, he's the one who gets the blame. But Zeke just brushes it off, saying something came up. His friend retorts that he heard Zeke was dueling some kid, but for it to take this long, he must have been fighting a whole squad. But then, he gets a closer look at Zeke's face and freezes. He sees the tiny mark on his cheek. His eyes go wide with disbelief, which finally gets Zeke's attention. He has to ask, wait, is that thing on your cheek an actual cut? Getting impatient, Zeke snaps. What else would it be? But his buddy just can't process it. So this kid, he must be what? 16. Ready for the academy? Zeke corrects him. 17. Apparently, he's aiming for the Warrior School's winter admission like the start of some classic academy manhwa. And yeah, that admission track is real, but it's so tough that nobody has passed in the last 3 years. But his friend figures the kid's got a real shot. After all, scratching Zeke's cheek is basically impossible. Man, this new generation is just built different. Zeke mutters that comparing humans to elves is a total waste of breath, and he's betting this kid is cut from the same over-the-top cloth as the other guy. But Kang ain't having it. Firing back, whoa there, let's not lump us together. I'm ranked 19th in the freaking black class, and I lead the Knicks attack squad. He's puffing his chest out, totally convinced he's got the kid beat on talent and experience. After all, he's only 21 and just graduated from the academy a year and a half ago. Zeke lets out a sigh that practically screams, oh, you sweet summer child. He mentions he's never seen a ride like that before, and the young man just casually says he barely spends his money, so he gets to enjoy a few perks. Meanwhile, Jerryong is still out cold on a stretcher. After a bit, he finally peels himself off the gurney. He stares at his hands, realizing every single one of his wounds has vanished. And on top of that, he feels zero pain. The girl pipes up, you're finally awake? She's like, what were you even thinking? Did you actually think you could win? But he insists it wasn't exactly like that. He was just seriously ticked off, and besides, the other dude started it. But she's just as confused, having no idea why her own uncle would pick a fight with him. Jerryong's like, wait, you guys are actually related? And yup, they are. He's her uncle on her mom's side. His dead silence just makes her more nosy. He just plays it cool, saying everything's fine. He adds that they seem to have a good relationship, judging by how protective the guy gets. She, however, has no clue where he's getting that from. But Jerryong just doubles down. You could totally feel that get your hands off my niece vibe from a mile away, that classic overprotective trope you see in every academy manhwa. And honestly, you can't really blame the guy for it. But she insists her uncle isn't that kind of person at all. In fact, he's usually super strict. Just then, a staff member walks in. She sees he's back in the land of the living and asks if he's in any pain, but he confirms his body feels perfectly fine. She's not surprised, saying the treatment probably fixed some old injuries too. It might not look like it, she explains, but the director is the single greatest healer in the country, a fact that leaves Jerryong completely floored. Even with all that power, his main gig isn't even throwing hands. A smile creeps across Jerryong's face as he processes this. In any case, it's a huge relief he's okay. And now, for the main event, she's got his evaluation results. She shoves a tablet in his face, displaying the stats. These are seriously good, Sarim says. He's rocking an A in stamina and agility, a solid B in strength and endurance, and a C in intelligence. Staring at the data, he just asks, what's so good about it? Saram just about loses it, yelling at him to shut his trap, while the staff member quietly wonders if this kid is really ready for their school. She explains that to be a high-level explorer, you need at least a couple of B ranks on your stat sheet. More importantly, though, you need balance. There's no point in being lightning fast if you gas out in 5 seconds, and all the strength in the world is useless if you're too slow to land a punch. She says that even your average Joe can have C-rank abilities, but having more than one is where it gets spicy. Having C rank or higher in strength, stamina. And agility is a combo that maybe one person in 10,000 has. But hitting B rank, you're looking at odds of 1 in a million and a half, which automatically catapults him into the big leagues of explorers. He doesn't just have a B in strength, he has an A in the other two. His stats aren't just balanced, they're way off the charts. Even as a first year, he's basically starting on the same level as that absolute monster he just fought. Looking at him, she asks if he wants to hear something wild. The guy he just threw down with? Not a single one of his stats is higher than an A. See, stats are just your potential on paper. They don't mean squat without the practical skill to back it up. Even with a god-tier stat sheet, the real game changer is training. And that's not the only wild card. There's the stuff you can't measure, like pure grit and battlefield IQ. It's the classic Manhwa lesson. Stats aren't everything. It might sound harsh at first, but she's seen plenty of explorers bridge that gap with nothing but sheer willpower. Saram's face goes beet red, because she knows that little speech was aimed right at her. After hearing the whole spiel, he thanks her for the inspirational story. He clarifies that he's not disappointed or anything. He just doesn't quite get his own potential yet, but he knows someone else, and compared to that person, he feels like he's not even in the same league. The staff member is shocked he even knows someone on that level. That's not your everyday connection. She figures it must be someone famous, and he's like, yeah, more or less. Saram announces their wrap for today and can link up again next week, but since they're already there, the staff member suggests a quick tour of the medicine production section. The girl, however, is a little hesitant. She's not sure if her uncle would be cool with it, but the staff member just smiles, saying the director already gave them the green light. Saram's practically doing a double take, asking, wait, he actually said that? And yeah, the director's orders were crystal clear. The second our boy's eyes open, get him to the gear, crafting department, stat. And get this, he's to be treated like a VIP guest, and they're supposed to craft him a custom weapon that syncs with his power, no matter the cost. Saram is just completely floored. I mean, let's be real. Top-tier equipment is the dream for any adventurer, even a super talented one. Rocking shoddy gear when you're powerful is like trying to run a marathon in flip-flops. As your skills get more insane, you need gear that can actually keep up. Faced with this insane generosity, Jerryong is just totally lost. The whole situation is flying right over his head. He's like, why do I need new gear? I'm just going to school. But Saram's quick to shut that down. Our guy just assumed they'd hand out standard issue stuff like it's a high school gym class. Hearing this, they're both just speechless. Saram knows this is totally on her for not explaining. If this were any normal institution, well, his assumption would be spot on. Most schools have their own rules about the gear you can use. Jerryong just figured the Warrior Academy, being loaded with cash, would obviously provide everything. But Young chimes in, saying it's not about resources. This school just plays by a different set of rules. There's a huge difference between raw talent and actual skill, and in this world, acquiring good gear is considered a skill all on its own. It's the whole reason this academy Manhwa-style school makes students bring their own stuff. To him, this whole system just sounds like a playground for rich kids, and he straight up asks if being born with a silver spoon is a skill now. He's not wrong, but apparently, you can get geared up even without a single coin to your name. See, just getting into this school basically brands you as a future legend, an explorer with superstar potential written all over you. That potential alone is like a golden ticket because there are tons of people ready to invest in it. Students become instant hot property, with corporations practically drooling over the business opportunities. And the offers they get are mind-blowing, since we're talking about some of the biggest companies in the world. She casually mentions that she herself landed a full-ride scholarship from the Jinsung Group, plus a guaranteed job for life. Then, cool as a cucumber, she finishes with, these are the kinds of doors that open when you get in. So, opportunities to prove he's the real deal? Yeah, he'll have plenty of those. But first things first, my guy's gotta actually pass the test. The transfer exam is notoriously harder than the regular admissions test, so he needs to prep hard, and getting some killer equipment is step one on the to-do list. And that's exactly why the director is hooking him up. She's already sent all the details down, so all he needs to do is pop into the refinery in the basement. She wishes him luck and says she hopes he makes it in. Things could have gone way worse for him. When Saram asks how, he admits he never in a million years thought her uncle would actually help him out. The more he learns about this test, the more it sounds like a brutal free-for-all where everyone's out for themselves. That's why she's stepping in to help, using her own cash to back him. Every time he makes that dumbfounded face, it apparently drives her up the wall. Still, she has to admit it was nice to hear a thank you, because no matter how much money you throw around, what really matters is who's forging your gear, and this company's production division is literally one of the best in the world. Arriving at the forge, he's naively thinking, a sword is a sword. How different can one be from another? But the sight in front of him immediately proves him wrong. This forge is beyond massive. Turns out, it used to be a whole dungeon called the Bubbling Abyss. Saram just smirks, asking what he thinks. Yeah, this isn't the kind of place you just walk into and place an order. A cold shiver runs down his spine as he feels it. A colossal figure is standing right behind them. From the shadows, a single, gigantic eye glows ominously. Our boy spins around, ready for a fight, as a booming voice complains that Zeke woke him from his weekend nap. And the guy doesn't even have the nerve to show up himself. Jerryong whispers, is that a monster? But Serum casually replies, "Nope, that's the boss, the head of the entire equipment production division." In all fairness, our boy's not completely off base. The guy's an ancient titan named Argus, so from a normal human perspective, he's 100% a monster. But hey, he got his Korean citizenship through some special law. Lighting a cigar the size of a log, he grunts. So, which one is the human he was yapping about? He squints down at them, asking if it's this little pipsqueak or the elf's niece. Sarum just fires back that all the info was already sent to him. But he just scoffs, grumbling that digital information is a silly human thing he doesn't mess with. His employees handle that, but it's their day off, so the place is empty. Even so, all right, details, who cares? Since Argus was tasked with this personally, it's time to get down to business. Serum nervously asks if that staff is Jerryon's main weapon, and Jerryong just gives a simple yep. Hearing that, Argus smirks and orders him, "All right then, try and hunt me." Serum immediately starts freaking out, demanding to know what he's thinking. For his kind, this is just standard procedure. Unless the kid proves he's worth the effort, Argus isn't lifting a finger. Even so, he admits this one seems different from the usual cannon fodder. Kid's got the eyes of a hunter, totally used to the kill, and a raw hostility that could be sharpened into something nasty. And so, one more time, he tells the boy to try and land a hit. Serum is practically vibrating with anxiety, watching as Jerryong actually squares up for a fight. She desperately warns Argus that he's the type who never backs down. But it's too late. The Titan's eye widens as bam. The kid is already on him, swinging that staff like a seasoned pro. The blow connects with serious force. Serum can only watch in horror. In a classic cinematic moment, the cigar tumbles from Argus's mouth, hitting the dirt. But that's impossible. With 0 damage taken, his only question is, where did you get that weapon? That reaction leaves Jerryong completely stunned. He was positive that was a clean shot. I mean, sure, there are plenty of monsters he can't one-shot, but hitting this thing felt like smacking a mountain. It wasn't just strength, it was like hitting a lifeless object. Intrigued, he's left wondering what kind of Manhwa-level threat he just picked a fight with. And here's the real reason Serum is having a full-blown meltdown. See, monsters get danger ratings, marked by stars. 1 star is your basic kid wolf, dangerous to regular people. But anyone with a decent weapon can take one down. With 2 stars, however, the challenge ramps up significantly. You need trained pros with firearms for those. And things get exponentially harder at 3 stars. Those require armed troops rocking heavy equipment. At 4 stars, it's a full-blown catastrophe. Ground forces just focus on evacuating civilians and damage control. After the evacuation, the target is obliterated with artillery and bombs. That's the absolute limit of what the military can handle. Anything over 5 stars is way beyond the scope of modern military power. Even if they manage a win, it's at the cost of unimaginable firepower and city-leveling destruction. To minimize that damage, they send in elite squads of the best explorers. And Argus, he's a casual 7-star monster. And so, he asks his question again. Where did you get that weapon? Jerryong, being a smart mouth, just fires back. What did that sting more than you thought it would? He just doesn't get the 20 questions. Argus's voice gets low, warning him to think very, very carefully about his answer. Because, and here's the plot twist you'd see in a reincarnation Manhwa, he's the one who made the staff. Jerryong is floored. Now genuinely irritated, Argus says he'll ask just one more time. Why is this weapon in Jerryong's hands and not with the person it was forged for? This thing was personally crafted by Argus. It's an item ranked above A class, and is supposed to be cataloged by the association with its owner's data and exact location on file. This is not something a common smuggler just happens to find. Serum is praying he didn't actually steal it, but Jerryong just stonewalls Argus, saying, "I'm not telling you. Besides, I don't owe you an explanation." Serum thinks he's being a complete moron, and Argus just says, "I understand," and that he'll factor that response in. Instantly, only one thought floods Jerryong's mind: death. There was no way to dodge it, and no prayer of blocking it. The monster's attack was flawless. If he tried to just absorb the blow, he'd be paced either way. His only real move was option 3, the last resort technique he learned watching his father. The Titan noticed something was up. Still, he followed through with his attack, smashing the ground. When 2 forces collide head-on, the bigger, stronger one always wins. That's just physics. But the outcome changes if they don't meet directly. If you can precisely calculate the angle and position. This isn't your typical Academy Manhwa sparring match. Winning was never an option, but redirecting the force, that's possible. Serum can't believe her eyes. He actually dodged an attack from a 7-star monster. The Titan pauses, waiting for the kid's next move. His only chance now is to use his needle and aim for the monster's single, glowing eye. But before he can even get close, he's snatched right out of the air by the giant's prosthetic hand, which yanks him right up to its face, leaving him totally trapped and unable to move. Serum is pleading with it to stop, saying that even if the kid seems sketchy, he has absolutely no right to just attack a human and needs to remember the consequences. Unless it's a life or death situation, the rulebook, which sounds like something from a stuffy academy, Manhwa, says naturalized species can't throw the first punch at humans. Do that, and you lose all your rights and get labeled a hostile monster. Finally letting the boy go, he tells her not to worry. He claims he gets it loud and clear. Then, a light bulb goes off. He finally understands why this kid is holding a weapon times he times forged. So that's times why Zeke woke him from his precious weekend nap. Realizing his screw-up, he actually apologizes, admitting the boy has every right to carry that weapon and promising he'll make it up to him for the mistake. Then, his single eye catches something. It's been 30 years since he was last on the receiving end of an attack. Serum is completely lost, having no idea what he's even talking about. He asks them if they know the real reason he works for humans now. She guesses it's because he got hunted by that attack squad 30 years ago. But he just scoffs, saying that's not it at all. He's actually amazed that's the story humans tell, since they couldn't even lay a finger on him. The one who hunted him was a single man, rolling solo. This lone wolf was the one who took his hand and had a clear shot to end him, but chose to spare him instead. And as he drops this lore, the boy's just staring him down. And right back at him, the giant, Argus, locks eyes with the kid. See, Argus has always been an insanely powerful monster. He was ready to throw down with that hunter, battle axe and all. And the plot twist, straight out of a reincarnation manhwa. The hunter was the boy's DAD. The ancient titans are the OGs, the strongest of the giants. They live for who knows how long, and there are fewer than 10 of them known to exist. Their physical power is beyond human comprehension. But what they're really legendary for is their blacksmithing, forging gear with insane special powers, or even straight-up artifacts. This is a skill they're literally born with. The only ones who even come close are the dwarves. But unlike the titans, the dwarves actually decided to coexist with humans. The titans, on the other hand, took a hard pass, seeing humans as completely unworthy. This all leads back to that raid on Argus's place 30 years ago. Guarding the door to his forge was an automaton colossus, a legit 4-star monster. The raiders are trying to figure out if their comms to base are still down, and yep, all magical communication is completely cut off. Something has to be jamming the signal. Then, someone screams in pure terror that it's coming and they need to brace for impact. The Colossus attacks the invaders with absolutely zero mercy. The team's shield bearer digs in, trying to block the blow with every ounce of his strength. Behind the automaton, a girl in the party preps for a counterattack. She knows she has to take this opening before it's gone. Her strike is dead on, but it just sparks off the thing's helmet. Yeah, that was definitely not the result she wanted. Her sword was completely useless against its armor. Seeing his opening, the automaton preps a counter and just smacks her with its shield. She goes flying for several meters before slamming hard into a wall. This whole situation was spiraling way beyond anything they had planned for. The Ebix attack squad was supposed to be the A-team of dungeon subjugation. But here, in the bubbling abyss, they were getting absolutely wrecked. They had already fought a total of 7 of these colossi. But even if they managed to take one down, another one just spawns right after. It's like a messed up Manhwa trope. If the other team is getting clapped this hard too, then it's game over. The shield bearer yells at his teammates to run, knowing there's pretty much no chance they all get out of this place alive. As he's shouting, the automaton swings its sword again, but the young man reacts in a flash with his shield. He barely manages to defend himself. He's got this ability that lets him burn energy to juice up all his physical stats. Catch is, after he pops it, he's totally incapacitated for a while. With the sword parried, he uses another skill, push. This move knocks the automaton off balance. The young man knows that if his leader is using that ability now, he's about to be in some serious trouble. But he'd already said it. Not all of them were making it out alive, and they just don't have the juice to beat this monster. Still, it's enough to buy the others some time. He's thinking optimistically. Maybe he'll get lucky and still have a shot. But then, they all feel an absolutely overwhelming presence wash over them. Argus's voice booms, asking what's going on in his forge. In that instant, they knew they were doomed. He wants to know if there are still some cockroaches his automatons failed to squash. Just being near him is enough to cause intense terror. The squad leader was emphatic, screaming for them to flee for their lives immediately. Running on fumes, he makes a last ditch for the homies' charge at Argus. The goal? By a few seconds. The result? Getting absolutely deleted by the Titan with a single swing, flash-fried into nothingness. Yeah, there was literally nothing he could do. Argus is just looking down, thinking, wow, these guys are weak. Like, not just their skills, but their gear? Straight up garbage. He's all, this world is run by noobs, it's totally screwed. Then his attention shifts to the last guy standing, a mage who's shaking so hard he's about to drop his staff. Argus gets a little kick out of it, seeing the guys still loyal even while terrified. But, you know, points for trying don't mean jack squat in the end. Our boy knows he's toast. If the team leader got wrecked, what chance does he have? And right on cue, a new challenger appears, basically saying, I told you so, this place is a death trap, and that they should have done their homework. Like, maybe if you'd scouted it out, you would have been better prepared. He's schooling them that there's no prize for speed running a dungeon into your own grave. The kid's just staring, like, who is this guy? Turns out, the association got their SOS call, and this dude's a volunteer from the rescue squad. He's even rocking some armor, though he admits it's way heavier than he thought. The mage is thinking, did he really come alone? And yep, he's the only one who actually made it. Meanwhile, the giant automaton pivots, ready to swat this new fly. A massive boom echoes through the forge. The kid is about to have a panic attack, and our mystery man just casually comments, huh, they're pretty tough. See, back then, this guy wasn't exactly famous. He was basically a ghost, a total unknown, but then he just paxoplessly slices off the monster's arm. The OG explorers knew his name, but his whole deal wasn't about chasing clout. His thing was just saving people who got in over their heads. But this was his origin story, and now, San winds up to end this thing for good. One clean shot. He splits the automaton from head to toe like it's made of butter. This insane display of power definitely gets Arya's attention. She's just staring at him, while San looks at the real boss and thinks, okay, this one might be a bit tougher. And on that day, the world learned exactly who this man was. The sheer power of that strike was enough to change the dungeon's whole vibe. The mage is just short-circuiting. His entire team was getting stomped by that colossus, and this random dude just one-shotted it. The power scaling in this manhwa is insane. San turns to the mage, asking if he's got any juice left in the tank. The kid says, not much, but I can give you a buff. San's like, nah, I'm good, but asks if he knows any levitation spells instead. Because if you do, use it to get your two buddies out of here. They're pretty messed up, but hey, they're still breathing. Argus is just seething at this guy's nerve, thinking he can just waltz back out. He's all, you really think you're leaving here alive? But San just promises that as long as he's standing, Argus isn't touching anyone else. Oh, that really ticked off the Titan. No more monologuing, he lunges at San with everything he's got. But our boy San, he counters like a pro. The energy blasting off him was unreal. The sound of their weapons clashing just rips through the dungeon. As the mage is getting airlifted out, he can't help but look back, totally terrified. Okay, quick history lesson. 10 years after the admission, adventurers basically hit a plateau. Sure, they had superhuman strength and the tech for their gear was getting way better, customized for every user's needs. But even with all the stat points and fancy equipment, their actual skill, their execution, and experience was seriously lacking. The answer was a new kind of human development, a martial art that basically broke the laws of physics. Back then, only a few people saw its potential, and they started grinding out new techniques. Back to the action. Argus gets hit, but his armor tanks the first blow. San doesn't let up, slamming him with another strike. And guess what? He's one of the masters who perfected that crazy martial art. The mage, watching from a distance, starts to celebrate, thinking it's over. But that smile fades real quick. Argus admits, this guy's different. He actually knows how to use his weapon. But then he throws some shade, saying if that axe could handle even half of San's power, the fight would already be over. And he's right, the axe's edge literally melted from the impact. Turns out, our hero still can't afford top-tier gear. And yeah, this isn't the first axe he's broken this way. So he glances over his shoulder to check on the rescuees. He's relieved to see they're almost clear of the dungeon. All right, cool. Now he can focus on the giant, angry monster trying to kill him. He blocks a flaming sword with what's left of his axe handle. Even Argus has to admit, damn, your defense and dodges are top tier for a human. But that axe you're using, Argus sneers, is the worst piece of junk I've ever seen. So even though San can block, his weapon is on its last legs. Winding up for another attack, Argus declares, this is the end. But San isn't having it. Their weapons collide one last time with a world-shaking impact. So instead of some slick redirection move, San just straight up tanked the hit with everything he had. And boom, that's the OG version of the technique Jerryong's been rocking. It's that classic use their power against them shtick. But Dad's version? We're talking a whole different league, like comparing a rookie to a Hall of Famer in pure power, experience, and execution. The move had enough juice to make a freaking Titan backpedal. This wasn't just fighting, this was hero-level stuff. Argus figured, surely, this story is legendary back in the human world, right? And that's the day the monster got put down, not by some legendary hero, but by this kid's old man. The monster inside Argus, poof, gone. The moment he took the L, his life wasn't his anymore. It belonged to San, the guy who decided to show mercy. So the entire elite attack squad got showed up by one dude from the rescue team. Talk about an upset. Yeah, a totally ridiculous ending for what was supposed to be an epic story. But hold up, because the real tea starts times after times the credits roll. See, Ancient Titans, they don't bend the knee to anyone they see as beneath them, even in defeat. And yet, Argus just took the exile from the humans. Sarum remembers the headlines. It was a massive deal, the kind of news that makes the whole world spit out its coffee. He even got citizenship later on. I guess not having a body count helps the application process. Still, he did break a few city blocks, so to pay for his crimes, he was given a new gig, blacksmith duty. But wait a minute, this whole narrative is a complete 180 from the official history she learned in class. This is some top-tier Manhwa level retconning. Argus then drops another bomb. That staff Jerryong's been lugging around? It was meant as a gift for his dad. San never asked for it, but Argus figured the guy who beat him deserved some seriously cool loot. Jerryong always knew the thing was sturdy, but figured it was just a fancy stick. That's the only reason it never got pawned off when times got tough. They thought it was worthless. In fact, he wasn't far off. Its main function is, you know, whacking things. Hard. Not exactly the legendary weapon reveal they were hoping for. Meanwhile, Sarum's brain is still buffering on the pawned-off comment. Argus is like, dude, it's simple. You should already know this. Then asks if his dad ever actually used the thing as a weapon. He explains he was going to craft a sick axe for him once he got the rest of the materials for the blade. But then, poof, Sam went off the grid. And since Argus was stuck on dungeon lockdown, he just shipped what he had finished so far. He admits it's a long shot, but he figures he'll probably never get to finish the original weapon. But hey, silver lining. He tells Jerryong to hand over the incomplete weapon because he's about to finish what he started. A masterpiece, not for the father, but for the son. And as the Titan gets to work, our crew heads back upstairs. Sarum gives Jerryong a sideways glance, her mind still racing from that massive info dump. She asks him how he's holding up. All things considered, he's cool. He got the vibe that the big guy, Argus, genuinely wanted to make things right. Jerryong has no clue how long it'll take, but Argus is committed to a rush job. Still, he told them to be patient, you can't rush perfection, after all. So, with Wednesday being a day off, she casually asks if he's free. Her pitch? A study session for the written test. The classic Academy Manhwa study date plotline. And he's totally down for it, agreeing it sounds productive. But as they're walking, she's got one more thing on her mind. Your dad, she says, he must have been something else. She's still reeling, like she never would have guessed he was the Times Real Times dungeon conqueror. She then asks if he's just chilling in a hospital somewhere, enjoying retirement. He just kind of deflects, saying he's going to go rest and they can talk later if something's up. Total non-answer to her comment. And just like that, she's in her car, heading home. First stop, the internet. A quick search confirms the official story, which directly contradicts Argus, so she's stuck between the history books and the giant blacksmith's first-hand account. The so-called heroes who cleared the dungeon are still celebrated today, basically coasting on some other dude's achievement. And really, what reason would Argus have to lie about this? Plus, when you look at Jerryong's insane skills, it makes total sense that his dad was a legend. Besides, what happens in the dungeon stays in the dungeon. The public rarely gets the full story. And it happens all the time where the official story is just straight-up fanfiction. Case in point, a guy named Siang, aka the False Dragon Slayer. This dude was hyped as one of Korea's top heroes. Turns out, his whole career was built on blackmail and fudged numbers. He only fessed up after getting seriously injured. There's a whole expose online about it, just tearing his achievements to shreds. This whole thing leaves her in a classic who do you believe situation, the Titan's Tale or the history books. Just then, a notification pops up, practical test results are in. Cut to the school's dungeon department, where some staff member is getting a well-deserved thank you. Professor Cho kicks things off, basically saying my bad to Kang for blowing up his weekend. But hey, it's her first year on the job, and you gotta keep a close eye on the fresh meat. She admits the competition here is insane, not just for the staff, but the first years are way more stacked than she ever was back in the day. So, she's gotta ask, did he really see the top spot going to Times that Times particular student? And honestly, even he admits it was a total curveball. Kang agrees, saying nobody could have called that shot. Sarum is just staring at the exam results, completely shook. She's surrounded by certified geniuses, and what a coincidence, they're all hybrids. First on the list, DF Choy. This dude basically won the genetic lottery, inheriting his white-class explorer dad's sword skills and his elf mom's magic. We're talking about the perfect magic swordsman build. Coming in at number 2 is Anisha. She's packing more mana and has finer magic control than most pure-blooded elves, with all the makings of a legendary mage. And rounding out the top 3, a kid who's the son of a human and a dwarf. He's got the raw strength and toughness of a dwarf, mixed with the agility and reflexes of a human. Literally the best of both worlds. This kid is Tavel Velkason, and he's rumored to have the most jacked physique on the entire planet. And yeah, he's a student here. Even with that rep, you'd think he'd be on par with the other two. The number 1 spot should have gone to one of them. Seriously, it's tough to swallow that she pulled this off all by herself. Maybe her insane physical stats just padded her score, but Kang knows being built like a tank isn't the only thing that matters. That's why she's hoping he'll step up, because the kid has serious main character potential. But from the looks of it, he's got zero interest in making friends. In fact, the other students are pretty much terrified to even approach him. Problem is, there's a hard limit to what you can do flying solo, and by the time second year rolls around, he's going to learn that lesson the hard way. But Cho just tells her that's not something she needs to lose sleep over. He says sometimes things just click into place when we're not looking. He gets that she's worried about all the students, but if she just trusts the kid a little more, he'll figure his own stuff out. Flash forward 4 days, and the holiday break has officially started. A bunch of guys are gossiping about some girl's latest drama when one of them smacks right into a walking wall of muscle. He spins around, ready to start something, only to find himself staring up at a dude who looks like he was chiseled from granite by the gods themselves. Seriously, this guy's so lean and ripped he looks like he sweats sand. The Walking Arnold Classic champion finally speaks and just apologizes, saying he was zoned out and didn't see them. The dudes are still petrified and start apologizing even harder, completely intimidated by the manful hunter in Korea. She used to tell their son countless stories of her adventures, which basically made him a massive fan of Korea and the whole culture. Thanks to a special opportunity and his raw talent, he aced a special transfer test to get into the warrior school. The only catch? The dude is cripplingly shy. He desperately wants to hang out with kids his age, but he's terrified they'll make fun of him because his Korean is a little rusty. He absolutely hates this part of himself. Seeing how uncomfortable he looks, his classmates apologize for being so loud. having no clue that this absolute giant is actually an introvert, and he has no idea that they're all scared to death of him. So, without even trying, he's become the classic lone wolf of this academy, Manhwa. Glancing over, he spots two guys just chilling and talking. They're heading to a PC Bang, a classic internet cafe. He remembers his mom saying she used to hit those places up to play games all the time. Inside the joint, the place is pretty empty. He has no idea what to even do. He hears someone on the phone, and as he stands at a self-service kiosk, he tries to log in. But just standing there is sending his anxiety through the roof. He's convinced he's holding up a line that doesn't exist and figures he should probably just bail. Then, a guy points out he probably doesn't have an account yet. He explains that Terminal is for existing members and that he needs to use a different one. The guy tells him to follow along and he'll show him the ropes. He didn't need to fill out every single box, just the important stuff. Once the registration was done, he just had to pay at another machine and then pick any open computer. The gentle giant thanks him, and the helpful dude, Jerryong, just says it's no big deal. Jerryong glances at the guy, figuring he must be a foreigner who's new to the whole PC Bang scene. All he really cared about, though, was Serum showing up since she was already running late. If he'd known, he would have come later or maybe swung by the black market first. He'd gotten his hands on a small black object, but he had no clue what it was. It was just sitting in the chest right next to that weird jelly, and he was dying to know what the heck this thing was. It felt smooth, but he was pretty sure you couldn't eat it. Since it was a total mystery, he decided to just hang onto it for now. Besides, if he was really strapped for cash, he could always sell the other item, the one containing blood from a kills, one of the 3 legendary disasters of the Agar Forest. For decades, elite hunter squads had thrown themselves at that beast and failed. The best anyone ever got was a few measly scales and a tiny vial of its blood. The government eventually banned hunting it altogether, which, naturally, made any items crafted from its parts worth an absolute fortune. His original plan was to meet Serum for lunch and hit the black market later, but her flaking out and causing a scene completely torched his schedule. This foreign dude claimed there were no other seats and just plopped down next to him. Then he told Jerryong to take a seat too, since whoever he was waiting for was clearly a no-show. So Jerryong sat down and logged into the PC, only to find the game selection was trash and the rig itself was way worse than his setup back home. Then Jerryong glanced over and saw the foreigner was playing Heroes of Chaos. He asked if he played, and yep, turns out they were even rocking a similar rank. Since his usual squad was offline, the guy invited Jerryong to team up and grind some ranked matches. Meanwhile, across Seoul, in the desolate, abandoned districts they call Scars, back during the Great Invasion, entire cities were just erased. Some were eventually reclaimed, but any place too close to a dungeon was written off as a lost cause. Officially, these zones are a second line of defense for refugees. But let's be real. For the last 20 years, absolutely nothing has happened to justify that. Monsters haven't just been casually strolling out of the walls. They have their own designated transport service. And as you can imagine, one of the guards is less than thrilled with his job. While all his friends are out there making bank hunting monsters, he's stuck being a glorified monster chauffeur. His partner, Joanna, just tells him if he hates it that much, he should just quit and go back to the field. See, she was a gold-class explorer before an eye injury forced her into early retirement. She asks him what a bronze-class scrub like Sunchang is even doing out here. He mumbles something about needing the money since no decent party will take him anymore, and you could practically feel his ego shrivel up and die. While they're driving, the worst-case scenario happens. They have to slam on the brakes. There's just no way the cargo got loose. Stepping out, Joanna braces herself. She tells her partner to radio the station about a vehicle inspection. Outside, she gets ready for whatever's coming. Inside, he's already making the call. He's freaking out. But his partner's a total pro, so she's got this, right? A second later, he hears the cab door open, ready to tell her she nailed it. But it's a completely different woman, who sneers that taking out the guard was hardly an accomplishment. Decent reflexes for a government employee, though. But, she continues, there must be a reason you're not on the front lines anymore. She then glances at a list of names, clearly her real targets. Looking back at the driver, she asks why he's just sitting there. He better start driving if he wants to live. Cut 2. The gaming session between Jerryong and the foreigner is going amazing, and their food just arrived, perfect timing. Jerryong's a little surprised to find out they're the same age. Not that the guy looks old or anything. It's just that he's way taller and built like a linebacker. He asks what school he goes to, wondering if it's some kind of elite academy Manhwa setting, but there's no time to answer. Suddenly, the entire world lurches. The ground starts shaking violently, and people are screaming, thinking it's an earthquake, or maybe a bomb just went off nearby. The debate rages. Speculation runs wild as they see the source. A crashed truck. Driver must have been drunk. One guy yells, as his friend immediately starts filming, while another suggests, maybe calling the authorities. Perched on a nearby rooftop, a young woman sighs, commenting that it would have been way more effective if the truck had crashed closer to the city center. She knows the place is about to be crawling with explorers, but she's confident she can slip away. That is, until her superiors start buzzing her comm, ordering an immediate evac. Too late. The monsters are pouring out of the wrecked truck, fully awake and angry. All the curious onlookers who gathered to gawk are now having the worst day of their lives. Meet the horned horrors. The nasty thing about them is, the more of them there are, the more dangerous they become. Looking down, she counts about 50 civilians and decides, A, she'll stick around to watch the fireworks. She casually estimates at least 100 people will be wiped out before help even arrives. As if on cue, one poor guy gets his head grabbed, and it's an instant lights out, while his friend can only watch, frozen in pure terror. So the scene is set. Monsters are going absolutely berserk, ready to turn the crowd into a buffet. Then, out of nowhere, a flash of blue light cuts through the chaos. And bam! Jiren makes his grand entrance, planting his boot squarely on a monster's face to announce his arrival. The onlookers are just, completely stunned. That first beast went down almost comically easy. Jiren's got that laser focus, making it crystal clear he's not letting any of these freaks touch the civilians. He doesn't even bother looking back at the crowd, just barks, "What are you still doing here? Run!" You can tell this ain't his first monster-bashing rodeo. He's thinking, piffed, the one-horned scrubs are no big deal. Famous last words. He has to snap back to reality as a whole motorcycle comes flying at his head. He barely manages to dodge it, and he instantly knows who threw it. You have got to be kidding me. A two-horn horn horror. As the upgraded beast charges, it's met with a kick that should have sent it into next week. Only, it didn't quite work out that way. Jiren actually gets knocked back. Fun fact, the lifespan of these things is about 5 to 6 years. Most of them peace out before they can evolve and grow a second horn, but about 8% of them, the real try-hards, manage to live long enough to level up. Not only does their strength get a massive buff, but it's cranked up to a level that's just not normal. Still, even if it's strong and fast, it's nothing our guy can't handle when he gets serious about putting this thing down. With his foot aching, he realizes the biggest issue is their insane durability. Compared to that one idiot who claimed to be a tank, these things are at least 3 or 4 times tougher. If only he had his professional gear, this would be a cakewalk. The beast winds up for another attack, but Jiren, smooth as ever, just sidesteps the blow. He watches it leave a crater in the asphalt where he was a second ago. He repositions, ready for round 2, but this monster clearly isn't satisfied with its property damage score yet. So, Jiren starts scanning his environment for an improvised weapon, like a protagonist in a survival manhwa. Lying on the ground is a busted stop sign. Thinking fast, he stomps on it, crushing the base. Just like that, he yanks out the pole, a perfect stand-in for his staff. The monster, enraged by his resourcefulness, comes charging again. Flaring his aura, Jiren braces for the hit. Now armed, he tightens his grip, totally focused. The beast stomps way harder this time, giving itself a ridiculous momentum boost, and it launches itself right over Jiren's head. Okay, that was definitely not in the playbook. Now the creature is closing in on the huddle of innocent bystanders. They're completely frozen in fear, just a bunch of sitting ducks. The beast barrels toward them, ready to turn the whole group into a light snack. The danger gap between a 2-star and a 3-star monster is just ridiculously huge. In terms of pure destructive power, both are way beyond what any normal person can handle. For regular folks, it's pretty much a guaranteed game over. Heck, even a veteran adventurer would be in deep trouble without the right equipment. However, there's always an exception to the rule. This foreigner just caught the beast's punch with his bare hand. Oh yeah, this guy is 100% ready to fight. With a single shove, he sends the beast flying back. This is that exception. Guys who've trained their bodies to such an insane limit, they're basically monsters themselves. The beast has to dig its claws into the pavement just to stop itself from being pushed back further. The foreigner definitely has the power, but he knows that without a weapon, he's not doing any real damage. But as the beast glares at him, something else enters the picture. From behind, Jerryong swoops in with that improvised stop sign staff. Pulling off a move straight out of an action manhwa, he lands a precision strike to the back of the creature's neck. The foreigner is floored by the result. The beast just collapses, a fatal puncture wound in its back. Jerryong lets out a huge sigh of relief, but a loud explosion immediately steals his attention. The sound gets the foreigner's attention too. A massive explosion just went off nearby. In just a single minute, the other beasts have already caused an insane amount of destruction. The foreigner grimly points out that professional help is still a few minutes away. An ambush attack like this is the worst-case scenario, and people are dying while they stand around talking. This is where Cold K steps up, using a classic taunt ability every tank build knows. He lets out a high-frequency shout, basically sending out a dinner bell to every monster in the area. He's determined to be an adventurer, and his plan is to play Matador and keep them busy until help arrives. He yells at Jerryong to find cover, admitting he can't ask him to risk his life when they barely know each other. I mean, their entire friendship is literally a few hours of playing games together. But Jerryong's just like, dude, just hit the taunt button already. King's freaking out, saying it's too risky, but Jerryong's got that classic tank confidence. Jerryong just scoffs, saying he was going to solo this anyway. If I was by myself, maybe I'd play it safe. But I'm not, am I? He lays it out for King. Look, I'm cracked at video games, especially playing the Protector. Besides, my guy wants to be an adventurer, and he's not about to half-ass his debut. Enough talk, it's go time. Cut 2. A totally wrecked shop. Some poor soul is cowering under a counter, and right behind them. The monster just finished turning an innocent bystander into a modern art piece. Our tank braces himself. Inside, the beast casually tosses the body aside, because, manners. It starts ripping the counter to shreds to get to its next snack, but just then bam, the tank's war cry echoes through the whole block, and its aggro drawing effect instantly pulls the monster's attention. The beast freezes mid-attack, leaving its would-be victim totally bewildered. Even the girl who basically started this whole apocalypse party hears the shout, and she's actually intrigued, wondering what's going on. Meanwhile, after popping his skill, our tank takes a deep breath and squares up, ready for a fight. He's basically put out an open invitation for every monster in the area. And guess what? They RSVP'd yes immediately, swarming to his location. The big boss points right at our boy, but it's the one-horned minions that charge in first. He's ready to throw down, but then he hears something from above. Of course, a monster dropping in from his blind spot. Classic Manhwa trope. But he manages to get a block up just in time, shrugging off the hit. With his free hand, he charges up his aura and wham, sends the beast flying with one heck of a punch. But this is just the warm-up act. He can't afford to lose focus now. More monsters are closing in, getting ready for a group hug of death. Far off, the two-horned alpha hears the commotion. It knows someone else has joined the party. And they're coming from the sky. Jerryong makes a superhero landing right near the beasts. Oh look, twinsies both rocking a stylish two-horn look. He glances at a crashed truck, piecing it all together. They're collecting the bodies. Ah, so that's why the streets aren't a total mess. How thoughtful. And now the two-horned goons are moving in on him. Jerryong just waits, letting them close the distance. This is a close-quarters brawl, and nobody brought their fancy gear. The odds are looking pretty grim. But in a tight space like this, they're more likely to trip over each other than to coordinate an attack. So, the plan is simple. The other guy, the tank, will draw the small fry. Jiren, the DPS, is closer and it's his turn to burn down the elite mobs. Talk about a classic RPG setup. His makeshift staff is ready for action. He zips past the monster so fast, the poor thing doesn't even know it's been tagged. But a second later, a bunch of marks appear where his staff made contact. Still, it's like getting poked with a needle. If Jiren had his real weapon, this fight would already be over. I mean, what can you do with a weapon made from literal junk? Even so, he's giving it his all. It's not ideal, but hey, you work with what you've got. He knows there's a chance. He's flashing back to that time Zeke fought him barehanded. None of the hits were knockout blows, but that relentless barrage slowly chipped away at him. Back in the present, the monster's winding up for a big swing. Jiren unleashes a flurry of rapid-fire strikes to parry. He knows this is just a temporary solution, though, so he ducks and weaves, dodging the massive blow. One wrong move and it's game over, man. He counters with another quick jab. This whole near-death experience, it's a prime opportunity. A chance to level up, just like in some epic reincarnation manhwa. He's got to grab this moment by the horns and win with whatever he's got, just as another beast closes in, ready to attack. But then, he remembers Zeke's slick footwork from their fight, and in a flash, he pulls off the exact same moves. Besides his old man, Zeke was the first person he'd met on that level, and using that combat data, he just unlocked and perfected his fourth skill, mid-battle. What a legend. He unleashes a literal storm of staff strikes, pummeling the monster in front of him. After that brutal beatdown, the beast collapses. Only for the other times, one to unexpectedly snatch him by the foot. Well, that immediately changes the vibe. The monster slams him into the ground, cracking the concrete like an eggshell. Jiren coughs up a mouthful of blood after that nasty impact. Yeah, a 2-on-1 is a real bad scene. It ain't fair, but what choice does he have? This isn't some honorable duel from an academy manhwa. These things play dirty. And before he could even process it, and just like that, the cavalry arrives, tanking the hit and sending the monster packing. Hey, in this game, luck is just another stat. Meanwhile, our two-man camera crew is absolutely losing their minds watching this unfold on a tiny phone screen. I mean, can you blame them? These two dudes just wiped the floor with dozens of monsters, barehanded, no gear. Danny's over the moon, thinking he's the next Spielberg for catching it all on camera, but his buddy's quick to bring him back to Earth, pointing out he only filmed it because his legs were frozen in fear. Ken's more practical though, trying to figure out who these kids are, because they look way too young to be this good. Based on that insane performance, he's guessing they're at least gold rank. Either there's some secret weapons from the warrior school, straight out of an academy manhwa, or they're fresh-faced rookies who are about to blow up. Either way, this is pure viral content. He's already planning the upload and asking his friend to whip up a clickbait-worthy thumbnail on his laptop. Stat. You gotta be fast to catch that algorithm wave, and he's not about to miss out on millions of views. Back on the battlefield, our foreign exchange hero is totally gassed, wondering where the heck the official cleanup crew was. Turns out, the official crew was just them. Classic. Jong, ever the gentleman, apologizes for breaking the guy's epic hero pose, but he kinda needs a hand getting off the pavement. They share a handshake, the universal sign for we just survived some crazy stuff. Both are running on fumes, and when asked if he's okay, Jiren's like, honestly, big nope. He's probably rocking a fracture or two, but hey, considering he expected to be Monster Chow, he'll take it. The foreigner, meanwhile, is still geeking out over how Jong handled a pair of those two-horned freaks all by himself. Jong just shrugs it off, throwing the compliment right back. Dude, you took down 9 of them and still had the energy to help me with the tag team at the end. But Mr. Humble Foreigner downplays it. Nah, man, mine were only 2-star scrubs. Since they're having this little post-battle chat, he pops the question. So, what school you repping, JR? He's clearly having a reality versus expectations moment, because he heard the local schools were kinda trash. He quickly backpedals, apologizing for talking smack about JR's school. Jong, acting like the protagonist in some reincarnation manhwa who already knows everything, dodges the question like a pro and flips the script. So, what's your rank? How many badasses at your school are stronger than you? The guy just kinda blanks. He's not exactly a social butterfly, and even though he's taken some placement tests, he's not convinced they got his power level right. He figures he's probably just average, middle of the pack. Total I'm not the main character energy. His thoughts then drift to his elf buddy and how he's gonna help her out. But first, there's one straggler left. He's eyeing this last monster just chilling on the wagon, wondering if it plans on joining the party. It's the only one that ignored the taunt skill, which is a major red flag. Something's definitely off about this one, but he's got a hunch it's not the Times real Times boss. Not with this much. Ketchup splattered everywhere. His gut's telling him the real prize is Times inside times the wagon. For now, though, it's a stakeout. They can totally handle this last goon whenever they feel like it. And cue the horror movie sound effects. A loud noise erupts from the wagon as it starts shaking like a washing machine on spin cycle. Then, a hand punches right through the roof. Okay, asterisk that Times gets their attention. The monster on the roof is getting dragged inside, kicking and screaming. Its claws are scraping, but it's a losing battle. Yep, it's officially feeding time in there. Quick monster biology lesson. Horn horrors have this whole tribal system going on. The two horn ones are the big daddies, the chiefs of the clan. They lead these little squads of no more than 10. These small-time tribes team up to survive, because let's be real, they're not exactly top-tier threats, and dungeons are basically death traps. Honestly, these guys are low on the food chain, constantly getting picked off by bigger, badder things. But every once in a while, you get a mutation, a game changer, a third horn. And this isn't your average tribal chief. This is a king. It's like a classic manhwa trope where the real boss shows up. A dude who commands armies of hundreds, maybe even thousands. We're talking a 5-star, call for backup, yesterday level threat. And surprise, surprise, it doesn't take long for King Nasty to spot our two heroes. The vibe shifts instantly. With a single, almost casual movement, the king unleashes an attack that just wrecks the whole street. Our boys have to dive for cover, and holy crap, this thing is fast. Before you can blink, it's right in Jiren's face. It's swinging for the fences, and Jiren barely manages to parry. The hit is so powerful it completely shatters his makeshift weapon. So much for that. The attack plows right through his guard and slams into his gut, and this thing has no chill. It's already winding up for a kick to launch him into next week. But wait, the kick is cancelled. Shulkin comes in for the save, wrapping the beast in a full-on body lock. The king digs his heels in, literally tearing up the asphalt as Shulkin shoves it backward. But even as he's pushing, he knows this is going south fast. The Horn Horror King gets a grip with both hands and, with zero effort, just hoists Shulkin clean off the ground. And then he just slammed that hulking thing into the ground, literally carving out a new crater. If there was one thing they were fresh out of, it was time. You've got two certified geniuses who are supposed to hit legendary status, but right now, it's looking like they won't even get the chance, even with every trick they've got. The power gap was just too massive to cross. Jong staggers to his feet, yelling at the monster like that's going to do anything. Naturally, the king just focuses on the kid and preps another attack. The red glow of its aura was practically a death sentence. Jong took the hit head-on, no defense, no nothing. And with that, the beast seemed like it got what it wanted. But wait, it felt something else. A presence far more dangerous than the king had just entered the battlefield. Now was already down for the count, laid up in a hospital bed. Before he got taken out, he was a nobody. Now, this new presence, it had the monster absolutely terrified. Look, there's no one on this planet who can truly explain the legacy Xiang left behind. 11 years ago, things got wild. A man made a confession to the press that no one saw coming. He straight up admitted to every single wrongdoing and begged the public to forgive him. That little event sent shockwaves across the entire globe. Fast forward to 12 hours before our boys got into this mess. Sarum had been deep in a conspiracy theory spiral. The truth bomb that dropped on Sunday was the only thing playing on a loop in her head. She burned the next few days digging into JR's father, trying to figure out if he'd been set up. I mean, you're the #1 hero, then you lose your powers? You just painted a massive target on your back. What she couldn't get her head around was how the whole situation was managed. It kicked off with a ton of accusations, testimonies from victims, and the case just built itself. Public opinion was a total war zone, but since he was basically a celebrity, the fabricated info didn't completely trash his reputation. If it had been her, you bet she would have fought back. But Xiang, instead of fighting, he just accepted every single accusation they threw at him. After that press conference, even his ride or die supporters bailed. Shan became public enemy #1 overnight. She just doesn't get why he did it. And if someone was blackmailing him, admitting to the charges was like pouring gasoline on the fire. She wasn't sure if she was the only one who noticed, but there was something about the look on his face. It wasn't guilt. It was like he was just accepting the fallout. Then, her research uncovered something even more insane. In all his official records, there was zero mention of him having a family. For a second, she wondered if JR wasn't even his son. But that didn't track. They looked too much alike. It made more sense he was just unregistered. Maybe he took the fall for all those accusations because JR was somehow caught in the middle. And at this very moment, JR had no idea his body was going through some classic reincarnation Manhwa-style power-up. He just stared at his hand, feeling different. Right on cue, the beast charged, absolutely furious. It was coming in hot, a relentless force of nature. It knew it had to finish the boy right now. But facing total annihilation, Jerryong knew one thing for sure. His body could move, and his reaction was flawless, landing a clean shot right on the monster's face. Nothing flashy, nothing extra. All he needed to know was that he was back in the fight, and he was fully committed to dismantling the monster standing in front of him. Tapping into his skills, he started laying into it with a barrage of hits. The pressure was intense. The monster was doing everything it could just to stay standing. It tried to backpedal, to escape from JR's relentless assault. Jerryong knew the creature wasn't getting far. Then, the beast launched its counterattack. The monster's aura was powerful, sure, but it wasn't nearly fast enough to stop JR from dodging. However, the beast totally called it. It was now airborne, hovering directly above him. With the monster in prime position, it unleashed yet another attack, and it probably wasn't expecting what happened next. The attack completely failed to even scratch the boy. Jerryong immediately fired back with a vicious kick. The impact was so insane that the beast was sent crashing straight through the nearest building. Jerryong knew this fight was far from over, but with those last two strikes, he'd managed to find a chink in its armor. A single, precise strike to the chin with his needle. In his current state, he could totally pull it off, but just as quickly as that mysterious aura had shown up, it vanished, gone. This was, without a doubt, the worst possible timing. The monster was already crawling out of the crater it just made. Jerryong felt a wave of anxiety. The incredible energy that had been coursing through his veins was just gone. He had nothing left to defend himself against the incoming beatdown. So as the beast is going full throttle, it looks up and realizes, oh hey, that's a whole-ass truck container about to introduce itself to my face. Spoiler, it connects. But, plot twist, there's a reason RPG classes are a thing in these real-life manhwa scenarios. Dropping a metal box on this thing barely tickled it. Now it's laser-focused on Chol King and absolutely seeing red. With no room to dodge, Chol King just braces for impact, taking the hit like an absolute unit. I mean, the dude is practically human-shaped rubble at this point, but he's a tank, and that's the job description. Stand there and get wrecked. He's been running on fumes for a while, but still, his sheer stubbornness buys them a few precious seconds. Just enough time for Jerryong to power up his ultimate move. The monster sees it coming and knows there's no escape. JR's fist, glowing with pure, unadulterated aura, rockets forward. A picture-perfect uppercut slams right into the creature's jaw. Now that's how a damage dealer closes the show. The impact sends debris flying everywhere, and when the dust settles, the beast is just a lifeless heap on the ground, its jaw completely uninstalled. Oh, and a monster transport vehicle was jacked. The collateral damage? Just a few dozen civilian casualties, you know, minor details. And right on cue, after all the action is over, the rescue team finally decides to show up. The story, of course, goes viral. The heroic saga of our two boys, now officially branded as heroes, blows up online. Meanwhile, Cavallina is watching the footage, probably thinking, what in the world am I watching? Flashback sequence. We're in a house with a massive garden. A little Jiren has a boo-boo, and his dad is patching him up, giving him the even small wounds matter speech. Kid Jang then asks his dad if he ever gets hurt, since he bleeds, like, a lot, when he's out there fighting monsters. And his dad drops some real talk. Not only does it hurt, it's terrifying. But his job is to be the shield, so he shoves down the pain and fear to keep everyone else safe. Back then, all little Jiren wanted was to be just like his pops. But he always had this nagging feeling, this gut instinct, that his dad absolutely did not want that for him. His father would always steer him towards any other career, getting this deep, sorrowful look whenever the topic came up. Maybe that's the real reason he was so against Jai becoming an explorer. But it was the family's big unspoken rule. Jong figured that once he was an adult, his dad would finally spill the beans. But now, that conversation can never happen. Dron's eyes flutter open, and he's staring at a ceiling that feels oddly familiar. There's a weirdly nostalgic vibe to the whole situation. A voice from the side asks if he was just talking to himself. Startled, JR whips his head around to see Zeke just casually standing there, saying JR's survival was basically fated to happen. JR, completely baffled, asks why the director of all people is playing bedside nurse. The second he tries to sit up, his entire body screams in protest, and he's told to stay put. Apparently, the treatment worked, but his injuries were so gnarly he should technically be in a coma. The doc's orders? A full month of recovery time. Until then, Zeke's advice is to just focus on not being broken, because there's a ton of stuff they need to prep for. The kid thanks him, but is like, yeah, about that, I need to say something. Zeke immediately cuts him off, saying if this is about his father, then yes, they knew each other. They were colleagues. In response, JR's hand shoots out. So fast, it actually makes Zeke flinch. But JR just smoothly plucks the apple out of Zeke's hand. Seeing the director's shocked face, he smirks, What? You think I was going to clock you or something? Zeke admits that wasn't exactly the reaction he was bracing for. Our boy just shrugs, saying he has no clue what Zeke was expecting. He just wanted a simple yes or no on whether he knew his dad. And judging by how Zeke's attitude has done a complete 180, he's guessing they were way more than just work buddies. He takes a deep breath, recalling that time he gave Zeke an ultimatum: get out and die, or prove his loyalty by carving up his own arm. He figures Zeke probably thought he was some unhinged psycho, and asks, "So, how was my performance?" He adds that he tried really hard to sell it, and apologizes if Zeke took the whole death threat thing personally. Zeke just brushes it off, admitting he was expecting a full-blown emotional meltdown when the news about his dad dropped. JR's like, yeah, maybe 3 years ago. Back then, revenge was the only thing on his mind. He wanted to burn down the world of everyone who betrayed his father and left him to dry. A classic Manhwa revenge plot, really. Intrigued, Zeke asks what changed his mind. But JR just says he grew up. He realized his old plan was just edgy teenage nonsense. He's not even strong enough to take on Zeke, let alone get payback on the whole system. Right now, his main quest is grinding out enough cash to pay off those insane hospital bills. That's the new priority. He's got no clue when they'll find a cure, but you better believe he's going to move heaven and earth to make it happen. Every single obstacle, just a speed bump. Zeke claims he's just there to ask a few questions, real casual-like. He's digging into why Jong is unofficially listed as Sun's son and who was on babysitting duty after Dad went full Madridian. Jong keeps it simple. It was just him and his dad, and broadcasting his family tree would have put a massive target on his back. Besides, he pretty much raised himself. Zeke just nods, seeing the truth in it. Then he drops a new name, Duganawig. Jong draws a blank, and Zeke's like, yeah, it's not a person. It's the name of a dragon, a literal world ender. Duganawig is the source of the poison wrecking his father, and this A-list threat is still out there, just chilling. The word dragon alone is enough to send people into a panic. Quick history lesson: a few years after the invasion, the walls went up thanks to a little help from the other races. With explorers leveling up their game, humanity wasn't on the brink of extinction anymore. However, you still had your occasional apocalyptic event, like something powerful enough to just delete the walls. That's a dragon's signature move. They're stronger, smarter, and sneakier than anything else on the planet. And yeah, they were consistently hostile toward humans. Among all the monsters, dragons are the undisputed champions of causing trouble. It's not that they hate humans, though. They just see us as a convenient resource to own and exploit. Their biggest mistake was underestimating us, figuring we'd never conquer the dungeons, so they didn't even bother to attack. Their grand plan was to wait for the world to completely fall apart, then show up pretending to be gods in exchange for protection. Jong sarcastically notes that maybe they should send the dragons a thank you card for staying away, but since things didn't go according to their evil plan, they started attacking humans directly. And that's when Jong's father stepped onto the scene. With some big-brain strategies and pure grit, he became the legend who proved that even dragons could be taken down. The news of his dragon slaying went viral, and the whole game changed. Jong remembers hearing this story, too, and that's when the dragons supposedly went into hiding. But Zeke hits him with a fact check. They didn't hide, they changed their strategy. Dragons are shape-shifting masterminds, way too cunning for that. Since they couldn't just bulldoze humanity, they started to infiltrate society. This is all highly classified info that Zeke's only spilling because Jong is Sun's son. Duganawig was the very last dragon Sun was hunting before he got sick. If it's defeated, they can whip up an antidote. If Jong plans on taking on a challenge straight out of a manhwa, he's got to get a lot stronger, and Zeke is offering to help him grind levels for the final boss fight. Right now, Jong's biggest power move is just getting out of bed. Leaning by the window, he stares at the card he was given, remembering the advice he got. If it sounds impossible, just forget about it. But if it's true, this is his one and only shot to save his father. Zeke cuts in, telling him it's not his decision to make, to grab this opportunity. He needs to climb to the absolute top. These dragons are basically deep cover agents with fake IDs, hiding in plain sight, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Even if they had enough evidence to expose them, it's pointless without capturing one. If they move too early, the dragons will just vanish again. And that's not even mentioning the worldwide panic it would cause. To stop this, they have to be surgical and fast. It's the only way to keep the dragons from escaping again. Over the last few years, a special team has been assembled just to hunt Duganawig. Every single member is a veteran adventurer who can actually take down a dragon. If Jong doesn't get strong enough, it doesn't matter how badly he wants in, the team won't accept him. This isn't some feel-good academy manhwa where the power of friendship saves the day. Having dead weight on the team isn't just a bad idea. It doesn't just risk the mission, it gets everyone unalived. If all this is real, Jong needs to know his deadline because he's smart enough to know they won't wait around for him to catch up. Zeke explains they don't have the dragon's exact location, but they expect to find it in 2 years or less. And just like Jong guessed, the party's starting with or without him. Before he leaves, Zeke makes it clear he doesn't care what Jong thinks of him. If Jong wants to ghost him forever, that's fine. But Zeke makes one solid promise. Whether Jong joins them or not, they are hunting that dragon down, no matter the cost. Those words stuck with Jong. It was a flicker of hope in the darkness. The start of his own reincarnation, Manhwa protagonist journey. The honest-to-God chance to cure his father. This info drop was everything he'd been fighting for. The confirmation that it was actually possible. It lit a fire in him, but it also sparked something else. Fear. The cold, creeping dread that he wouldn't be ready in time for the mission that could finally bring his father justice. What he had now just wasn't going to cut it. He's going to make it happen, no matter the cost. For so long, a cure was just a fantasy. And now, it's on the table. This tiny spark of hope gave Jiren a level of drive you usually only see in the protagonist of a gritty reincarnation manhwa. As he's splashing water on his face, trying to process this, the door swings open. The nurse who walks in is absolutely beaming to see he's conscious. She asks if he's in any pain, and he just chalks it up to muscle soreness. She tells him the doctor will give the full breakdown, but to expect to feel like he went 10 rounds with a troll for a few more days. Apparently, they had to practically rebuild his arm from scratch. When they brought him in, it was in critical condition. They needed every trick in the book, or amputation would have been the next step. It was only thanks to a top-tier healer that the surgery was even a success. Staring at his newly reassembled limb, Jiren had a question burning in his mind. He needed to know what happened to the friend who was fighting right there with him. The nurse quickly put him at ease, saying his friend's recovery was so insane she was discharged the same day she got there. Hearing this, Jiren was floored, but before he could even ask how that was possible, the nurse went full fangirl and asked if she could snag a picture with him. She whipped out her phone and took a selfie on the spot. Jiren, still dazed, asked if he could get discharged too. The nurse said, yeah, technically, but gave him a heads up that walking out the front door would be a huge mistake. The hospital was completely swamped with reporters. Every last one of them wanted the first interview the second he stepped outside. Jiren couldn't figure out what the big deal was, so the nurse told him he needed a serious reality check. She showed him her phone screen, and his jaw dropped. The entire incident could have spiraled into an absolute nightmare. If it wasn't for him and his friend, there would have been hundreds of casualties, and that's being optimistic. Everyone wanted to know who the mystery hero was, and reporters had been camped out nonstop. Handing him a bag, she said his friend had it sent over for him. The instructions were simple. If he wanted to keep his identity a secret, he needed to use what was inside and slip out the back. Sam had definitely prepared something, probably with a slick concealment spell on it. But when Jiren ripped open the bag, he saw a rope. Just a plain old rope. Not exactly the magic item he was hoping for, but with no other options he went for it. He tossed the rope out the window and made his classic action hero descent. From above, the nurse shouted down, telling him not to worry about the photo. She'd only post it once he became a world-famous explorer. Jiren just waved back, still not fully grasping the scale of the situation. Sam was waiting for him in her car, cool as a cucumber. Jiren's first question was, seriously, a rope was the only option? Without even looking at him, she shot back. Would you have preferred a press conference? He had to admit she had a point, but then he noticed another bag in the car. Sam explained she'd bought him some new clothes and a phone, assuming his old one was toast. The gesture genuinely got to him, but she immediately told him to knock it off with the sentimental look. Besides, she was still trying to wrap her head around what even happened. A disaster like that, so close to home. And even crazier, the fact that he actually defeated that monster. But she knew his life was basically a high-stakes action manhwa. So, she cut to the chase. All right, where are we headed? Honestly, all she wanted was a nap. But they only had today, and that was it. If you want the gear, we have to go now. He tried to argue that he already had clothes. Sam just rolled her eyes. I'm not talking about your everyday clothes, genius. I'm talking about proper explorer armor. And she made it clear he better appreciate how lucky he was. The single best tailor on the planet agreed to make armor for him. This wasn't some off-the-rack stuff from your typical academy manhwa. This was bespoke gear. See, armor material falls into 3 basic categories. First, you've got cloth. It has the worst defense, but it's super easy to enchant with support magic, so it's usually for mages and healers who hang back. The second category is crazy tough metal plate. It ends up being unbelievably heavy. Dungeon ore is denser, and without insane strength and stamina, you can't even move in that stuff. In the middle, you've got leather. It's not as heavy as plate, but it's still seriously durable. It's the perfect choice for close combat damage dealers like him. Maybe it was time to level up his wardrobe, but Sam was still curious, and she finally asked, so, how in the world did you actually beat that thing? She's demanding the deets, but Jerryong's just like, dude, someone filmed it. Go watch the highlight reel. But plot twist, the video is missing the main event. It shows him wrecking the ogre and 2 horned scrubs, but the part where he took down the 5-star beast, conveniently off camera, which, by the way, was a total shock to him. He had no clue it was a boss-level monster. And yeah, it was an absolute unit, so he's thinking something's up, because even with him and Shulin prepped to the 9s, that fight should have been a game over. But then some mysterious power just times popped off asterisk, and he's got 0 clue what it was, so she's pressing him again. Like, seriously, why won't you just spill it? The thing is, he literally can't explain it. It's the ultimate I don't know, it just worked moment. The classic reincarnation manhwa protagonist problem. You get awesome powers, but no user manual, and it makes 0 sense. We're talking about a monster that requires a whole squad of pros to even think about fighting. So even though he's telling the truth, it sounds completely insane. This just confirms it for her. Geniuses are on a whole other level. Still, she warns him to watch his back. Things are about to get exhausting, and it's not just the paparazzi, because now they're both at the dead center of this media storm. Poor Shulin got the short end of the stick, getting grilled in interviews for 4 straight days. The guy even ended up on TV. But through it all, he dodged any mention of Jerryong like a pro. Even a basic question like his name got a hard pass. He flat out refused to say anything without his buddy's permission. Which brings us back to the favor Jerryong asked if anyone starts digging for details. Shulin's supposed to play dumb. Jerryong's trying to stay on the down low, and Shulin, being the ultimate bro, was like, "Got it, your secret's safe with me." She's curious how those two became so tight, but honestly, even he doesn't know. Her advice? Lay low and stay off the grid until the academy admission test. He's wondering why the secrecy. Just then, his phone buzzes. His manager wants a chat as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Saram's been doing her homework on these tests, and the more she reads, the more she realizes how brutal it is. The passing rate in recent years? A measly 1 in 100. We're talking peak academy Manhwa difficulty here. Jerryong just scoffs, figuring most applicants are just clueless wannabes, probably even worse than Saram. Seeing her instant death glare, he backpedals. "Hey, I didn't mean you're bad." Her response? "Just shut up." But here's the tea. On pure skill, he's not wrong. She's got massive potential, it's just raw. And as they start working together, he finally gets the picture. The test is all about teamwork. And surprise, surprise, most of the candidates are legacy kids, the children of famous adventurers. So all these well-connected parents basically set up pre-made teams for their kids. Nearly everyone showing up has that silver spoon, and they're the ones who coast right through. If Jerryong's identity gets out, he'll have a massive target on his back. The school might say they discourage that stuff, but reality is a different story. He could try for special admission, but that's not his style. Because even in this rigged system, some people get in on pure merit, and that's all he needed to hear. He's going the solo route, like the hero of every great manhwa. His plan? Crush everyone and carve out his own path. She digs the confidence even if it's a little naive. Anyway, she's ready for a wardrobe change and points him towards the bathroom. The instructions are simple. Change, then meet me at the end of the hall. Cut to the reception desk, where Saram announces she has an appointment with the CEO. The secretary tells her to hang tight for a few minutes, then gets on the phone to announce the visitor. The CEO was supposed to give her the inside scoop on, well, everything. But record scratch, he suddenly has an unmissable commitment and can't make it. This is bad. Like, really bad, because there's literally no other time to reschedule. He offers to make up for her time, but Saram's not having it. This isn't about money, this is about the warrior school exam, and this flakeout could derail her entire plan. As she's fuming, someone nearby whispers that she looks familiar. This kicks off some classic old-timer talk among the adventurers, how the new generation just isn't built the same. See, the first generation had to grind, paving the way with blood, sweat, and tears. Now, everything's been upgraded with fancy tech, but the biggest change is the starting line. The OG adventurers made sure their kids had everything they never did. We're not just talking inherited talent, we're talking elite private tutoring from the moment they could walk. Which begs the question, who's the ultimate nepo baby of this generation? And the consensus is, it's Times the Times girl, Hamyun. The legendary first-year prodigy at the warrior school. She hits him with the classic, "You have any idea who I am? Student council president? Ring a bell?" Anyway, let's just skip the formalities. Plot twist. The CEO is her uncle, and she was his unmissable commitment. She's all like, "I get that you're salty about your appointment getting canceled, but let's just spin this a different way, shall we? Instead of canceled, let's say you chose Times to give your spot to me. In fact, you should be thanking me for the help." Yeah? Saram knows the deal. She's already heard the stories about what this girl, clown, is capable of, and the influence she wields is no joke. And just then, Jerryong strolls in. Since he's Saram's senior, it looks like they're all stuck in this awkward little party. He starts to thank the guy, but he gets cut off mid-sentence. She just tells him to stop talking. The secretary looks like he's about to have a heart attack. The girl smirks. Kid's got guts. Who is he? Saram tries to jump in and stop this train wreck, her hand literally trembling. It was like Clown's words just physically hit her, and she immediately knew what that pressure meant. Clown wasn't even talking to her, but she got hit with the splash damage anyway. The clown snaps, "I didn't ask you a damn thing, you idiot. So know your place and stay quiet." Jerryong, completely unfazed, just introduces himself like he's reading off a character sheet. "I'm 17, live in Guanaco, and I'm 180 centimeters tall. No clue how much I weigh right now, and my favorite food is sausage with sautéed vegetables. That's about it, but the main thing is I'm prepping for the warrior school. And honestly," he adds, "I'm pretty disappointed to see that even a place like that is crawling with conceited people like you who think they're the main character." Oh, you could see the psycho smile spread across her face, her hand shaking with pure rage. Now he was feeling that same intense pressure Saram just felt. She purrs, "I don't exactly hate Times people like you. That is, if you can actually back up all that talk, since you want to transfer to my school so bad." He just cracks a little smile. So this is your whole intimidation shtick. Huh, it's the first time I've tried this approach, so I'm curious. Did it meet the high standard you were expecting? The girl is absolutely fuming, but from across the room, her uncle calls her out by name, San Wu. What in the hell do you think you're doing over there? He marches over, absolutely livid. Why did you visit without telling me? He demands, just as she snatches the phone right out of his hands. It's only been a week since your last incident. Just 1 week. Are you trying to make your father angry again? The uncle then turns and apologizes to the two of them, explaining that his niece tends to go off script. Serum is quick to say he doesn't need to apologize, deeply grateful, that's all it was. For Clown, this level of chaos is apparently pretty tame. But hey, the rumors are 100% true. She's arrogant as hell and only gives a damn about people who are strong. Jerryong pulls Serum closer. He whispers, okay, what is that girl's deal exactly? She's not just some random senior, is she? She's the president of the student council, Serum explains. In other words, she's the #1 ranked student in the school. Basically, top students get a special license to run dungeons under professional supervision, letting them use their school breaks to grind levels and explore. This way, they rack up a ton of experience before they even become full-fledged explorers. But, like in any good story, there are a few exceptions to the rule. Anyone on the student council is basically treated like a pro, even if they aren't officially registered yet. Plus, they have some serious political sway with the school's administration. They can even join official attack teams going up against 5-star or higher monsters. They're the literal next generation of top-ranked warriors. So since she's in her 3rd year, she's 2 years older than us, Jerryong assumes. That would be the case, Serum replies, but she's still in her 2nd year. Wait, did she fail a grade? Jerryong asks. That's not it, Serum says. She took the position from the previous president, and he's just like, how is that even possible? Serum has to remind him, dude, this school is basically a real-life academy manhwa. Strength and skill are the only things that matter. Students can join the council starting the 1st semester of their 2nd year, and that's exactly what she did. The second she was eligible, she unsheathed her sword, kicking off the school's biggest event by challenging every single member of the council before the 1st semester even ended. She wiped the floor with all of them, becoming the youngest council president in the school's entire history. Anyway, Serum finishes. We were just about to leave. Serum is just relieved, nothing truly bad went down, but Jerryong, pulling a classic reincarnation manhwa protagonist move, decides to poke the bear. Since you seem so busy, I'd like to make a quick bet with you. He's heard the legends about her, and figures she must have a damn good reason for being such a royal pain. The bet is brutally simple. If he eats dirt, the time slot is all hers. Serum immediately tries to run interference, thinking our boy has officially lost his mind. I mean, if it's a bet, she's got to put some skin in the game too, right? He, loving her quick thinking, asks if she's ever heard of shadowboxing. It's basically combat training 101. First person to land a clean tag or box the other into a corner wins. Simple. So, if he loses, she gets the time slot. And he adds with a smirk, the best part is she won't suffer any traumatic injury when she inevitably loses the bet. But if she loses, the moment he's an official student, she has to hand over her title as student council president. Yeah, it's one of the most ridiculously over-the-top proposals ever, and there's no way she'd accept. But the sheer audacity of it is just too juicy to pass up, so she's in. Challenge accepted. After that bombshell, she finally bothers to learn our guy's name. Since throwing down in the hallway is a major party foul, they head to a workshop designed for durability testing. It's go time. The student prez is radiating main character confidence, totally sure she's got this in the bag. Same goes for Jerryong. Seram, on the other hand, is a nervous wreck, which is kind of pointless since, in Jerryong's mind, this was over before it started. I mean, the dude is seriously banged up. Even if he pulls off a miracle, she's never gonna just hand over her presidency. But then he drops the bomb. He's not planning on winning, and now Seram is just completely lost. Even at 100%, he'd have a snowball's chance in hell against a powerhouse like her. So why on earth did he even make this insane bet? But Jerryong just tells her to chill. It's totally normal to be confused, but she needs to have a little more faith in him. Trust me, he says. It'll be a fair trade in the end. Only Seram has zero clue what he's planning. Is he trying to throw the fight to get on her good side? Nah. There's no way he's times the time's stupid, right? Meanwhile, her uncle chimes in, saying all he can do is apologize for her. He knows she's meant to be a leader, but instead of being welcoming, she just drops truth bombs like they're grenades. He apologizes again to Seram, who insists it's fine. He figures this is all happening because this new kid, even without knowing him, is radiating some serious confidence. Then the prez herself says he's probably already noticed her plan. To make it fair, she's not even going to use both arms. A classic power move straight out of an action manhwa. But Jerryong just fires back that it doesn't matter, because it'll just be a good excuse for her when she loses. That comeback piques her interest even more, and she snaps into her stance. In the blink of an eye, she vanishes. He's startled, but instantly shifts to react, managing to weave out of the way of the first strike. The move leaves both Seram and the prez's uncle completely stunned, but for totally different reasons. Seram was floored by the attack speed. It was a literal blur. In a fight like this, someone has to risk opening themselves up for a shot. But GM showed zero hesitation, zero fear. She just launched her attack, fueled by pure, unfiltered pride. Sarum knows if that had been her, she would have been eating floor. Then the tailor breaks the silence, asking Han if he's the first one to pose the question. He wants to know if this student is timed seriously, times transferring to the Warrior Academy. Looking at his file, the kid's talent is obvious, but this, what he's seeing with his own two eyes, is on a whole other level. He used to be a high-energy adventurer himself, and he can tell Jerryong's goal here isn't to show off, it's to learn. Jium is already a beast for her age. With a bit more seasoning, she could easily hang with low-tier pros. This whole scene is pure Academy Manhwa gold. Our boy is just trying to get a read on the power level he needs to reach. He's measuring the gap, and so far, he's dancing around her like he's been doing this for a second lifetime. Classic reincarnation Manhwa protagonist move. After a flurry of blows, he creates some distance. Jium admits it's been a hot minute since anyone at this school has dodged her attacks for this long. She's genuinely impressed. She absolutely did not expect him to keep up, especially since it's not just his arm that's busted up. She notes he must be nowhere near his peak physical condition, but Jerryong just smirks back. You've never seen my peak, so don't make assumptions. Her tone softens, and she admits she saw him fight that horned horror. Turns out, she's watched that video hundreds of times. She's a legit fan of his, the anonymous hero that nobody knows. Switching back to her usual vibe, she suggests they call it a draw and pick this up another time. Once he's enrolled and fully healed, they'll have a proper rematch, because she definitely doesn't want it to end here. She starts to leave with her uncle, but Jerryong just says flat out that he's not buying a word of it. Oh, that confidence. Bless her heart, she has no idea what's really happening. A tie? Not in this lifetime, buddy. The student council presidency is on the line, and he's not about to share the crown. Look, he's clearly not folding, so let's cut the chit-chat and get back to the action. He's ready for round 2, but the peanut gallery is all thinking the same thing. He's bluffing. They think he's throwing away the best opening he's had this whole time, and that's a major L, because this girl, she's got a thing for ambitious guys. And what he just pulled wasn't ambition in their eyes, it was pure foolishness. Jerryong, however, just flashes a smirk and starts closing the distance, and with that, he's on the move, flipping the script. Now it's his turn to bring the heat. She's forced to go full focus mode, because times nobody asterisk, not even her uncle, saw this coming. Jerryong unleashes a strike with everything he's got, missing her by a hair. Sam's brain just short-circuited. He thought this dude was sandbagging the whole time. Nope, not even close. And the tailor had to admit, his whole analysis was garbage. This wasn't just some flex-off with Gaon. In the blink of an eye, something straight out of an Academy Manhwa was happening. The guy learned and times copied times her moves. Mid-fight, this dude is an absolute monster. It was never about winning or losing. His real endgame is to straight-up steal Gon's entire technique. He caps off his attack with a casual, yep, that's how you did it. See, coming up as a smuggler, he lived by one simple, unbreakable rule. He tells her to stop spectating because he wants to see the rest of her playbook. And that rule, never make a deal you're going to lose. Technique isn't just about brute force, people. It's the art of refining every single movement to squeeze out max performance. We're talking everything from your breathing down to the way your foot hits the ground. But the secret sauce that makes it all work is timing. People grind their entire lives to perfect this, learning through endless, mind-numbing repetition. It's all trial and error. That hard-earned knowledge gets passed down for the next generation to upgrade. Because even if you're a prodigy, you can't just cheat code your way past centuries of collective wisdom. Jerryong was a natural, a certified genius who got strong all on his own. But then puberty hit, his growth spurt hit a plateau, and he ran face-first into a harsh reality. There was a wall, the kind of progression wall you read about in a good manhwa, blocking him from the next level. The only way forward was to smash right through it. So he dropped the weights that were holding him back. He then calls her out, asking why she's hesitating when he's been crystal clear about his intentions. He's getting into this academy, period. And wasn't she the one who said she times loved times to teach a rookie like him? He sees right through it. She's just scared to lose. And honestly, he gets it. That shut her up for a second. She turns to her uncle like, hey, remember that thing I asked you about? Some attack squad wanted to cut a deal, and he told her to go for it. You know, for the clout. Well, she's going to take his advice. But on one condition, he doesn't get in her way. This immediately sets off alarm bells for the uncle, who's like, what exactly are you planning? And Gaon tells her opponent he wanted to see her dodge. Fine. She'll show him something. All right. It's time to see if he times can dodge times or times attack. But she's already in motion, a kick screaming towards his face. He's watching it like it's in slow motion, scanning for an opening. Sidestepping the hit, he finds exactly what he was looking for. See, every move has a wind-up, the execution, and the follow-through. If you watch close enough, you can basically read your opponent's mind and predict their next move. And Gaon is exploiting this. By cutting out the transitional movements, she can totally fake out an observer. It doesn't just make her next move impossible to predict, it actually makes every strike look way faster than it really is. We're talking about a technique that took decades to develop, a style Gaon's own father perfected, earning him a legendary reputation. They call it Flash, and it's ridiculously fast. And then Jerryong pulls it off. Twice. In a row. And frankly, a lot cleaner than Gaon ever has. Now, This isn't some move you can copy just by reading the instructions. You need insane flexibility, god-tier reflexes, and most importantly, time. Tons of it. Screw up the execution even slightly, and the whole thing falls apart. Even her dad, in his absolute prime, didn't nail this technique until he was in his early 20s. It took the uncle 3 months times just to wrap his head around the basics. He had to get into peak condition just to be a decent training partner for his niece. And this kid is pulling it off like it's nothing. But then Han realizes the most insane part. Jerryon's body is a wreck. He's running on fumes. It's classic reincarnation Manhwa logic, having all the knowledge but a starter pack body. But despite his body screaming at him, he's moving like he's at 100%. And you can see it on his face, a look of pure, unadulterated accomplishment. He's got this look in his eye, like he just leveled up and knows there are more tiers to unlock. This isn't your typical training montage. This is learning by fire, and he's just figured out the cheat codes. He's not doing this because he has to anymore. He's doing it because he just discovered that getting your butt kicked is actually fun. The pain, the exhaustion, it's all just background noise now. All he wants is to keep the heat on Guam, who's realizing she's in a very, very bad spot. Jerryong is pressing her with a mastery that screams reincarnation Manhwa protagonist, using a technique he literally just saw. The final hit is coming, and she has 0 ways to counter. That's the cue for the adult supervision to step in. The world hits the mute button. Dead silence. Han is just standing there, a human roadblock. Guam had told him to stay out of it, but she's secretly relieved it's over before he had to ground them both. Still, what a buzzkill. So, looks like she lost the bet, but Jerryong fires back that she lost. And now we're at a standstill. Her big defense? I said I wasn't going to use my hands. Yeah, except Jerryong never agreed to that little rule. Hand or no hand, the hit still landed. She can chalk it up to pride, but let's be real, she was completely outmatched. Her uncle finally steps in, playing peacemaker. He says there's no need to declare a winner, blaming himself for letting it get this far and pointing out Jerryong probably shouldn't be fighting for his life. So, the official call is a tie, a learning opportunity for them both. And as soon as our boy is back at 100%, they can have a formal, no-nonsense rematch. Hearing this, Guam shoots her uncle a death glare before locking eyes with Jerryong, telling him to listen up. We'll meet again at the academy, she says, setting up that classic academy Manhwa rivalry. And if you fail the entrance exam or lose to anyone else before me, I will never let you live it down. But for Jerryong, the whole ordeal was a fantastic combat seminar. As she's leaving, Guam stops and asks for Serum's name, wanting to talk to the kid's sponsor. She actually tries to apologize, admitting she doesn't know Serum's rep, but hey, she's clearly not useless and she's got a good eye for talent. A totally sincere compliment. And it turns out Jerryong wasn't the only one having a blast. Cut to the two of them on a couch, waiting. The tension is thicker than the plot of a weekly manhwa, and it's killing him. Serum's just relieved he doesn't need a trip to the hospital, though he kinda wishes he did. She's also floored, admitting she never expected the prideful Guam to even hint at taking an L. From her perspective, Jerryong totally won, but he's not having it. He shakes his head, insisting he was the one who broke the rules of their little spar first. The moment he ripped off that sling to go on the offensive, it stopped being a game. He knows he was the one to cross the line from a friendly match to a real fight. He was going all in, and if that final blow had connected, she could have been seriously hurt. Honestly, if he were in her shoes, he would have used his hands too. There was no other choice. This gets Serum thinking, wondering aloud what a real, no-holds-barred fight between them would look like. For someone who was so against this whole thing, she sure got sucked into the drama. Right then, Jerryong gets to his feet, his eyes locked on the door. They've arrived. The door opens and 2 people walk in. Serum turns to see Han, holding up the universal peace offering. Pizza boxes. He thanks them for being patient and, after they eat, offers up another apology. He feels bad his niece is a walking disaster and says he should have taken them for a proper meal, but Jerryong's just hyped for the pizza. For him, the only thing that matters about food is that there's a lot of it, and that's all he needs. Adventurers, after all, can eat about 5 times as much as a normal person, a detail Serum forgot, especially since he'd been unconscious for 4 days straight with no food. Anyway, Han gets down to business. His workshop doesn't mess with plain old leather. He uses a material woven from the fibers of high-class monsters. He explains they create a powerful custom blend to make the ultimate gear for the user. This stuff is way lighter and more durable than leather could ever hope to be. Looking at Jerryong, Han says he already has the perfect material combo and design in mind. After getting a front-row seat to Jerryong's capabilities and having all his personal data, he's basically good to go. There's just one last, tiny little hang-up. The final stage of production requires soaking the material in a special oil to max out its resistance and durability. Serum knew this, which is why she requested the best of the best. But under the current circumstances, getting this oil is next to impossible. The key ingredient is oil from the voracious whale of the deep seas, a material they used to have a complete monopoly on. But due to some unexpected issues, the whale hunting industry is completely defunct. He says there are other materials they can use as a substitute, with almost no practical difference. Almost. But hold up, that move would basically be a breach of contract, a major screw-up that shouldn't even be on the table, but hey, if they want to back out, that's cool. He could even hook them up with a master leather specialist. no problem, and he's even willing to pay for their wasted time. Jerryong, though, says he's not sweating it. He figures if the quality difference isn't a total game changer, it's all good, since he's not exactly rocking top-tier gear anyway. And besides, he's dead set on getting equipment made by this specific guy. Plus, he drops the question, wasn't Han the one who trained his niece? Jerryong might not be an expert on gear, but he feels a lot better knowing it's crafted by someone who's an absolute unit. And if that's the case, he's sticking with his choice. Serum knew something was up that day. I mean, it's been a solid 10 years since Han hung up his cape, but hearing that praise felt good, like a legendary hero getting a compliment. Serum, meanwhile, is just baffled about the disappearing food. But hey, if they're putting their trust in him, he's gonna go all out on this equipment. The more he dwells on it, the more last week's mess bums him out. There was this huge hunt, and he was banking on scoring some primo materials from it. He asks if they've heard of the Imperial Wasp, and Serum immediately thinks of the Royal Jelly. But nope, inside that monster is another material that gear makers would sell their souls for. We're talking about the black wax, the stuff used to shield the queen herself. Only a handful of these things can even produce this epic-level protective wax. Whipping out his phone, Han asks Jerryong if this is the stuff he's talking about. There was supposed to be a picture, but ever since he lost his old phone, he had to go old school and draw it. Now Han is just floored that the kids saw it in person. The real story? Jerryong totally smuggled it, but his cover story is he saw it at Serum's place. And rich people really do have all the cool stuff. Anyway, Jerryong is currently laid up in the hospital and was supposed to meet someone before heading over. It's going to be about an hour, and the manager should be free by then too. Han asks if Jerryong's eaten, and of course he has, but he's totally down for round 2, as long as Han's footing the bill, naturally. The door to Jerryong's room creaks open. He's got to hang up, but tells them to hit him up the second they arrive, because his plans for the day just walk through the door. Zeke announces, it's been a while, and Caballino just suggests they take this conversation outside. Flashback to 11 days ago, where they were hashing things out at the hospital. It's just bad form to cause a scene in Jerryong's room. An entire attack team led by one guy just imploded, and if that's the end of it, maybe they should just let it lie. Caballino sighs, saying Zeke is still the same old hothead, always rubbing people the wrong way. These two might have been allies once, but things are definitely not all sunshine and rainbows between them. Zeke is just seeing red looking at him. C. Jawan, or Caballino, is a retired adventurer. He was ranked number 5 back in the day, and since they're on the same team now, Zeke needs to zip it and fall in line. Serum is just thinking her friend is a bottomless pit of surprises, and she's dying to know more about this black wax he's got. She's guessing it's the mystery item from the chest and feels like she should have gotten a heads up. But Jerryong didn't even know what it was, and he just thanks her for keeping his little acquisition on the down low. Ever since the Arju's incident, nothing's been simple. She asks if he's busy, and yeah, he is. He's got a meeting, if it wasn't too far out of the way. She offers him a ride, and right on cue, her phone buzzes. It's her Uncle Zeke, so she asks him to wait a sec, and he's cool with it, since he's not about to be late anyway. The nights were definitely getting chilly this time of year. The tailor points this out, then asks if Serum already bounced. Nah, she just stepped out to take a call, so she won't be long. The tailor says not to worry about it, he just came out for a peaceful smoke. Then he drops a bombshell. That skill Jerryong learned today, Flash, was actually created by his brother, Voon's father, and he even helped develop it. This is some serious Academy Manhwa plot twist stuff. Hearing this, Jerryong just about dies of embarrassment. He starts apologizing profusely, realizing he should have guessed the creator of the technique would be right there. He's sorry for using it without permission, but the tailor isn't there to call him out. It's not like you can copyright this stuff. In fact, they're usually picky about who they teach it to, but there's nothing wrong with learning by just watching. If a move is easy to copy, it's just going to get around. Except this technique is anything but easy to copy. At first, the tailor thought Jerryong had a weak foundation, assuming he'd never had a proper teacher. After watching him throw down, he realized that if Jerryong had been a slacker, he would have completely butchered the basic principles a long time ago. Our boy's a bit baffled, wondering how he's supposed to learn this way when his summons usually do all the fighting. But let's be real, the kid's got raw talent, and with a little time and grinding, he's going to unlock his true potential. Becoming a legendary adventurer is going to be a serious challenge, though. The potential is right there, but in this world, being a prodigy just paints a giant target on your back. Sure, he'll get some fans and allies, but for every supporter, there's a hater seething with envy, just waiting for a chance to either control him or take him out. And Jerryong's probably seen this exact plot in a dozen manhwa before. He's basically asking, so, should I hide my power level to avoid all the drama? Nope, plot twist, the advice is the complete opposite. He should never, ever hide his talents. Besides, he's not the type who could pull it off, and trying would just make everyone look down on him. So, the better play is to just do him. He needs to show everyone who he really is, an untouchable genius. As long as he's got the skills to back it up, he needs to go all out, absorbing every technique he can get his hands on. Even if it stirs up trouble, that whole bowing and scraping routine he just pulled, that's gotta stop. Instead, it's time to stand tall and speak up. He's the one who decides what's right and wrong now. That's a perk of being the strongest. If he learns a technique and perfects it, he can pretty much claim it as his own. The mentor gets that this is a lot to process, but in the cutthroat world of explorers, power is the only thing that talks. His niece is basically that philosophy turned up to 11, and he has zero intention of reining her in. She's demanding, sure, but because of that attitude, nobody ever dares to underestimate her, and he wants Jerryong to adopt that same energy. Right then, Serum shows up, calling out for her friend. She's surprised to see the mentor, but her mission was to tell Jerryong to get in touch with her uncle. She didn't say why, but she made it sound urgent, and she clearly knew he'd be there. She'd asked if he was around because she needed to talk. So, he makes the call, and Zeke immediately apologizes for interrupting whatever he was doing. Zeke admits he didn't expect to be calling so soon, but a problem popped up and he needed to see him, like yesterday. Jerryong is thrown by the sudden invite, but he gets the message loud and clear and says he's on his way. Cut to a sketchy, abandoned area where they're navigating a hidden path that apparently leads straight into the dungeon. Turns out the subway is just riddled with these secret dungeon entrances, and this one, in particular, is their private VIP route. Zeke is there, clothes all torn up, and says someone's inside. He explains he didn't want to call, but the guy literally said he'd rather die than be healed by him. And that's the whole story. Jerryong is clueless about the backstory, but the bad blood is thick enough to cut with a knife. Clearly, Zeke and the manager had a massive falling out. The guy inside quips that if he'd known Jerryong was coming so fast, he would have asked to borrow his shirt, all while Jerryong is standing there thinking, do I know you? He compliments Jerryong's eyes and then asks if he's the one who gave Zeke that new scar. Word travels fast. Our boy is already famous in the attack group as the kid who soloed a high-ranking monster. The captain is apparently stoked to meet him, but Zeke cuts the friendly banter short. He's over it, announcing they're leaving because there's no reason to stick around. Serum leaves with Zeke but tells Jerryong to call her later. On the other side of the door, there's this ominous red glow, and of course, Jerryong goes to investigate. Jerryong was getting frustrated, thinking the guy was just being dramatic, but nope, he's legit messed up. His body and his pride are completely in shambles. He's muttering about why that bastard Zeke even bothered to come, especially with backup. Then, playing dumb, the man asks Jerryong if he has a lighter. But Jerryong is way more focused on the weird light, seeing as the sun went down ages ago. When he says he doesn't have a lighter, the man asks him to grab something, claiming he's too wasted to move. Below them is a scene of pure fire and destruction. Jerryong finally asks what the hell they were fighting about. Fight isn't the right word. The man clarifies he was just trying to burn Zeke to a crisp. He then compliments the guy who came with Zeke, saying he's impressive. He's no tank, but his defense is solid. He says with another 10 years of training, he could be a big deal, kind of like a classic protagonist in an academy manhwa. Jerryong cuts in, saying he has something to say. But the manager already knows. If it's about quitting the smuggler life, the door's open. But if Jerryong wants to become a real adventurer, there's one condition. He has 1 month to learn everything the manager is about to teach him. If he can't hack it, he might as well just give up on his dream. Look, this ain't going to be a walk in the park, especially since it's not exactly his natural talent. Jerryong's totally clueless, but plot twist, the manager reveals it's exactly times what he's thinking. Yep, he's talking about teaching him magic. Our hero is like, wait, run that by me again, because his mind is officially blown and he needs all the details, like yesterday. But his new mentor is so gassed he can barely stand and needs an immediate assist. And this isn't your average exhaustion. The dude's body is literally ice cold. This leaves our boy with no choice but to scoop him up, bridal style. Flashback time, making coffee from scratch was a real struggle at first, but he eventually got the hang of brewing a killer cup. If he'd known how therapeutic the whole process was, he would have started way earlier. It would have been a chill hobby back in his prime. His buddy immediately calls him out on that, arguing that he's still times in his prime. Dude's talking like he's already cashed in his retirement fund. Zhao Wong was only 26 years old back then, but the protagonist's dad just fires back. Nah, for real, I'm retired. Meanwhile, the manager wants him to finally put an end to Duganowik. He just needed to assemble a solid crew for the job, and the best part? No bureaucratic nonsense to deal with. Plus, he's already cracked the enemy's entire game plan, a strategy that involves hiding, which basically just hands over the win. But that's exactly what's got the manager stressing, since this lame move only makes his enemy stronger. He's also furious that nobody's giving credit to the actual hero. Being a true ride or die, he steps up and says he'll handle it. He's going to fight the dragon and fix this whole mess himself. All the intense chatter ends up waking the kid, and it seems the manager had absolutely no idea he even existed until this very second. This tiny, wide-eyed, and shockingly well-behaved kid's name is Jerry, and he's only just now being introduced to the son of the legendary hero. He gently tells the boy to go play for a bit because the adults need to have a serious talk. And that's when he drops the bombshell on the manager. His health is on a timer, and it's running out fast. Zeke was giving it his all trying to treat him, but his body started developing a resistance to the meds. Soon, all of his abilities are going to start deteriorating, including his mind. He's got 4 years, tops, before he's a completely different person. The news hits the manager like a ton of bricks, but the hero has already made his peace with it. He seizes the moment to ask him to take care of his son. This is it. The manager had never ever seen this man show a single sign of weakness. This was the first and only time, the one and only time he ever asked anyone for a favor. Not because he was too proud, but because he always felt like he had to carry the weight of the world on his own shoulders. All he wanted was for his kid to have a normal life, a life totally different from his own, where he could actually find some happiness. That was the small favor he asked the manager, a guy who could never say no to his best friend's final wish. And yeah, his health went downhill fast after that, a detail the manager remembers all too well. He snaps back to reality and asks the kid what time it is. It's still early, but the day's already a total write-off. The manager's first thought is to pray Zeke didn't treat him, and Jerry confirms he didn't. He thought about taking him to the hospital, but trying to explain this mess would be a nightmare, so he just played doctor at home. The manager puts two and two together instantly. He knows exactly what happened. He'd gotten the same thing as a welcome to the job gift way back when. A 14-year-old Jerryong thought the syringe was for fighting monsters, but he later learned it was just emergency medicine. Not exactly a legendary tier item, but a total lifesaver when things go south. It works as a basically universal antidote, the kind of gear exclusive to adventurers, and he figured it wouldn't be a bad starter pack for the kid. From now on, though, he's got to buy his own with his own cash. The kid is absolutely thrilled, and the manager just watches him, probably feeling like this is some classic Academy Manhwa mentor scene. He lays down the law, warning him that once he picks this path, there's no turning back. You can't just quit. But hey, silver lining. At least he won't have to stress about hospital bills, even if it messes with the manager's conscience a bit. The kid, however, just sees it as a huge opportunity, because you never know what's coming next. Ever since he was little, he knew he had to have his own skills. Trusting this guy is the easy part. The real challenge was always being strong enough to protect his dad. On his way out, he thanks him for the gift, but the manager is just hit with the insane irony that the present was used on times him asterisk. The kid had somehow made it all these years without ever needing it. He really should have just sold it on the black market or something, but that's not how Jerryong rolls. Then, the manager reveals he was going to pay for the hospital expenses all along anyway. And let's be real, he'd always known it. He might have had his doubts, but the possibility was always there, lurking in the back of his mind. He knew the manager would never bail on his father, no matter what went down. That's why he didn't even blink before signing on to work for him, even when the job description was basically professional smuggler. For a hot second, the manager thought he'd completely failed the promise he made. But plot twist. The kid times wanted times this. He was the one knocking on the door, asking for the gig. If it wasn't with him, the kid would have just found another crew, which totally erased the manager's last shred of doubt. Still, you gotta admit, it's a little wild how easily a kid just accepts that kind of job offer. The one sacred vow he'd made to the kid's dad was to keep his son from becoming an adventurer. But even back when he was at the top of his own game, he pretty much ignored the old man's wishes. I mean, a talent like that couldn't be wasted on a 9-to-5. This kid's life was destined to be a full-blown action manhwa, especially in the messed up world they live in. He's talking about the absolute clowns who trashed his father's name and conveniently forgot the man saved all of humanity. Even the ones who just stood by and watched. He's hoping every last one of them gets a front row seat to whatever fiery afterlife awaits. He flat out says not even the golden boy Zeke could take down the dragon. Zeke's got that classic hero complex, but his plan is straight out of a starter-level Academy manhwa all heart. Zero strategy. Besides, these creatures aren't brainless monsters. Just finding them is a nightmare, and if someone actually manages to win, society itself might just completely unravel. They're already playing the long game, infiltrated deep within the system. Determination is a nice word, but it doesn't change the fact that these people are the same trash who betrayed our hero's father. Honestly, the world could literally be ending tomorrow, and these fools would still be defending their terrible life choices. And Zeke? He's so tangled up in red tape and societal rules. It's completely kneecapping his whole dragon-slaying agenda, and there's going to be a hefty price for it. The disaster his dad stopped is on a collision course with reality, and this isn't some reincarnation manhwa where he gets a do-over. That's exactly why he never pressured the kid into the adventurer life. Instead, he just hands him a slip of paper with the login info for a bank account in his name. We're talking years of deposits, skimmed right from the manager's own pocket, all for the boy. The master plan was to let him grow up and then bam, give him the cash to do whatever he wanted with his life. He even kicked around the idea of teaching the kid some actual life skills so he wouldn't have to choose the incredibly dangerous, low life expectancy career path of adventurer. The deal was, once he was ready, he'd sign a contract to learn magic. Until then, the manager was just like, dude, hit the books, even if the kid thought it was totally pointless. Now, Jerryong's over here thinking, he totally could have stopped me if he really wanted to. And you know what? He's not wrong. But that's a question that'll just live rent-free in his head forever. His thoughts don't really change anything, though it's the same old story as what happened 3 years ago. What really matters is Jerryong's will to forge his own path. And speaking of paths, we cut to the ancient busted-up ruins of Yongan, where a woman is leading him through the wreckage. She's like, shouldn't we get a better meeting spot? It's not like we're broke. And he's just thinking, rich, coming from the girl who barely ever shows up. But he has to admit, a place with actual hot water would be a major upgrade. She, on the other hand, seems shocked to see him flying solo, since he's usually got his sidekick attached at the hip. Turns out, his usual +1 is off handling other business, a fact she is 100% aware of, which is why, of course, she decides to start roasting him. Ah, all by yourself without your bodyguard? I thought for sure you'd be lost. You holding back the tears right now, big guy? And that's his limit. He's officially ticked off. You want to find out if there's life after death? Just keep talking. She finds this hilarious, calling him a little dog barking because its owner's gone. It's just too cute. Now he's properly irritated, warning her he's got no problem throwing down. He straight up blames her for every single one of their current problems. She's completely unfazed, basically saying, this again? You're like a broken record. But before they can go at it, a third party appears and shuts the whole thing down. Just their presence is enough to make Heron and the big guy power down. You two can fight later. For now, we have a job to do, and it needs to be done fast. It'd be a real shame if we got more work piled on us because you two can't act your age. The bulky dude immediately cops to being an idiot, admitting he fell for her bait. She, of course, has to get the last word in. The only reason you're still breathing is because they showed up. Then she starts complaining that he's been ghosting her calls, but it sounds more like he just left her on red 4 days ago, figuring no response times was times the response. But the guy's all like, scrap the rescue team, claiming I never asked for it and the plan was a total success. The big dude chimes in that only 12 people bit the dust in the event, and they still managed to pin the whole thing on someone else with the Padu spotlights. The news can't get enough of these so-called mysterious young people. Yeah, it was those kids' little stunt that stopped the public from going full-on mob against the Adventurers Association. The vehicle holding that creature wasn't exactly on lockdown, which is how it got jacked, sparking that entire fiasco. They bought off the media and paid hush money to the families caught in the catastrophe, funneling all the public's attention right onto those two young men. The woman grumbles it would have been cleaner to just get rid of them, but that guy's dream is apparently to become a terrorist. That's the master plan to get the Adventurers Association to finally notice them. Something small like what just happened was never going to cut it, but if they keep orchestrating chaos like this, the whole association is bound to implode. And the big guy finally gets it. It's crucial to keep the chaos turned up to 11. So, they've got a new, immediate plan on the docket. Before he can spill, though, another person strolls in asking if the whole crew is assembled. He complains they should have given him a heads up, thinking he was late. The man retorts he wouldn't interrupt his hobbies, but to this guy, it's not just a hobby. It's his 9 to 5. Though you can't deny he gets a real psycho kick out of what he does. The big fella wants to know, is this new person an adventurer? He's heard that even though he is one, he's basically a nobody. And to top it off, he's famous for stabbing his own allies in the back, all while their hostage is screaming for help. They're well aware this guy lures his own teammates into traps to boost his personal score, then just vanishes into the shadow when it all goes down. The shadow is this secret spot adventurers use inside dungeons, a supposed safe house with first aid and a spot to crash. Keyword, asterisk exposed asterisk. Now it's basically just a free-for-all frat house where anything goes. The man tells the hostage to run back the story he just told. Apparently, that night, there was a party planned with his crew inside the shadow, and they were planning on having some regular, unsuspecting citizens there, too. The big guy's ears perk up at this, especially since the hostage was mixed up with smugglers. He tells him to keep talking because the story was just getting good. Turns out, his boss has connections and is always bringing in different people, mostly rich folks and regular citizens. They get everyone hyped up on drinks or other medication. They're basically just a bunch of addicts chasing a new kind of thrill inside the dungeons. It's the perfect place to do whatever you want without the outside world getting in your business. The hostage pleads that he didn't have a choice. He'd heard his squad wasn't the only one doing this kind of insane stuff. His captor tells him not to freak out, since he'd already sung like a canary. The only problem is, his time was up. It was time to say goodnight. They're not letting anyone walk out of that place alive. The story the world will hear is that monsters tragically took their lives. Looks like this next mission is going to be pretty entertaining, but it's a little weird that only the 4 of them are handling it. The guy in the bandana is wishing Dorian was with them, thinking if things went sideways, they could just nuke the whole place. But when it comes to pure killing power, the 4 of them are more than enough for the job. The target is an assault squad trying to climb the ranks. 2 gold-level adventurers and 6 other ranked members, plenty to have some fun with. As soon as their bodies are found, the stench will show the world just how rotten the whole system is. A month flashes by. Our protagonist is almost at his destination. He's finally out of the cast, though his recovery isn't 100% complete. He figures he'll need another 2 weeks. During that time, his custom equipment should also be ready, and there's something else he needs to know. But before he hears it, he sees his friend is already there waiting. He's surprised to learn they'll be the only ones using the facility for the next few days. That explains the insane taxi fare, since the place is out in the middle of nowhere. This is the only window they have to prep for the exam. She heard our protagonist would be slammed next month, so she's here to help him grind now. Jerryong told her he met this guy when he got his cast taken off. He forgot to mention that he also wants to help him prepare for the exam, and it looks like he'll actually be a huge asset. While he's making the introductions, he's totally clueless about the weird, nervous energy between the 2 of them. This place is stacked, by the way, a full Olympic-sized pool and all the training equipment you could ask for. Looks like we're in the training arc of our own academy, Manhwa. So get this, a chill lounge with a fully stocked snack bar and free drinks on tap. Basically, the ultimate adventurer's green room. The 5th floor is the designated man cave, but hey, if he's trying to get his spa day on, that's down on the 4th. Jerryong's jaw is on the floor, absolutely stunned that this entire palace belongs to her uncle. The girl just shrugs. Like, dude, you think this is wild? High-level adventurers are way more extra. And since the big boss is out of town, she saw her chance and sweet-talked her way into getting them access to this VIP paradise. That's when she side-eyes the other guy, totally blanking on why he's even there. Jerryong hits her with the classic "he's a friend" line, and she's immediately like, "Keep it down, dude. Walls have ears." She's seriously racking her brain trying to figure out why Chulin is tagging along with our protagonist, because even though they're classmates, they're definitely not friends. Jerryong asks if she's ever, tried talking to him, and she looks at him like he's nuts. Apparently, nobody times talks to the guy he's got this whole untouchable, demanding noble reputation straight out of an academy manhwa. Just as she's about to unload all the school gossip, Jerryong cuts her off to call out his so-called friend. He lays down the law. "We're not here to mess around, so cut it out." And the literal mountain of muscle just trots over like a scolded puppy, which completely short-circuits the girl's brain as she watches this titan apologize. The whole vibe is officially weird. Then it clicks, she remembers them talking about someone named Serum back in the taxi. The muscle-bound giant admits he's a total loner at school, but adds, "Yeah, that girl is terrifying, but I bet she's actually nice." Jerryong is completely lost. Like, are we even talking about the same person? Because the Serum he knows is a straight-up legend. He might not be great with social cues, but he's seen people target her from day one, and he has never, ever seen her flinch. Not once. She always walks with that main character energy. He has no idea what her grades are like, but he's 100% sure she's tough as nails. Then he drops the bomb. "Maybe we should have a group study session this weekend." Cut to Serum, who's totally freaking out about the exam. Our protagonist, meanwhile, could not care less. He's focused on building habits, gathering intel, and analyzing situations, and cooking up a master plan. That's his whole deal. But since they're in this epic facility, they might as well use it for something way more interesting, because over the last month, he's been leveling up like this was some kind of reincarnation manhwa. He's already faced down some serious talent, so he figures it's the perfect time to trade some knowledge. That way, everybody wins. His delivery might be a little rough, but he can see these two are total outcasts at school. And if he were in their position, he'd be pooling resources with his friends, and he says they should start immediately. For a hot second, Serum actually considers that maybe a weekend cram session isn't the worst idea. Jerry tells her she needs to look out for number one, because this school is a pressure cooker. Serum gets it. She really does, but her brain is still stuck on that stupid test. She's stressing that even if he aces the test, he doesn't have a sponsor, which is basically a death sentence here. She totally feels for him, but at the same time, feels like she has nothing to offer. That's when Jerry pivots to the mountain of muscles and asks if he knows any magic. Turns out, the guy is still stuck on textbook theory. But hey, Asterix that times girl is a natural, although she's quick to downplay her skills, insisting she's just an amateur. Hilking immediately jumps in, practically begging her to teach him because he's always wanted to learn. Serum is still visibly intimidated by the big guy, who is completely oblivious to the fact that his sheer presence is scaring her. Awkward. With that, the newly formed squad heads for the training room. The big dude hangs back to take a call from his parents. Inside, Jerryong is geeking out over all the free gear, even asking if she can score some of the clothes to take home. Seeing the whole study plan go up in flames, Serum turns to our protagonist, trying to figure out his endgame. She never, in a million years, imagined being part of a group times at this school, let alone one that included a guy like Shio Kane. Jerryong tries to calm her down, saying he's a big softy, I swear, not scary at all. And just as he's about to lay down some ground rules, they hear footsteps approaching. They all whip around to see a woman standing there, looking supremely unimpressed. I knew I had a bad feeling about this. She scoffs, saying if anyone was supposed to be using this place, Asterix she times would have gotten the memo, before throwing some serious shade at Serum for being so clumsy. Serum is totally blindsided, it's a niche, and just like that, the two of them are locked in a full-blown argument over using her uncle's private lounge while he's out of town. So Jerryong is just standing there, completely clueless about who this new blonde is, when Anisha chimes in that their uncle doesn't play favorites. Serum has to connect the dots for him, explaining that this is her cousin, Anisha, who, let's be real, looks like she's seen a few things for her age, but she just gives a friendly wave, totally psyched her cousin finally brought a friend who doesn't look like a total goon. Then this rando, let's call him generic bully number one, pegs her as a second-year student. He was just about to rally his crew for a little training session to get better acquainted. Hey, the more the merrier, right? Although, he probably figured his cousin would prefer a more exclusive vibe. Honestly, it's better if she bounces anyway to avoid any drama. Serum is about to clap back, but our boy Jerryong swoops in, playing it smooth like, actually, this is perfect timing. Turns out, they were just about to have a study session. Yeah, right. He even throws. So this new guy, Jerry, says he was at some no-name school for his first year. Now, he's grinding to pass the transfer exam and get into the big leagues. Our boy Serum, being the good guy he is, offers to help him prep that weekend, especially after Jerry explains how the background nobodies are already treating him like a total outcast. This one meathead, let's call him the Boulder, tells him to bounce before things get ugly. Meanwhile, Anisha is barely stopping herself from absolutely roasting her cousin, while the goon keeps trying to punk our protagonist. He's all like, we're a different breed, kid. You wouldn't last a day here. You'll just make a fool of yourself, so go find a new hobby or something. But before Jerryong can even get another word in, bam! The goon cold cocks him right in the face. And yeah, Jerryong immediately starts crying about how much it hurts. Now, this dude wasn't trying to actually rearrange his face. Assaulting a normie is a big no-no with serious consequences. He just wanted to scare the kid, pulling the punch at the last second. He was absolutely positive he'd planned that strike with god-tier precision. By all rights, the kid should have flinched when that hand shot out. Then it clicks. The kid must have leaned times into times the punch. He saw the fake-out coming. And then, with a little tremble in his voice, Jerryong whimpers that he just wanted to be friends and maybe team up. But, unfortunately, he says, I'm going to have to defend myself now. Hope you understand. Oh, and by the way, the whole place is crawling with cameras. Yeah, they're set up for 0 blind spots, so adventurers can review their training tapes and pinpoint every single screw-up. Serum gets it immediately. Jerryong took that hit on purpose. Whatever his game is, he's got a plan. And now, the cameras have crystal clear footage of an unprovoked attack. The bully is just standing there, completely baffled. He's still processing the whole self-defense thing when Jerryong starts this dramatic monologue about being shy and introverted, and how traumatic events like this totally wreck his sleep schedule. The bully is thinking, is this kid for real? He didn't even get a scratch. Then Jerryong, raising his voice for the whole room to hear, turns to Serum and is like, did you hear that? He's downplaying my trauma. He thinks I'm overreacting. Maybe I should just call the cops? Or hey, how about the principal? And just like that, the bully's face goes pale with terror. Suddenly, it's all about damage control. He's like, okay, let's fix this. You want money? Is that it? Or do you seriously want me to train you? But Jerryong just shakes his head. Nope. From this moment on, it's all self-defense. And if I don't return that punch, well, I just won't be able to sleep. The psychological damage, you know? So the goon agrees, thinking it's the easy way out. I mean, what's he got to worry about? This is just some average Joe from a nobody school. His punch probably feels like a gentle breeze. Famous last thoughts. The punch lands with the force of a freight train, completely remodeling the dude's dental work. And Jerryong, the absolute master of theatrics, puts on a show of being completely shocked. Whoa now, he says. That's not what we agreed on at all. See, his survival instinct screamed at him to dodge that hit. His bald buddy is confused, like, dude, you were supposed to take the hit, but our main bully is sweating bullets. His crew probably thinks he's just messing around, but he knows if that punch had connected, he'd be eating through a straw for a month. That's when Jerryong starts to really lay it on thick. So, what's the deal? Jerryong taunts. Were you going to take it like a man, or are you just a liar? Even Anisha chimes in, telling her cousin to just fess up. She knows a punch like that would be more than just equal measure. She's telling him to just apologize and pay the kid off, because starting a real fight now would be beyond stupid. Plus, let's be real, with his shorts now a biohazard. The bully finally sees the light and admits he was in the wrong. But oh, you thought it was over? Jerryong is just getting started. He basically told the rando, let's throw hands and settle this. Then poof, vanished right before everyone's eyes, already primed for the beatdown. The dude thought he had our boy's offense figured out and tried to get all intimidating, swinging for the fences. Too bad for him, he only connected with an afterimage. This left him wide open, a perfect target for a jaw-shattering haymaker. But the hit was intentionally pulled because the goal here wasn't a hospital visit. Nah, this was a public service announcement designed to absolutely demolish his ego. Jerryong him served that comeback with extra salt, just to showcase the massive skill gap between them. Now the extra is seeing red, his pride completely shattered. He starts throwing wild punches, but surprise, surprise, he can't land a single hit on his target. Jerryong kept weaving like a pro until the chump thought he had him cornered, but this guy still has no clue what he's up against, getting his attack shut down instantly. It was over in a flash, and the extra is still buffering, trying to figure out what just happened. Jerryong then casually asks what he thinks would happen if he actually started trying. Seizing the moment, he flicks a light kick at the guy's leg, sending him tumbling to the floor and utterly obliterating what little pride he had left. The crowd watching this one-sided beatdown needed a second to process it, convincing themselves the senior must have thrown the fight. Jerryong's just wondering if this dude even belongs in the same academy Manhwa as the rest of them. He was honestly expecting a better workout, hoping they could train for real, and sarcastically says he's glad the guy took the L in good humor, since he's got video evidence of who started it. But the poor sap is too salty to even shake our protagonist's hand. If that's how the fight ends, you can only kind of feel bad for the guy. He was hoping for a challenge, something on par with that girl he fought. If he'd known it was going to be this much of a cakewalk, he would have gone even easier. He told his friend to hang on to the recording just in case, but she brushed it off. He had to ask if she was dense the recording isn't for his protection. She's the one who needs to study the tape, because then she'd see it with crystal clarity. He was throttling his own speed down to match the pathetic level of this dude who was a total letdown. It's only then that the light bulb goes off, and she realizes Jerryong was basically giving her a free lesson. Her boy just used the scuffle as an opportunity, clocking that the one who's been giving his friend grief at school is that girl in the dress. Plus, it's painfully obvious she's not even trying to hide her beef. He doesn't know the full story of their school drama, but from what Chilkang said, she doesn't take crap from anyone. To be fair, he's not an arrogant guy either. But he also doesn't let clowns walk all over him. They've got their secret pact, but he's also thinking about his own rep. They can't just be loners forever. As he's laying this all out for her, he hears a noise. They both whip around to see what's up, and of course, it's the extra, still fuming. The guy was going for a cheap shot, trying to catch the protagonist off guard. Anisha, clearly over the drama, decides this kid's had enough humiliation for one day and summons a magical being that stops him cold with just one hand. Seriously, their senior needs to learn some composure. Now she had to get involved. Saren was completely shook by the sheer power her cousin was packing, but that whole scene triggered something totally unexpected. Jerryong suddenly felt a weird new sensation coursing through his body. His mind flashed back to 3 weeks ago. He was unboxing a package from the hospital, curious about what was inside, not really expecting anything major. But his clothes were shredded, and it looked like whatever that item was, it was a one-and-done deal. Apparently, when the user's life is on the line, it wraps their body in a magical shield to prevent the worst. In the heat of that dangerous moment, he had no idea the item in his pocket even went off. That little gadget was the only reason he walked away from that incident without way worse injuries. But that power surge he felt after? He's not sure if that was just a side effect. It's easier to chalk it up to that than to believe he's got some latent power, like he's the star of some reincarnation manhwa. Since the item was crazy expensive, it's totally plausible it had some other hidden features. And that's when the horror finally dawned on him. He just lost a very, very pricey piece of gear. Looking down at his hand, he's positive it's the exact same feeling from before. He has no clue why it's happening again now, but he's 100% certain it has nothing to do with Anisha's blood. Speaking of Anisha, she asks him how much her cousin is paying and straight up offers to triple it, plus some if he flips sides. Saren tells her to quit trying to buy people, calling her offers insulting, but Anisha just shrugs, saying it's not a joke, she's just making a solid business proposal to a potential asset. Look, even if he's technically a commoner, he just wiped the floor with a second-year student. In any other academy, Manhwa, a prodigy, this OP would be front-page news. So why is he a total unknown? There has to be a reason he's not already enrolled. But let's be real, there aren't many problems that a giant pile of cash can't solve. And for a guy like Serene, money is pretty much the only tool in his toolbox. Well, that and his family's connections, their reputation. And now he finds out someone is actively trying to torpedo his friend's future. He can only imagine how brutal that must be, but he's dead certain that whoever's running their mouth is just some mediocre hater with nothing better to do. And since Saren's his cousin, he figures she's got the inside scoop on the culprit. So, after getting passively-aggressively poked one too many times, she just drops her ability like a hot mic. And with that, the week's big meeting is officially canceled. Their friend is like, we already invited the whole class, but Anisha just scoffs, saying her pal is way too nice, worrying about other people after that whole dumpster fire. Turns out the guests were a bunch of upperclassmen, and the whole plan was to basically use that background character to mop the floor. There goes her one shot to network with the student council. What a complete waste of time. Best to just delete that entire day from her memory. Saren makes it crystal clear to our protagonists, they're cousins. If he can't be bought off, he must want something else, and he better spit it out because his entire school life is about to get rocky. Jerryong opens his mouth to clap back, but gets yanked by the arm. It's his friend giving him the universal "Dude, shut up now" signal. Apparently, the friend wanted to poke the bear a little more, maybe bait the mage into a fight, but Saren is running interference, knowing that woman has absolutely zero chill. But it's too late. He's on her radar now, and a world of pain is coming his way. The rumor mill is just the opening act. Jerryong suddenly realizes that weird tingle he was feeling is gone. It vanished the second her magic did. He starts connecting the dots. Maybe his special power only activates when he senses magic. Saren notices he's totally spaced out and asks if he's okay. But Jerryong's mind is made up. He needs to learn magic, like yesterday. Meanwhile, the extra is still feeling every bit of that beatdown, and that's when Shulking, the campus boogeyman, decides to speak up. He might be trying for friendly, but his whole vibe just screams imminent threat. Even the guy who just got rocked knows this dude's reputation and is wondering what the hell he's doing there. Jerryong, surprising everyone, walks over to apologize. He admits he was just testing a theory and didn't mean to humiliate the guy. The extra just owns it, saying it was his own damn fault for being completely outclassed. He confesses he got cocky without realizing who he was up against the actual hero who stopped a major disaster, and he's just relieved he didn't get totally deleted. Jerryong, playing the humble reincarnation Manhwa hero, says he's not even sure he would have won a real fight. The extra looks deep in thought, but Jerryong adds that their strength and speed stats are basically the same. The real difference, he explains, was that his opponent got tilted and started throwing out simple, telegraphed attacks that were laughably easy to read. While the extra was taking a dirt nap, Jerryong was in the replay booth, breaking down their fight over and over. He points out that his opponent's entire game plan is given away by how he shifts his weight. He figures the guy might already know this, but Jerryong went full-on coach mode and put together a whole analysis package for him to review. Saren and the friend are just floored. That kind of next-level evaluation is something you can't buy. It's only possible because Jerryong has that insane, protagonist-level intuition. And sure enough, the bodyguard is completely stunned. His brain is just buffering, words failing him. Jerryong says it's all water under the bridge, no hard feelings. They're here to train, and he hopes this intel helps them squash the beef for good. He tells the guy to drop his number after he's done watching the clip, and he'll send over the full director's cut analysis. Jerryong just can't get over how the dude's friends bailed on him while he was unconscious. Even Shulking agrees it was a pretty scummy move. With that drama settled, it was time to get back to the magic training montage. So, mana is basically the gas in your tank. A person's magical status? That's just the octane rating. This is a total revelation for Jerryong. His friend keeps the analogy going, explaining that humans and elves have pretty much the same size gas tank. Alright, lesson 1. Not all magic fuel is created equal. Think of it like trying to run a sports car on cheap gas. It just ain't gonna work. Saren here is rocking a C-rank mana pool, which is basically the entry-level requirement if you want to be a real mage slinging offensive spells. As for these guys, their mana is basically just good enough for a personal glow-up. Naturally, Jerryong is already bouncing off the walls, asking if they can master all this in a single weekend. You can just feel Saren's soul leaving her body. She is so not built for this level of hype. The beginning usually takes 1 to 2 weeks, but our guy says he can fast-track the process, as long as they're cool with this supposed extra teaching them how to buff themselves up. And boom! After just a few moments of practice, Jerryong actually manages to pop out a little F-rank enchantment, tiny little flame, like something from a busted lighter. He's totally floored by his own genius, but our resident expert tells him to pump the brakes. He's basically like, dude, with your talent, it'd be weirder if you couldn't do that. Jerryong, completely missing the vibe, immediately asks if he should go for a bigger flame or switch to water magic. But he gets told to stay focused on that one little flame, specifically its core. And can we just say, feel your own magic has to be the most useless piece of advice in any fantasy story ever. Like, how are you supposed to feel something you've never felt before? But now, things have changed. He's actually pulled mana from the ether and turned it into fire. That's the time's, real time's, first step, the moment his magic actually woke up. So now, he's got to dive into that feeling and get to know it. Our boy figured this would happen. Worst case, it would have taken the entire weekend. And Jiryon's like, whoa, I feel it. He says it's this sharp but delicate buzz, kind of like static electricity, starting in his gut and zipping through his entire body. His new teacher confirms that's exactly it, and he's low-key impressed. It only took the guy a little over a minute to get there. Jerryong is totally geeking out, saying it feels like his entire body is wired like a motherboard. At first, he thinks there are maybe 50 circuits, but then realizes, nope, we're talking hundreds. Time for a quick magic systems breakdown. The human body basically has 2 main parts for handling mana, the core in your abdomen and the circuits that act like power lines, distributing the juice, and there are exactly 127 of them. Saren then asks this absolute unit of a man if he can play an instrument. Turns out, he played piano until he was 10, but he claims he had 0 talent for it. She's like, perfect, because what she's about to teach him is a lot like playing the piano. And to prove her point, she casually whips out a D-rank spell, a crackling sphere of lightning that won't kill you, but will definitely make you wish you could move. And get this, no magic words, no dramatic hand-waving, just pure, silent casting. See, magic isn't as over-the-top as people think. Most of the work happens inside, without all the physical theatrics. It really is just like playing the piano. You just have to press the right keys, in the right order, at the right time. The circuits in your body are the piano keys, and the spell is the sheet music you're reading through them. It's all about timing and precision. That's the secret sauce to casting. Naturally, he immediately asks the million-dollar question. So, what happens if I mess up the timing? He's clearly worried about some gnarly side effects. For simple spells, a small mistake just means the spell's quality takes a hit. On a side note, Saren can't help but notice his face gets terrifyingly intense when he concentrates. But the harder the spell, the bigger the chance of a total wipeout if you screw it up. And as she's explaining this, the lightning in her hand starts to seriously amp up. Because in that case, oh yeah, there are consequences. A simple spell like this one, a misfire could leave the caster paralyzed. More complex spells, they can cost you everything, up to and including your life. This is why mages in every action manhwa need a frontline tank try focusing on sheet music when a troll is charging at you. She knows the big guy can feel his mana now, thanks to his practice, but he's still not sensing the actual circuits inside his body. So, it's back to square one. Since his whole deal is being a tank, he doesn't need the full fancy mage education. He just needs to master the circuits for self-enhancement. And Jerryong's over here thinking, I knew these two would be best buds if they just got to know each other. Just then, he stands up, and our instructor asks if he needs a bathroom break or something. But the boy just says there's no point in practicing anymore. The senior's like, you kinda need to keep at it to feel the mana flow. But Jerryong's not having it. He claims he already gets it. In fact, he can feel exactly where every single circuit is in his body. Yeah, all of them. His senior is officially shook. This is some straight-up Academy Manhwa prodigy nonsense. As the kid starts pointing them out, there are 2 in my hand, totaling 6 in my right arm, in my left arm. So, get this. Our boy has 8 circuits. Scratch that, count the ones in his shoulders, and that's a perfect 10. The senior's jaw just about hit the floor at that kind of precision. He's thinking, I know I'm a good teacher, but this kid's learning curve is just cheating. Meanwhile, Saren realizes Jerryong has, once again, pulled a classic Jerryong. so she tags in her new training buddy to handle the next lesson. It takes the guy a hot second to compute that. No, this kid is the real deal, and the tiny details make all the difference. See, all monomade species have a set number of circuits. It's all common knowledge. So, for the next phase of this intense academy Manhwa training arc, he decides to give a little demonstration. He shows off his bod, which looks totally normal. Then, after a deep breath, he's like, pay attention. He's just activated a full-body reinforcement spell, which basically cranks up your reflex, speed, and stamina to 11. Our hero doesn't even see a difference in his instructor's physique. So the guy fakes a jab right at his face, to make a point. And yeah, the power and speed are on a whole other level. If that punch had actually connected, a broken nose would have been the best-case scenario. The veteran is seriously impressed. The kid saw that coming without even making eye contact, mentioning that just last year, this same guy was at the bottom of the food chain. He always had great base stats, but was totally clueless when it came to using his full potential. Jerryong connects the dots. That's exactly why he developed fortification magic. That was his whole play. Just buff the stats he was already working with. Luckily for him, he actually had an aptitude for magic. So after a whole lot of grinding, he went hunting for spells he could actually use, and eventually figured out fortification was his jam. The secret sauce is all in how you combine them. It's possible to totally max out your own abilities. By stacking multiple fortifications, he can create insane synergy between them, aiming for a power level you could never reach naturally. That's the whole strategy. Most talented mages just perfect 2 or 3 enchantments, but not this dude, who knows over a dozen. That's how he ended up a team leader, even though the top-tier snobs looked down on him for just using basic enhancement spells, which is why he was so damn excited when someone from the popular crowd invited him along. Even if it was just out of politeness, he was still ecstatic. He was desperate for approval from his underclassmen. That's the real reason he was such a jerk to our protagonist. The man was just chasing clout. In the end, he finally gets what it's like to be on both sides, the jerk and the victim, even if the epiphany is a little late. He gives a genuine apology for all the dumb stuff he did. Jerryong just tells him to drop it, because for the next 58 hours, he's a sponge ready to soak up everything he knows. This little training session ends up lasting 4 straight days. Early the next morning, they're outside catching a breather. Jerryong's just vibing with the fresh air. Saren jokes that for a young guy, he acts like a total grandpa. She thought he was kidding, but then it hits her that these two psychos haven't slept all weekend. Our protagonist just brushes it off like, we're too young to feel tired. The reality is, their stamina bars are just broken. She's positive the last few days were super productive. Training with talented people is a cheat code for leveling up. Jerryong mentions that if they were closer to the city, they could have grabbed some rice soup, a dish his new friend has somehow never even tried. The veteran asks if anyone's headed his way, since he's got training in the city. Jerryong says that's his stop too, telling Saren he won't need a ride after all, since she's going the opposite way. He then admits, this is going to sound weird, but he's incredibly grateful for them. It was the best weekend he's had since he was 5 years old. He doubts he'll see them before the exams, since he's about to enter his study grind era, and wishes them both luck, especially the girl. He playfully threatens that if she fails, she's going to be the butt of all his jokes, then immediately asks Shibukong to take care of her and be nice. Classic tsundere. Finally, the small group says their goodbyes. Sarum gives the veteran a sincere thanks for his help, admitting she learned a ton from him. The guy says the feeling is mutual and he hopes they meet again. The taxi drives off, leaving the two of them alone in that awkward silence that happens when two intimidating people don't know what to say. Trying to break the ice, he points out they were lucky to miss traffic, even though he literally just said that. Then he repeats, again, that the weekend was incredible. He's hyped that he learned the veteran's special move, but the senior just shrugs it off. Dude, it's not all that. It's just a concept. It might not even work in a real fight, but Jerryong's not buying it. He's convinced he can master this thing and use it for his big revenge match, a concept the veteran is completely clueless about, by the way. Jerryong promises to show him the results, and the old-timer, not knowing when he'll see him again, casually suggests they grab a bite to eat sometime. But here's the catch. That'll only happen if our guy gets into a top-tier school, because this vet apparently doesn't hang with people from ordinary places. Ouch. Jerryong gets the real message behind that snobby comment and thanks him for the encouragement. Finally, the exhaustion hits him, and he's ready to crash at home. But plot twist. Someone's there to tell him he doesn't have time for school, let alone sleep. It's the manager who's already called the academy on his behalf. He's already informed them Jerryong's taking a month-long sabbatical. The manager instantly clocks that the kids learned some magic, noting his circuits are active even if it's just a beginner-level glow. Jerryong insists he needs to prep for the exam, and while the manager gives him a gold star for trying, he flat-out says that basic-level magic won't get him anywhere. He's quick to clarify, hey, I'm not saying you wasted your time, good job, and all that, but he needs to drop a reality check. This isn't some cozy private lesson. It's a pop quiz from hell. Jerryong better be ready to live like a real adventurer, because the manager's about to push him to his absolute breaking point. And his parting shot? I'm going to make you realize you're not the main character in some overpowered manhwa. Now, he tells him to hurry up and pack. The advice is to pack light. If he needs more, they'll swing back. Jerryong, naturally, wants to know where this nightmare vacation is, asking if it's the manager's old training spot. But nope, The manager says he sold off his old facilities and is cooking up something new, leaving our hero completely in the dark. But then, a special delivery arrives, a weapon sent right to his house, though how they got his address is anyone's guess. The manager thinks it looks the same, just a different color. But Jerryong knows it's a total upgrade. The thing feels way lighter, and the grip is a million times better. The manager, however, isn't in a rush. He just smirks and says whether the gear is better or not, Jerryong's about to find out, because he's got a whole list of opportunities for him to test it. Jerryong is actually pumped for this, until they're suddenly standing in a forest, and his excitement immediately dies. Yeah, this training montage is going to be brutal. The creature staring him down is a 4-star danger level, the kind his old life taught him to run from on sight. That was smuggler Jerryong's rule for survival. But this is adventurer Jerryong, and the game has totally changed. This is his Academy Manhwa arc, and the first lesson is a tough one. The manager basically says, "Give me a shout if you think you're going to die," adding that it's been 6 months since he's seen the kid's skills in action. A carnivorous tree like this is especially bad news for close-quarters fighters. If Jerryong hasn't improved, he's basically plant food, which, according to the manager, would at least put an end to all this nonsense. Jerryong has to lock in, because the monster's attacks are lightning fast and hit like a truck. He dodges a fatal blow by a millisecond. Any slower and he'd be history. This is his second 4-star monster, and the rules are exactly the same. There's zero room for error when the price is your life, and this time, there's no ally to bail him out, making this a true solo mission. He's got to end this now, using every trick in the book. The big leap from a 3-star to a 4-star monster is all about intelligence. It varies by species, but a lot of these creatures have decision-making skills on par with humans, and in some cases, they're smart enough to play you. The creature totally baits him, luring him into a trap. The manager, of course, saw this coming a mile away, but what he didn't see coming was Jerryong's counterattack, which was absolutely devastating. Even Jerryong is shocked when his staff morphs into a massive scythe of pure energy. The manager is so impressed, he actually forgets to light his cigarette, but the awesome energy blade was just a cameo, and it starts to fade away. Our hero has no idea how his own weapon works. The manager demands to know how he activated it, but Jerryong is just as clueless. Turns out, he didn't even read the manual. To figure it out, the manager asks if he feels tired or drained. Jerryong just says he's a little out of breath. Yeah, the kid looked winded, but that was probably just shock, not him being totally gassed. The manager isn't sensing any magic, so it's got to be a feature of the weapon itself. The tech behind that thing isn't exactly next-gen. It's old-school stuff the veterans used to run. And trust me, that kind of power always comes with a price tag. Popping that blade out drains stamina like crazy, which is why it's basically a museum piece now. But man, judging by the impact, whatever the cost, it's delivering the goods. He's thinking if it wasn't for that fancy toy, the boy would have just learned a very painful lesson. Kid's already aware he left himself wide open, and honestly, the manager never expected him to win this. And don't get it twisted, it's not because he's underestimating the kid. It is the absolute opposite of that. He knows the boy's got serious talent, probably already rocking at a gold-class adventurer level. Getting a nod from the manager is terrifying, but let's be real, that wasn't praise. Not to mention his dad. The manager can name at least a dozen people stronger than this kid, and out of that group, more than half got absolutely wrecked by some supposedly weak creature. Suddenly, Jerryong's danger sense is screaming. That thing is still kicking. He's even thinking it might be a new one, because he's positive he just sliced the last one clean in two. Nope, it just patched itself back together. He's got to make sure to finish the job this time. His next attacks connect, lopping off one of the creature's arms. Then he glances down and whoa, the tip of his staff is now a freaking hammer. The manager just nods, like, yep, that confirms it. I see how this gadget works now. So the weapon actually adapts to the user's core skills, morphing into whatever's most efficient. It might look random, but for this kid, it's the perfect custom loadout. After taking those hits, the creature is officially ticked off and its arm is already back. See, it doesn't matter how OP your gear is. This isn't some power fantasy manhwa. With a garbage strategy, you've got zero chance of winning, especially when you're on the clock. The manager's cigarette is down to the filter, and so is the kid's stamina bar. He's running on pure fumes, and the monster in front of him, still at 100% health and winding up for what is definitely a one-hit K. Oh, but nah, the manager's not about to let that happen. He makes his move all while casually lighting up another smoke. He calls it out, saying the kid's in no shape to dodge that hit. It was pretty much game over for him. He asks if Jerryong has any objections. Our hero was desperately trying to hit a weak spot, but nothing was working. He just asks, completely defeated, what was I supposed to do? The manager just shrugs, beats me, probably should have just run away. Jerryong thinks he's joking, like this is some reincarnation manhwa where he gets a free do-over. Spoiler alert, he is dead serious. You run, you kite it somewhere, it can't heal. That's the 5 to 100 IQ play against this enemy. There are exactly 3 ways to take down this carnivorous tree. Option 1. You lure the monster to a spot where it can't soak up nutrients. If it's standing on any surface it can leech from, it's going to have infinite health regen. Drag it onto solid rock or into a mine, and you would have wiped the floor with it easily. But that brilliant thought never even crossed his mind. You have to probe for your enemy's weaknesses. It's the only way to play the game. Jerryong wanted to interrupt, but something a little more dangerous was going on. The creature was literally shattering the safety barrier, and the manager could not care less. He just mutters, "Yeah, protective spells aren't my strong suit." As his own flames erupt, he explains, "And this is option number 2. Just burn the whole damn thing down with a high-level fire spell." If Jerryong were a fire specialist mage, he would have aced this test no problem. That's the whole reason this thing's danger level is 4 stars. It's super weak to fire, but until you figure that out, it's an absolute nightmare up close. A little campfire isn't going to cut it. You need something like a military-grade grenade to do any real damage. A lot of people got taken out before anyone cracked that code. This intel was paid for in blood. Creatures that are basically tutorial bosses today used to be raid-level threats that wiped entire parties. Countless prodigies met an early end. So the manager asks, "So, how does it feel? Your first real defeat?" Before the kid can even answer, the manager says it for him. "It feels horrible. This isn't like losing a duel in some academy manhwa. This feeling is a whole lot worse. That's the price of being an adventurer. The bill can be a small scar or a forced retirement, but it can get way worse, like losing someone you love. Knowing you're alive because someone else isn't is a feeling that's just too painful." He doesn't want the kid to ever go through that. Sometimes, swallowing your pride is a very worthwhile trade. All right, class dismissed for the day. The manager's just checking if our boy can handle a multi-hour jog, because fun fact, the inside of a dungeon is way bigger than it looks on the outside. And by bigger, I mean this particular hellscape is the size of an entire country. So yeah, the run left him completely gassed. And the manager, what a comedian, tells him to enjoy the scenery. And to be fair, for a place designed to unalive you, the dungeon's got some killer views. See those 3-star creatures? They're the absolute bottom feeders of this ecosystem. Alone, our guy wouldn't last 30 minutes. The plan for the next 2 weeks? Train by day, get babysat by night. The final 2 weeks are for cram school. But the real final exam? Survive a whole month in this forest using everything he's learned. If he pulls that off, he passes. He can always tap out, of course. But look at that grin. Jerryong's only regret is that he only got 1 month in this murder playground. Fast forward, and it's finally test day. Meanwhile, Siren's been freaking out. He ghosted all her calls for a month and is now running late. Jerryong, bless his heart, is genuinely shocked she'd actually wait for him on the street. Siren was winding up to give him the lecture of a lifetime, but one look at his condition and she just froze. Total shock. All she could think was, "Where the hell have you been?" He hits her with the classic, "Sorry for ghosting, I was in a dead zone." Then he casually asks if anything's up, admitting he probably looks a little feral. Yeah, the self-inflicted haircut probably isn't helping his case. He swears he didn't mean to make her worry, and she's like, "Oh, I'm suing you," but saves the real interrogation for the car. But something was definitely off. Siren reached out to touch his shoulder, and that's when she felt this bizarre, powerful energy. This was not the same person. The second Jerryong turned to speak, she instinctively flinched back. He quickly apologizes, explaining he kind of picked up a habit of reacting to anything sneaking up behind him. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Siren tells him it's fine, no apology needed. Turns out, my guy was so deep in his training montage, adapting to his new weapon, he totally spaced on the dress code. He's just buzzing with excitement for the exam. But for Siren, that was the first time she'd ever felt such raw, intense killing intent radiating from another human. That wasn't even the craziest part. She'd seen that fire in him before. The real shocker. His presence now felt indistinguishable from a monster's. Talk about a reincarnation manhwa-style glow-up. The new gear fits him like a glove, and he can't stop gushing about the quality. Clearly, this stuff cost a pretty penny. If they'd only had more time, they could have made some fine-tune adjustments, because every little tweak counts with high-end equipment. But hey, what's done is done. Still, the guy is totally pumped. Siren's trying to remind him it's a test. You know, maybe be a little careful. Yeah, he wasn't talking about the test. He was hyped about finally studying at the new school. The test is just the cover charge to get in, and he's never even laid eyes on the place. The campus is built on a mountain that was, get this, a public park before the cataclysm flipped the world on its head. The region's danger level is sky high. Literally, it's the highest point in all of Korea. And the cherry on top? The whole mountain used to be a high-rank, super dangerous dungeon until 30 years ago, when the government and the Adventurers Association teamed up to clear it out. They assembled an all-star team of the world's best hunters for the job. It was a volunteer mission, and not a single one of them backed down. The operation took a full year of planning, burning through insane amounts of cash and manpower. But the payoff? A total success, celebrated by citizens everywhere. We're not just talking Korea, this was a global victory. The next big problem was what to do with the land, until one of the hunters pitched a wild idea. Let's build a school here. I mean, they were desperate for a legit training center to pump out the next generation of adventurers, a place to guide and prepare future students. Finding a spot had been a nightmare, but the land was gifted to the very adventurers who risked their necks to reclaim it. And here's a little-known secret. The whole thing was only possible because of a massive, crucial donation from one single, mysterious person. Without that cash, the dungeon clear would have failed, and this school, the setting for a real-life academy manhwa, would never exist. Jerryong had never seen it, and you bet he was dying for a look. Cruising down the highway, he's realizing this place is way out in the boonies. Man, so much has happened in just the last month. Then someone in the car asks if he's heard of an attack squad called J. Apparently, they were a huge deal with his classmates. He was absolutely stunned to hear every single member had been wiped out. So their super secret hideout gets gatecrashed by a bunch of pissed off monsters who proceed to unalive everyone inside. At first, the world thinks, oh, what an unspeakable tragedy. But then the cleanup crew finds a boatload of, asterisk party powder asterisks, next to the bodies of some major celebs, and boom, instant media firestorm. The apology tour starts hitting the airwaves, and suddenly everyone and their mother is getting dragged into this mess. The court of public opinion is officially in chaos. So, in a desperate attempt to look like they have things under control, the Hunter Association pulls a classic PR pivot, announcing a last-minute change of venue for the big test. Now, everyone's headed to the Ponyo Labyrinth, a place our protagonist knows like the back of his hand, because of course he does. This is the second A-rank dungeon ever conquered, once the personal playground of the infamous dragon, Vuka. Meanwhile, over at the Jinsung Company headquarters, Zeke pops into the forge to chat with a blacksmith who's already managed to drink his entire liquor cabinet bone dry. It's been a hot minute since the blacksmith went that hard, so he ran out of booze fast, muttering about how humans are absolute trash at making decent alcohol. He grills Zeke, asking what he wants and if he's got any news on the boy. Turns out, Zeke needs the full scoop on the labyrinth, remembering the old-timer helped humans out with it 20 years back. The blacksmith remembers it perfectly. He's like, oh yeah, those clowns wanted to turn a dragon's lair into a hunter training camp. He told them then it was a complete waste of time. Now, Zeke needs the real story. See, dragons are a tad possessive. Once they get fixated on something, their ambition goes into overdrive. And Vuka? Vuka was obsessed with labyrinths. Despite being a creature of immense power, his nest was a twisted, confusing death maze. Dragon used every dirty trick in the book, borrowing ideas from every race he could find just to make it as ridiculously complex as possible. There's zero chance humans ever truly figured that place out. Zeke is convinced the place was never, ever safe. Vuka literally kidnapped dwarven contractors to put the finishing touches on his architectural nightmare. The blacksmith still can't wrap his head around how humans managed to beat Vuka, but he's 100% certain it didn't happen inside that labyrinth. That would have been suicide. Even 2 decades later, he's positive that what humans found was just the tip of the iceberg, the welcome mat to a much bigger death trap. And while he claims nothing is obviously wrong with the dungeon, he warns that it is completely unpredictable. Zeke knows holding the test there is a catastrophic mistake, and the fact that he had to come all this way to get advice from a titan? Yeah, that means someone in charge made a monumentally stupid decision. But hey, maybe they'll get lucky. Perhaps a little mass tragedy will finally teach them to value human life. Or, who knows, maybe some shonen protagonist will actually manage to conquer the dungeon. Anyway, back at the Ponyo Labyrinth, Jerryong arrives and is pretty impressed by the scene. All the candidates are gathering, ready for this insane test to kick off. The labyrinth's claim to fame is that it's constantly changing its layout, and since this is the first time it's being used for an exam, nobody has any reliable intel. It seems Anisha is dead set on making this year's test an absolute bloodbath, a classic trope in any good academy manhwa. Jerryong immediately gets the creepy feeling he's being watched. Like nearly 20 different people are staring holes into the back of his head. He has no clue what Anisha told them. You can bet your ass it wasn't a glowing 5-star review. Saren, meanwhile, is blissfully unaware of the tension. Her perception stat is apparently too low to notice. Over the past month, Jerryong has learned precisely what it feels like to be hunted, that hot, prickly sensation when every single person in a room wants you gone. But he also learned a far more valuable lesson: how to stop looking like the prey and start making the predators feel like they're the ones being stalked. Looks like he's going to have to sarcastically wish his competitors good luck. With just under an hour before go time, a very different, very tense meeting is happening elsewhere. The president of the Adventurer Association is giving a big speech, publicly thanking the school's director for all the support. But then he drops the polite act. He calls the whole thing a complete joke, a pathetic attempt to distract the public from the celebrity scandal. And judging by the looks on their faces, he is not the only one in the room who feels that way. He says if anyone deserves a thank you, it's the person who's actually benefiting from all this chaos. And that person is Kiora, the president of the Warrior School's board of directors. She tries to play it cool, hoping everyone can see this was a thoroughly debated decision by the council. But one guy, Phil, flat out calls BS on that. He knows it's too late to change anything, and he's pretty sure the only reason she's still in charge is because she plays the political game better than anyone else. And just like that, the vibe in the room went from board meeting to pre-fight press conference. You could cut the tension with a rusty spoon, and one woman at the table looked like she was ready for a food fight to break out. The bald dude tells the old-timer to back off, basically calling the entire test a clown show designed by clowns for clowns, and says there's no reason to get so bent out of shape. But yeah, Gramps was not having any of that. He shoots Youngle a death glare that could freeze the Sunday. He straight up asks if Youngle's gone senile or just conveniently forgot the last 30 years of history. And if so, maybe it's time to zip it. The president jumps in, basically saying, "Look, old man, your concerns are valid, but if you'd rather throw hands than use your words." She is more than happy to oblige. The room officially hits DEFCON 1. These two have beef going way back, and everyone else is just bracing for impact. What finally broke the tension was a total curveball. Some random student who had zero stake in their high-stakes academy Manhwa feud just wandered onto the scene. He just calmly introduces himself to the room of angry boomers. The Adventure Association president is practically begging everyone with his eyes to take a collective chill pill. He's like, "Look, I get it, you're salty, but if you've got complaints, aim them at me." And with that, the meeting from hell finally adjourns and everyone makes a break for it. The old guy is fuming on his way out, muttering that the association's president is nothing but a lapdog for that woman. He turns to the professor next to him and asks, "Was I too harsh?" The prof just goes, "Dude, you were pretty aggressive," and the old man actually thanks him for being straight up. But deep down, the old man totally saw this coming. He knows that woman rolls out the red carpet for graduates, treating them like absolute royalty. She calls them the nation's future, but he gripes that she's just spoiling them, handing out massive rewards for doing the bare minimum. He's convinced this coddling is killing real talent. He says new adventurers are like fish in an aquarium, fed, pampered, and kept totally tame by the people pulling the strings from the shadows. He's certain that only a few insiders know what's really going on, and that cheat codes for the test have already been passed down to the kids from all the right families. He asks the professor again, "You sure I'm not being extra?" And the prof is like, "Nah, man. Someone is actively trying to jack our school. This is an attack, and it's an attack they refuse to let happen." He vows this test won't be rigged. His only real worry is the student's safety, something he claims that woman couldn't care less about. This whole setup is straight out of an academy manhwa. If things go south, they'll have to move fast to clean up the mess. And even though no one says it, he's sure everyone can feel the bloodlust just hanging in the air. But that's a problem for another day. Right now, there's a more pressing issue. They have no idea who that student was. But whoever he is, he's got main character energy, and the old man knows the kid's little interruption was a total power move. Even the professor, who's notoriously strict with students and rarely gets emotional about these exams, is genuinely hoping this kid makes the cut. It's been a hot minute since he's actually been eager to personally mentor someone. So, here's the game. Students have to find a treasure and haul it to a designated spot, all while, staying alive. The labyrinth's danger level is supposedly set to incapacitate, not permanently delete. But even with that little disclaimer, there's a very real risk of a game over, so they better be careful. The win condition is super simple. 1 treasure per person. And since there are more chests than contestants, theoretically, everyone could walk away a winner. One of the candidates is totally confused, wondering what happens if everyone actually passes. Apparently, this is a brand new rule, exclusive to this year's event. With the briefing done, the participants are free to dive into the labyrinth in order of their assigned numbers, right after a quick stop at the armory to pick up their gear. Since our boy Jerryong is off the grid without a phone, he's got to wing it. On his way, he stumbles upon a classic side quest, some thugs hassling a kid over an accidental bump. The poor kid's already got an injured leg and didn't even start it, but these goons just keep pressing him. A bystander quickly puts 2 and 2 together. Jerryong, completely uninterested in their petty drama, calmly asks them to get out of the way. The extras try to act all tough, but one of them has already mysteriously lost his underwear. Jerryong knows the rules mean he can't throw down right now, but he makes damn sure they feel the fear. This is some peak reincarnation manhwa protagonist behavior, basically giving them the find out part of the equation if they happen to mess around inside the labyrinth. A threat so potent, the lead blondie practically short-circuited his own shorts on the spot, and as they scurried off, one of the goons gets a little intel drop from a buddy about who, exactly, Jerryong is. Jerryong, our hero of the moment, hands the book back to the kid he just saved. The kid's all thanks, man, but with a vibe that screamed, "I totally had that." Before they part ways, still, Jerryong couldn't shake the feeling something was up with the kid's leg, especially with this brutal test coming up. He was also mega curious about that book he was clutching. I mean, who brings a book to a death gauntlet? Super sus. Anyway, as Jerryong strolls off, the kid sends some silent good luck vibes his way. Because plot twist, that helpless kid is actually a second year and the runner-up from last year's bloodbath. Cut to the present, where all the hopefuls are lined up at the front door to the labyrinth. Jerryong is practically buzzing with excitement. The whole setup looks like it was ripped straight from a blockbuster sci-fi flick, with dozens of futuristic-looking pods lining the floor. Each pod is basically a one-way ticket to a random, probably horrible, spot inside the maze. You find your number, you hop in, and you wait for the countdown to hit 0. Then, bam, you're teleported in. The labyrinth gates officially swing open, and the games begin. We're talking mere seconds before launch. A massive clock keeps time, and oh yeah, it'll send out a little "you're out" ping if anyone gets axed. With just 1 second on the board, Jerryong feels the pods start to rumble. Absolutely no one has a clue what's waiting for them. This labyrinth feels alive, like it's about to use these students as pawns in its own twisted survival game. And we've got our first emergency, folks. All signals from inside have gone dark. The labyrinth isn't just a maze, it's a hunter, and every single student is now on the menu. But here's the kicker. Not everyone in there is prey. Some of these kids are the monster's worst nightmare, and their real test. It's just getting started. And on that cliffhanger, this insane academy, Manhwa wraps its first season. All right, As your friendly neighborhood recapper and a fellow reader, I'm honestly torn on the rating. I'm leaning towards a solid 7 out of 10. Drop a comment and let me know if you agree or roast me with your own score. And hey, smash that like button and subscribe so I can afford to eat this week, you know?